We've had some great moments in the Overwatch League recently, not least of which Lee Jae-gon's winning moment against the London Spitfire in their match. But I can't help but think, yeah, he's so excited, but maybe I could do it a little bit better. It's like when you win, it's just like, let's go!
That's not it, Jake. That's not it. You need to have the full body experience, right? Like,
I don't know about that. Let us show you. This is how you do it, right? You go, oh! Let's go!
This is unreal. Beautiful stuff.
They take him down with ease.
What am I watching? I cannot believe what I've seen. And they've done it! I've done it for 5 years and I've never seen anything like that.
Shutting them down one after the other.
That's Hardy for you.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over.
Oh,
Don't be serious.
Come back around, full 360. Striker coming from the backside. Sheesh!
This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty.
He strikes again!
That Papa don't miss! Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Hello everyone, a warm welcome to the Cool Kids table. Well, yes, you can sit with us. This beautiful table is featuring our gacha specialist, Danny, the young prodigy, Jake, and of course, Jonathan Reinforced Larson, who will make sure that you get your lunch money back. We got you.
We got you. Yeah. Zoe will handle that.
I'll actually handle it. He's just the
Not
dude
us.
behind me. I'm the one who steers trouble, and then I have someone like him in the back, so no one messes with me.
it took me a couple seconds to realize that you were saying that I got my lunch money stolen rather than I would get it back. But yes.
No. You would.
He's the big
bring
kid.
it back for the
He's
kid.
our implicit
protector.
threat. Yeah.
Oh, I am the
You're
implicit threat.
You're the
Oh,
threat.
Johnny's too
All
nice
right.
looking. That's the problem.
They don't know that. They're small.
Yeah, he's
you don't
big,
even see.
it's like
That's true. You're very big.
Yeah.
big boy.
When I'm standing next to Johnny,
Thank you, Danny. What a compliment
Yes.
to start off the day. Thank
There we
you,
go.
Danny.
Starting on a high note, you love to see. Now today is going to be great. I can feel it. I got the vibes here on the desk. I can smell it. In fact, I can even see it if I'm looking at the schedule because we got some good matches coming your way. Day number 2 of week number 2. We're going to kick things off with the LA Valiant and the New York Excelsior. Afterwards, Washington Justice will go up against the Boston Uprising, and our last match of the day will be fought out between the LA Gladiators and the Florida Mayhem. So we have some potential bangers heading our way. Danny, which of these matches do you think is going to be the one?
I think I'm going to have to go with the Washington Justice versus Boston Uprising. Washington Justice had a good showing yesterday, and now they're going up against Boston. But I want to focus more on Boston because, sure, they did beat won both of their matches yesterday. But I honestly think they were struggling a bit, and all of their matches weren't clean per se. Given how stacked their roster is, I do feel like all of us had very high expectations going into the season, and quite honestly, for me, I don't think they haven't really lived up to my expectations. So for this matchup, I want to see more from Boston Uprising, especially because right now the meta is sort of in favor for Boston as well.
Yeah, this is the first time I think Boston's going to get a true test from the Washington Justice, who, as opposed to what you just said about Boston, I think they looked incredibly clean. To be fair, also, both these teams have really only faced opponents that we kind of knew they'd win against or expected them to win against. So no surprises. But Washington, they look drilled. They look very focused. Alfie, I think, is a particular star on the Tracer. Something you really need to compete at the highest level in the Overwatch League. I mean, Boston certainly has its Tracer stars as well, but it'll be an interesting opportunity, I think, for Alfie to potentially distinguish himself as truly one of the best of the best.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see this match unfold and maybe get a real idea of the strength of either of those teams. Now, Johnny, I know you're dying to see the Florida Mayhem. Actually dying. There's some serious issues here. No, but you're dying to see Gladiators and Florida Mayhem. That is your match to watch today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a repeat of the Pro-Am Finals, which was our preseason event going into this regular season, right? So Gladiators, they are looking for revenge in this one. But for Mayhem, on the side of things, if they repeat with another win against the LA Gladiators, that is a massive statement win for this franchise, right? At that point, we have to start talking about Florida Mayhem as potentially contesting with teams like Atlanta Reign, Houston Outlaws, for example. And I know that they won the Pro-Am event, but I still feel like they need a couple more wins under their belt to really start appreciating them as like a top kind of team. We know they have the player talent, obviously. Shorong is a fantastic main support. Checkmate and Merit were styling in the Pro-Am event. Danny said it going into the season, he wants to see someone winning that MVP, right? So Florida Mayhem, they're looking stacked, but I feel like the Gladiators are kind of hungry in this one as well. They want revenge on the Florida Mayhem.
We're all here for a good revenge story. Yeah, we love to see good matches, good storylines, and we also absolutely love good artwork, and we got plenty of that on display in our fan art gallery, such as this beautiful piece. And I don't even need to know who this is from, because you can tell. Yeah. You know exactly. This is from Angela Ziegler, and can we reenact that?
Right here. This was on our first day, right? When we were introducing Jake.
I mean, that looks like a Jake introduction. Beautiful. Sweet. Where am I in this picture, Angie?
We need Zoe watching over us.
Yeah, we need Zoe there. Come on, it's a four-person death.
I'm off screen. I'm just like, But no, she's so good at catching you guys' likelihood. It's actually bonkers.
And like how fast she draws.
She's so fast. I can't believe how fast she is.
She be zooming.
Incredible.
Yeah, she really is. Absolute incredible artist. We got plenty of those in our community, and please, we want to see more of that here on the broadcast. Your artwork could too be featured, of course, here on the big screen or just in our fan art gallery. We are so excited to see all the things you guys create in our new revamped, amazing 2023 fan art gallery. Now, we love our amazing fans, of course, from all over the world, including the Eastern region, which had 2 matches overnight. So let's send it over to Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day to catch us up on all the action.
Everyone, here's your 90-second recap of the Overwatch League Spring Stage East side. We have 2 matches that happened. The Seoul Infernal 3-0'd the Dallas Fuel. Guangzhou Charge 3-0 Seoul Dynasty. That puts Guangzhou Charge at the #1 seed.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel have been leaning into the Junker Queen comps, Lemon, but Seoul Infernal found it out. They did their research and came out on Oasis with a tightly packed Reinhardt Brawl comp that just could not be picked apart by Hanbin and the crew. And it came down to just playing that a little bit more tightly. Then we spread out a little bit more for Blizzard World, where Seoul Infernal were getting a huge Sombra diff in their favor.
Yeah, MN3 versus Edison, and MN3 just better at the end of the day. Player of the match went to Skewed, who was hitting his sleeps. Nanos onto Mag, and Seoul Infernal. Top tier team coming out the gates. Then we go to our second match, Guangzhou Charge versus Seoul Dynasty, where Seoul looked a bit lost in the sauce.
Yeah, a little bit lost, and we got the rare Prophet Tracer diff being demolished by Choice1, who's finally come into his own as the talent that we've always suspected led beneath the surface that Guangzhou Charge could never quite coax out, but also Piggy on this team, playing all the tanks super well. With the Reinhardt and the Winston, we didn't know so much are in his wheelhouse, but got 2 huge slams today on Lijiang Tower.
Oh yeah, and Piggy, like after the first map, is spamming MTD, laughing into his mic, starts booming Belosaria. Void comes in for the 3rd map to play Diva, and that still was not enough to bring Seoul Dynasty to any map wins. Guangzhou Charge, did retain 4 of the 5 of their players, so right out the gates, the synergy is there, but Seoul Dynasty, with time, maybe will sync up a bit better. The Jimmy versus PH sniper battle was entertaining too, but not enough. So a quick day and an even quicker recap. That was the end of week 2, day 2 of the spring stage, and our seeding is still yet to be decided. So let's send it back over to Zoe in the desk for their thoughts.
Thank you, Harry and Jen. 3 Overwatch over in the East. Not real surprises, though.
No, but Dallas Fuel, they're down 0-3.
Yeah!
It's kind of...
How the mighty have fallen. How the mighty have fallen. I feel like
it
this...
be like that.
This only, the way the season has gone so far only makes me think how insanely good Chio and Fielder maybe have always been, and now they're are sort of fully highlighted on the Atlanta Reign, that like you take the supports, who I think is just a oftentimes in the Overwatch League, it's not a role we focus on the most because the DPS get the big frags, they're up in the kill feed, tanks are jumping in, they're like controlling the tempo of the fight. That's what you focus on, just that's where your eye is drawn to. But supports define this game, and especially in Overwatch 2, you have to be able to stay alive and put out like impact on support. It's not enough to just sit in the back and heal. Geo and Fielder, they're proving that, how much the Dallas Fuel miss them right now.
You pulled the face.
Yeah, just one map. Could we see, like, you know, more than one map from our literal champions of 2022? No? Okay, 1 and 9 in maps?
No.
Cool.
No for now, but maybe to ramp it up, you know, maybe just off to a slow start in true like San Francisco shock fashion. Maybe they just, you know, bring it back. You never know. You never know. It's a long season. It's only week 2, day 2. So there's still some way to go. Now, if you at home can't get enough of competitive Overwatch action, well, don't worry about it because we got more. Check out the Contenders Spring Series. It's coming up on May 8th, 9 a.m. Pacific, Danny. That's right.
Pacific.
Mark your calendars. Now you don't miss it. Now I got something to discuss here on the desk because I don't know if y'all caught up or caught that yesterday. Yeah, I know you did because during some of the segments, it felt like Jake is trying to pick a fight with the big guy at the end of the table. He did try to pick a fight with Jonathan, and I'd say it's time for a good old-fashioned watchpoint debate. You know, to get it out of your system, Jake.
Good.
See, good.
I was worried you were about to say it's like a knockdown, drag-out brawl. Like, I think Johnny's got like 50 pounds on me.
It's a verbal one.
We're doing a weigh-in? Come on, let's go.
Pretty nasty. Here are the rules, everyone. Danny and I will announce, or rather introduce a topic or a statement, and Jake and Johnny will then have to say yes or no first, and they get to argue in favor of whatever they answered. The other person has to play devil's advocate and take the other side. They will have 30 seconds overall to make their point. That means each of you gets roughly 15 seconds. Let's try to be mindful of that. Looking at you here, John.
Looking at me? I'm not. What? I'm sitting next to Jake and you're looking at me?
Historically. What? That's
right, keep it clean, guys.
We're gonna keep it clean. We're gonna keep it clean. Let's see how this one goes. Are you guys ready? I don't care. We're ready.
We're ready.
We're so ready. And we're gonna start with Danny.
I'm gonna go. Let's start off with an easy one first. How about this one? Let's go. APAC has always been the superior Overwatch region.
Yes.
All right, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, look, Shanghai Dragons in 2020, I mean, they just stomped everyone. They dominated, okay? APAC, I think, you know, they have all the best players are Koreans, okay? They are so, by default, APAC is the best region. I don't think you can argue that. I mean, they've won the most World Cup titles.
What teams are all the best Korean players on? West region teams. There's no region lock in the Overwatch League. The best players can go to the best teams, and where are those teams? They are in the West. It's the Western region, top 3 last season. Where's APAC? They're missing. They're always locked into these one-trick metas. They're not ready to cheese and pick all the heroes like the West are.
I like that. I like that. All right, next one. DPS players have more impact on the game than tank players.
No, absolutely not. Oh, I'm just free to go? Okay, no, absolutely not. I mean, we create space for the damage players. We make sure to set them up for success to begin with. I mean, I want to bring in supports as well. Tanks and supports, we make it easy for the damage players.
You get supports on your team? Why do you get supports on your team? I want the supports on my... No, all right, Johnny, damage players are so impactful in Overwatch. If you're not picking up frags, like, sure, you can open up the space on a tank. Sure, you can, like, start the fight off well. But the DPS players are the ones who actually need to take that and run with it. How many times have you been playing tank and your DPS are just getting rolled in their 1v1s? How does that feel? How does that feel, Johnny?
all right, let's move on. Next one. Let's go quick. 2CP should come back to Overwatch.
No.
Someone got it. Someone say it.
Yes. 2CP is absolutely terrible. Guys, it's a game mode that revolves around one concept. Defenders can only lose 2 fights. Attackers have to win 2 fights, and it's like 6 minutes. That means you get like 20 tries on attack, and you only win 2 fights. It's so terrible.
Assault maps is the embodiment of strategic ability in Overwatch. If you pull off wins on assault maps, you're just the smarter team. You execute accordingly, you set up setups. I mean, look, it's the NFL of Overwatch, baby. Like, just set up this, it runs and everything. It's great, Costa.
What are you saying?
I have to! It's called Devil's Advocate, Costa!
Here's a good one, Costa. That one's for you as well. There's only room for 1 former pro player on the broadcast.
Yes. Well, Johnny's not really a former pro, so it's fine.
What?
I rest my case.
How many many wins do you have in your player career?
How many wins in the Overwatch League?
I won in China. I won in South Korea. Well, I'm not really sure. I won in Germany. I've been winning tournaments, and I've been measuring myself up against the teams in the world.
What year was that?
We're just like on Junkrat, just like boom, boom, boom. Oh, I'm so good at Junkrat, guys. Literally, build the same. You took over for Lep, like, oh, I'm a better Lucio player than Lep. Great achievement, buddy. You had a better coach career than a player career, Jake.
That's true.
Well, there's a statement for you.
Thank you for the compliment.
No, stop it.
Do we choose a winner? What?
I don't want to choose a winner here. I don't have a favorite
That
child.
was great. I had so much fun.
That was a great debate. Yeah,
Johnny?
steering the pots, making a feud,
Pleasure, my friend.
starting a
Well
war.
played, well
But
played.
we do need a winner because we're very competitive here on the desk. And you know what? I want our chat to decide. That's right. You can vote right now in chat. Let us know who you think should win our debate segment. There's absolutely nothing on the line other than honor and pride and a wet handshake, probably.
Yeah.
Those are. I don't want that. Okay, Jake doesn't want to win, apparently. Anyway, that does conclude Devil's Advocate, where we break apart friendships and sow distrust amongst our friends, desk people. Now, coming up next, New York take on the LA Valiant. Someone has to win. That's right. And predictions and more coming after this break. Support your favorite team and rock their jersey all season long. Now on sale for up to 20% site-wide. Check out shop.overwatchleague.com for all the latest merch. Beautiful merch Indeed. Welcome back, everyone. Before we dive into our first match, we got the score to settle Devil's Advocate.
Oh.
The poll decided, the chat decided in a poll rather, and we do have a winner, and it wasn't close.
It wasn't.
It was not close.
Really?
Yeah. So clearly chat has a favorite child. How do we want to do this? Am I just gonna, do you want? Oh, well, there it is.
Oh, there you go. We got it, Jake.
Yes! Get owned, Johnny. It was easy. It wasn't even close.
It wasn't even close.
It wasn't even close.
Okay, well.
I have to argue in favor of assault.
You're slow.
What do you want me to do?
Don't complain because you're slow. You gotta pick. You gotta make a decision. Snap. Make the call, Johnny. Make the
I
call.
am getting my revenge. I am getting my revenge.
All right. All right.
Okay. We're bringing this back. We're doing it again.
You should queue up on the rank ladder more and get your revenge there.
This has very much like old man shaking fist energy right there, and I'm all about it. Ah, beautiful. Well, that was first battle of the day. The second will follow, and we're going to discuss it right here on our Watchpoint desk. Valiant going up against New York Excelsior. That is our first match of the day, and I'm very interested to see those two teams facing off against one another to get a better idea of where they're currently standing. And let's take a look at the rosters to kick things off. Of course, we're looking at the Valiant squad here. They're coming off of a really tough loss against the Washington Justice yesterday. Can they mentally recover from an absolute slapdown, beatdown? What's your word for that?
Slacking.
That one. I love that one. I'm going to put that in my vocab. And now New York Excelsior, they also suffered a loss, but they made it a quality one. They did take Toronto to map 5, and it looked really good. There were a lot of bright spots. Valiant didn't really have the opportunity to show any lights, any bright spots in their match against the Washington Justice. So can they recover? Can they just bounce back from one day to another? Like, how is that as a pro player?
Honestly, I think after the way those two games went, New York is feeling, guys, we almost took it against a top team. We could have had that, like we were so close. Let's stick to our guns and we can make this happen. And Valiant is thinking, are we going to get a win this season? I mean, like, the differences between those two matches, yes, they both lost, but you can't overstate how important the feeling of the players is to their performance in the next game. New York's feeling like, you know what, we can do this. We're coming together. We're building momentum. And Valiant just got absolutely slapped down.
I also think that the Valiant going into this match, I think they probably think they have a better chance at winning this match itself. So it's also a mindset of like, hey, we lost yesterday, but like, this is the match we really should win, right? So going into this match, I do think that the Valiant players are feeling maybe a bit lucky going into this one.
A bit lucky.
Even some desperation, like this is the match, like they have a hope to win. They have some kind of chance, right?
You're just more focused in. Like you're just
You can write off yesterday's loss and say, you know, whatever, but it's not like Justice best team. I don't know. I'm feeling scared for the Valiant, frankly.
All right, scared for the Valiant. Well, let's see if that shows in our predictions. Kicking things off will be myself. I had to go with the New York Excelsior. I love the compositional variety they showed us yesterday in their match against Toronto Defiant. I think it was really cool to see them making those switches in time and really competing, making it competitive against a team like the Washington Justice. So I think they have the edge in this one.
Yeah, I had to go with the New York Excelsior as well. You know, it was, you know, I'm a big Seeker fan, but judging by how they played and also how New York played against Toronto Defiant, you know, I just had to go with New York Excelsior.
Yeah, I have to agree. I did telestrate New York's dives not looking the cleanest on Hollywood against Toronto, but ultimately I think when they switched to their comfort picks, it did look a lot stronger. They almost brought it back against Toronto. Got to predict them for this match.
Yeah, I got New York in this one too. Maybe the Valiant can surprise us here a little bit, but New York are the favorite team.
Okay, favorite team to go into that. Well, let's bring in our absolutely gorgeous casting duo, Jaws and Costa, rocking the animals today. I love that.
Wow, both of you.
Yeah, that means things are gonna get wild in the cast.
Are those real glasses or are they fake?
Don't call them.
No, they're great.
In my defense, I can't really see out of my left eye. So, you know,
Okay.
I'm like half blind.
Do the glasses
that'll
help?
do, but the glasses do not help.
Okay.
I just thought they looked good.
Yeah, you look good. You look good.
Do they look good? They look good? Okay.
Yeah, you
good.
look great,
I'm
Jack.
glad.
You're
Thank
doing
you.
great, buddy.
Oh, thank God for that. Yeah. I like the cats. I like that. I like I got the owl with the hat. I thought it was very appropriate.
Yeah.
That's
You're in the
pretty
right
good,
place,
right?
honestly, if you're going to have an owl with a hat.
Thank God for that.
Yeah.
There we go. We're in the right place. Maybe we're at the right time too. New York Excelsior and the LA Valiant. They need a win. There needs to be a win.
Someone's going to win.
Someone's going to win today, which is great. Both teams 0-3 currently. Not the strongest start from either team. But New York, they looked okay in the last couple of games. I mean, Fitz had some decent performances on the Sombra. We even saw Seeker kind of pop up yesterday too. Someone's going to come out of victor here. The desk thinks the New York Excelsior are going to come out on top. I would love to see like the community predictions too, see how many people want to vote LA Valiant. I know they've got one super fan in Tayzonde, so hopefully his energy will...
if anyone's got me, Tayzonde's got me.
Exactly. Hopefully his energy can be channeled into this match for sure.
Yeah, and you know, the Los Angeles Valiant, as the desk just spoke about, coming off of a pretty brutal loss yesterday. They didn't really have many bright spots other than Seeker on that Sojourn, so we talk about him all the time, but honestly, it's the other players on the Los Angeles Valiant I want to see step up. If they are going to get some wins in this season, we need to see better looks from everyone else, while the New York Excelsior, on the other hand, this is a team that we had low expectations coming in, but they've slowly started to impress us, especially in their match yesterday against the Toronto Defiant.
I'm telling you, listen up.
Oh, here comes the Torb spiel.
I'm telling you, Torb is a good pick. Listen up.
Okay,
Turret,
I'm listening.
The sixth man, the summon. Summons it on the point or near the point, and it shoots when they try to go for a dive. Nox is going to have a tough time like dealing with the turret. It's like an extra thing, an extra line of defense to kind of get through. I'm a big fan of Torb. Okay, big Torb fan. It hasn't done anything so far because you have to hide it so it doesn't get shot, but we are seeing differences. Yes, most charged on the team, what do you mean? New York Excelsior are playing this brawl with the Ramattra, while Valiant maybe expecting to go against the Winston here. Croy on the Junker Queen. This should give an advantage to the Excelsior. Yeah, turret looking into a wall right now. That turret do be looking at a wall. Yeah, I mean, it's peeking through the wall, but that's really about it. But look, when they go for the dive, the turret's on the defense. Okay, protects the back line. I don't think it's shot a bullet yet, Jack. They must. And he's dead. He may have died, but the turret is still alive. It's still on the flank. It's still 5v5. The point might end up flipping over to Valiant, however. Great nade onto Seeker. Yeah, Lep finishes off with a couple of Cheerios, but the Valiant still end up capping. Good chance for a recontest here from Excelsior. A lot less damage available for the Valiant with Tracer going down. That nade only just landing on Lep to keep himself up, and Fitz kills Slayer. A very early rush from the LA Valiant as they kind of march on through, but look at that. Fitz on the flank, hits the visor, and aimbot's clearing him up. And he's just free firing right now. He got such a quick visor and just able to clean up this Valiant because they don't have any defensive tools. They didn't have the sound barrier. And Junker Queen, as much as she's a tank, she doesn't really help you much except for yelling at you and giving you motivational support. So that is going to be the New York Excelsior flipping back over for them. And once again, you can see this turret, and as much as we meme the value of this, it will sit here and cause pressure, and something that the Valiant are going to have to consistently deal with. They do get rid of it right now and take the high ground, but New York Excelsior is still in control of the point. All I'm saying, bring back level 3 turret. Please. No, absolutely not. Terrible ideas right now. Crazy. Get me on balance, G. Nos goes 8 HP, goes pretty low, gets healed up. Very hard to take this point, to be fair. It's going to be a lot of jostling. Did try and go for a pulse, but didn't end up landing it. Plus, the Torb can just hit the E and run around pretty fast and then heal the turret pretty quick. I love it on the defense, honestly. It's stopping Nos really doing anything. There's Kellen. Oh, he's running. He do be running forward. And he actually forced the beat from Live, which is great. An Annihilation and a Nano Boost, plus with the Nemesis form punching, it's hard to really stand up to that. So it's LA Valiant actually just backing up real quick. Kellen's found himself in a bit of a weird spot, but Lep is healing him from the side. Still has a beat to use if he so chooses. Crow's going to open this one up with an ult, but that Rampage gets instantly beat from New York Excelsior's side. Psycho trying to stand up to the Queen, but she takes the crown straight back. Excelsior will end up cleaning this one up. Crowy and Nos dying, and this will be final fight. Look, they got Molten Core, and they got Visor. And they've cleaned them up 80% and counting. The Valiant did a great job of kiting away that Annihilation and the Nano, but they just don't have the damage to get through the raw health of the Excelsior, especially with a great sound barrier from Lep. Now, final fight territory. CJ does have the rush, and then Seeker with the overclock. We know how deadly he can be with this one. All right, got to see big things from Seeker. He's already written the overclock. Wow, he hasn't even got onto the point just yet, so he's shooting tanks currently. He's going to be able to spot at the back line and the turret, take down the turret. Oh, he is getting kind of rolled by Fitz on the high ground, who's activated that visor. Molten Core on the point for Psycho. He does cover half of it, but, well, Valiant just kind of walk away from the Molten Core, so they didn't actually get damaged all too much. A flip comes through for the Valiant, as it was overtime for Excelsior, but Lep is still managing to contest somehow. Yeah, they're putting on a little bit of pressure, but the point is firmly in control of the Los Angeles Valiant, but they're just trying to get into position. Fitz is trying to get up another ultimate, but with this switch over to the Ramattra from Croy, they can match them, and we have seen a switch from Psycho. The Torb, I'm sorry, Jack, is gone. It is gone, but it's okay. Oh, the pulse bomb. That looked like it landed. Almost killed Darcy. Recalled, lost half his HP to his own pulse bomb. Looks like Kellen's trying to step up to the point, but no Nemesis form. Doesn't really want to stay around for too long. Hasn't got that extra armor to kind of sustain through all the damage. Valiant are in a decent spot. They got to wait for Liar's beat, maybe play a little bit more passively before they try any big play. And in fact, I guess they don't really need to, Scott, to be honest.
The Valiant are in the driving seat right now. The percentage is ticking up, and they have their ultimates coming online.
Nano boost available from Creative. Look, and now Kellen's stepping up. They know they got the Nano to back him up if he needs it. Hits the Nemesis form and has an Annihilation after this too. Here it comes. Kellen straight to the back line, hits the Annihilation with the Nano boost. However, a beat is going to make sure Lyra and CJ stay alive. Kellen is just playing bodyguard right now. Actual Thorman asking for IDs before the Valiant can get onto the point. Crowley's also popped the Annihilation, but it's a little bit of a standoff. Yeah, they're just folding his arms menacingly at each other. One day someone will die. There it is. The beats from Lep. All that overhealth and a giant nade from Creative should seal this deal right up with a nice little bow. It is 99% to 95 with Excelsior in control. However, Seeker does manage to kill one, in fact two. The overclock's doing wonders for the LA Valiant once again. He's trying to find one more kill, but Fitz has got the visor online, so Seeker has to duck behind cover. Crowley comes back with a Doomfist and manages to punch the rest of Excelsior off of the point. But it is now just Lep, just trying to stall, waiting for Kellen to come back on a Doom of his own.
Yeah, both Doomfists are getting back to the point, but the Valiant are the ones in control.
They do control, but Crowley ends up going down. Now no front line, no engage tool for the Valiant. Can Seeker come up clutch yet again? He's got no overclock to do so, and Nos goes down to a random Helix rocket from Fitz. The only ult they had in their bank now evaporating from their front line. Psycho's got a pulse of his own, lobs it. Whoa, tried to Kobe that one, didn't land its mark, but it forced Seeker to actually use that power slide.
Another one.
What a kill! A railgun and a melee to take Psycho out as this point is still being stalled.
Croy comes back. He needs to be careful about over-aggressing like he did last time.
Kitsune rush and Seeker comes up. Another railgun kill. This guy's unstoppable, but finally taken down by Kellen. It is still OT. Yes, we're at 99%. It's not going to be over just yet, though. We do have another beat coming out from Lyra. As this overtime is lasting for eons, we could potentially create another universe in this moment, to be honest with you, Scott. Fitz has another visor. He has to stay alive. Second visor of OT. Okay, CJ, Nos, Crowley dead. Finally, Excelsior managed to take that round.
Oh my lord, this could be a match we have going. They're just trading blows back and forth. You can see players making plays over and over again. Seeker being that sole player, just getting pick time after time, keeping them in the fight, but it's just not enough to stand up to the consistent damage of Fitz on that soldier as New York Excelsior take the first round, Jack, and it looks like as we head over to University, we will see another Ramatra mirror.
Now imagine Ramatra before the nerf where Annihilation didn't last for an indefinite amount of time.
It would have been hard to know it was nerfed from that round. They were still just looking at each other.
I mean, it's capped at 20 seconds now at least, but you're still just standing in front of the other Ram like, okay, someone do damage to him, please. We might see another standoff here, but with Maze, there's a lot more kill potential there. You wall off a support, you wall off the tank, it's quite easy. Lep just yoinked into that vortex. It's still one of the funniest abilities I think they've released, especially how it interacts with things like Lucio, Fare. It just literally yoinks you back down to earth. Kind of a pain for a main support.
Honestly, it is a very strong ability, and the best Ramatras get more value from it. It is going to be the Hanzo versus the Sojourn. The walls go down, and Callan has punched Nos down.
Yeah. Knocked his lights clean out. That is for sure. A bit more of a clean cap, that one.
Yeah.
No more 99 to 99. 27 overtime.
And that all goes back to the fact that the New York Excelsior got control of the high ground. That's why you see everybody fight for it, because when you have control of that, you can dictate the flow of the next fight. So great play by New York Excelsior getting the first capture.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Psycho's fairly far ahead in terms of ult charge right now on that May. 70% versus Nos's 35, so that Blizzard, not sure if Valiant are really expecting it as a window to open the point up for the Valiant, and Seeker finds a kill through it. Nice little railgun shot. That's a lot of extra damage, so just a body shot will do on most targets. And now it's Fitz just hunting for headshots. Does find one, but that's about it. Another point that's very easily stalled out, especially as you have a May, but Crowley eventually kills Psycho. But here come the reinforcements. But someone has to deal with Seeker on the high ground. Just free raining railgun shots. onto the rest of Excelsior.
And if you're the New York Excelsior heading into this...
he's going
Kellen.
in.
That's a question mark. Me
question
too.
mark from Yep. Interesting use of the Annihilation.
I think that's a deserved question mark right there.
That's right.
That was a very unwinnable fight for the New York Excelsior. And I want to speak to this. The Los Angeles Valiant, Seeker really is the tip of the spear. He is that guy who is going to get your picks. The New York Excelsior cannot allow him to take high grounds like that and just free shoot. He will kill your entire team.
Bliss ends now. This fight has certainly ended already. Seeker box was the overclock. At New York at this point, you don't really want to mess with Seeker when he's got that. Still holding that 100 charge. Oh, just started to fade away before Fitz popped his little head around the corner. All right, another engagement here. Both Blizzards. Uh-oh, well,
down goes Corey.
We created 2 snow cones on the points, and there goes Kellen. Goodbye, sir. Frozen up, head shot hitbox. Rather large, rather easy to hit if you're someone like Seeker.
And the New York Excelsior sort of forcing their way in here, but the Valiant able to sort of disengage into the hole while Kellen just sort of got frozen up on the point and goes down. And that Annihilation used by Kellen has actually changed the entire flow of this round because Croy's just holding on to his, knowing he has the advantage. Kellen can't step up and mirror that Annihilation, and that's just a massive disadvantage they're holding into as the Valiant only need to win one more team fight.
They got Annihilation and the sound barrier to do it with. Creative puts the window near the point. That wall is going to be decimated rather soon.
Flanking.
Yeah, nice little flank. There's the Annihilation. The sound barrier comes out from left. 5-man beats. Oh, Crowie's in trouble. Luckily gets saved by Liar, though. On top of the high ground there, was able to get the beat off. And now he has to deal with those dragons. That Annihilation doing a lot of work, but the dragon separating him from the rest of the team. Fisk finds 2 kills in this fight. Maybe a few more as well, as Nos does pop him in the head. However, that block has run out. So is the wall. And so is the lives of the rest of the Valiant. CJ does take 2 with him, and Seeker takes another. How does Seeker and CJ always find these final kills at their very end?
Those are important final kills. Yeah, you have Liar and Croy back. You can see them already applying pressure to Psycho. They're stuck in this room.
99%. I mean, Valiant are going to find the flip unless Kellen can touch. He cannot. Overtime is here. Annihilation 2, but now they have to run into a window. Kellen has to pop this ultimate, but he's actually doing it into a shield right now. I don't think Crab is getting hit. He wasn't hit at all. So that 3 seconds of Annihilation just runs out. Just instantly disappears. Lep goes for the retouch, and now it's Kellen with no ult. Only a Nemesis form left. Has to stand up to Seeker with an overclock. But you can see he's just railing him from the other side of the map. He's holding his arms up, Scott, but as soon as that goes down, someone from the New York Excelsior has to touch, and they cannot do so.
Nos is doing a great job with these walls. He's really splitting Kellen away from the rest of his team, and it just makes it feel like Kellen's under constant harassment from the Los Angeles Valiant. Honestly, if we end up in this mirror matchup throughout the series, I'm giving Valiant the edge right now.
Bruh, that ram out was crazy.
Bruh.
That was crazy. You see him hold his arms against the shield and it run out in like 3-4 seconds? Play of the game. Oh my God.
Kellen recognizing he needs to sort of laugh at himself here because even him recognizing it might not be the best. As we start this last round on the Gardens, Kellen's actually going to switch things up, moving over to the Reinhardt. And this is a matchup we've spoken so much about of what is better, the Reinhardt versus the Ramatra. Historically, I feel like Ramatra has come out on top, but it's not exactly one-sided in any way.
Well, Excelsior at least managed to take the high ground. You saw Crowie kind of dip out of there real fast as he felt that wall behind him. You don't really want to get caught. Gassy though for Fitz, Scott.
Yeah, and Genji for Nos. This is 2 very different looks. Genji has had mixed success so far this year. He's very good at executing players, especially the Baptiste, but it's very hard to find value with your ultimate, and if you can't find that value, then is the character really that good?
Well, doesn't need to be good if the rest of your team are kind of clearing. Plus, you're kind of tracking down Fitz and Creative, making them force cooldowns, and he did manage to push Fitz off of the high ground, so while not doing a whole lot of damage straight up to a Cassidy, it's pretty decent to get him away from a high ground position.
Yeah, CJ and Croy just fighting for this one. They have too much healing and health to be able to capture this one, but New York Excelsior did get the flip, so they're in control. They're happy to keep fighting.
Oh, nice turnaround there. Crowley gets that nano boost, instantly pops the Nemesis form. Vortex goes down for the slow, and another nice anti-nade from CJ. He's hit a couple of those back-to-back.
Yeah, and that's one of the big issues of Reinhardt versus Ramatra. You saw right there. The shield doesn't stop you from being punched in the face with the Ramatra. So that's a problem, right? If you're the Reinhardt, you have no way of blocking that front-loaded damage. And the Los Angeles Valiant do get the flip, but they're also getting their ultimates online. Kroy has that annihilation, but New York Excelsior and Lep can respond with the sound barrier.
Yeah, Ryan might have a giant hammer, but Kraui has 2 giant fists. He is just punching the backline to death.
Good sleep.
That annihilation's pretty decent, though. It does force them up into the high ground, but that Blizzard in more of a defensive one from Psycho just gets waylaid. Like, they just drop from high ground. It's like, that's okay. We don't mind. Like, we don't have to fight up there. You have to fight us. We control the point still.
That was a questionable Blizzard for sure, because they could just step off of the high ground and then you can see they become unfrozen. So maybe liking that one back. And that was a lot of ultimates used for the Excelsior right there. They've used 4 ultimates in this fight. Kellen with the Shatter is the only one who can do anything. And with how spread out the Valiant are, it's going to be difficult to find value. And then Nos with the infamous Genji Blade.
Here we go.
The Nano coming up soon.
Nano coming up soon. Just
never mind.
Oh my damage. A hack, a fire strike, and you're dead. Oh, Lep does not want to challenge Seeker on the high ground.
What?
Dragon strike into the floor, still work. It force lamp. It's all good. And there's Fitz on the sideline, still trying to do as much as he can, getting hacks on key targets, and did get the kill onto Seeker. But Kraui is holding down this front line with ease at the moment.
Kroy's having a great match on this. Ramatra just understands the setup so well. Psycho switching over to the Tracer, Kellen onto the Doomfist. They're in desperation mode. They're switching over to the dive.
Yeah, they just want to get onto the back line. I mean, this Ryan didn't do too much. I mean, also you Shadow, you're not going to be able to get many. Oh, hang on. Fitz found the Seeker's Translocator, and Seeker is dead.
Well played.
Perfect execution from Excelsior. Here comes the Blade, though. There's the Suzu and the Boot and the TP. Genji Blade moment right there. Everybody just runs away. 99% for the Valiant, though, and overtime's going to tick down pretty quickly. EMP from Fitz hits 1, and here comes the Annihilation. So everybody taking this AoE damage. Kraui trying to find targets, and Lep was hiding right around the corner. Look at those health bars for Excelsior right now. They are so low, but it's only Kraui really to deal with. Excelsior do manage to come out on top after almost the wholesale switch up.
Yeah, Kroy just couldn't find anyone to chase down. He chased after the Lucio, they ran away. Chased after the Doomfist, they ran away. So not able to get any execution with that Annihilation. And that's going to trigger swaps here for the Valiant. I wonder if we're going to see Kroy swap as well. Because New York Excelsior stuck on the Doomfist. Kroy goes over to the Junker Queen. I like this choice. We've seen this have good value against the dive setups because you can just be that front anchor. If they can deflect the aggression from Fitz and Kellen, this could be good for them.
Oh, CJ's already used that Suzu. Prime target now for Psycho to land a pulse bomb. Jumps to the backline, hits on the Queen instead. Kraui detonated. And that will be a reset for the Valiant. They've still got a couple more fights in them, Scott. All good.
They need to go quickly if they want a couple more, Jack. And I think the fears for the Valiant right now is they just have nothing to show for all of these switches, while New York Excelsior holding on to that Kitsune rush. They can just choose to go whenever, and they're going to have such a massive advantage. That movement speed, that attack speed, everything that the Kitsune rush does is just so hard to fight into.
Oh, creative. Just TPs to the front line on top of Kellen, lays the rush down onto the point. Pretty nice stuff, but can they come up with these kills?
No value.
Kitsune's rush is going to eventually fade away. They at least kill Nox with a cheeky little headshot from across the map. Now it's a 4v5. Overtime for the Excelsior, as Kellen has to be the one to Kraui, sorry, has to be the one to touch. He's already used that shout, so has to run away. Fitz ends up going down to CJ as an EMP rings out from Seeker as well as the beat. I mean, Valiant have way too many ults for Excelsior to deal with. There's no return beat there. Nox even lands the pulse bomb onto Kellen. Valiant just overran them with ults. It was more Qs equals more win.
Even though they lost Nuss, they were willing to wait out the fight, slow things down, just juggle the point until those ultimates came online, and then they just went. And the New York Excelsior, nothing to do from there, as the Los Angeles Valiant taking map 1.
Feeling pretty good. Both teams coming into this week 0-3. And Excelsior have had some really nice games, really nice showings. Same with, you could say the same with Valiant too. Seeker has shown up, but it's been less successful than what we've seen New York Excelsior been over the last week or so. I mean, look at some highlights here. City Center could be a highlight of its own. Fitz got, what, 2 to 3 visors at the very end? That was so silly.
He's just running around in his healing field. They're unable to kill him, gets the mini at the end, and then just pops the visor. It's infuriating. to play against.
There is nothing more infuriating than watching a soldier just spin around you as you're trying to hit him.
Just pop the DPI up and start spinning. But coming into this match, Jack, I said I wanted to see more from the other players of the Los Angeles Valiant. We know they're great players, but they haven't been showing up. But CJ on that Baptiste, as you just saw, CJ on that Ana as well, hitting good biotic grenades.
Oh, yeah.
But especially Croy on the Ramatra. He feels so comfortable. And it doesn't feel like the New York Excelsior, especially the backline, have an answer to his aggression right now.
Well, we got Hollywood coming up. Valiant already taking an early lead. Feels pretty good if you're a Valiant fan at home. New York Excelsior, though. Let's go. Look, they went 2-1 in control, so it's going to be a close affair, I think, this entire series. We're going to jump to a break. You're not going to want to miss this one after this.
down in the car. One time give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you drop. Get down in the car. One time give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you drop. Hustle, baby, hustle. What the oh my.
All right, Valiant taking their first map win of the season. Pretty elated with themselves, as you can see in the player cams. They are happy, don't worry. Don't worry, they're just focused. They're ready to get into the next round. New York Excelsior, they went down to a pretty tough last round there. I mean, look, there were a lot of funny moments, I think, from that game. Two Romanchas looking at each other for approximately 50 minutes on a single point. And Control is definitely a game mode where if you don't roll out with a better comp, it can just snowball in the opposite way and you end up getting kind of crushed. And on Gardens, that was kind of the case with Valiant.
Yeah, some people say that Fitz is still running to this day, but he is going on to Hollywood right here. And I think we can agree that I don't think the Reinhardt into the Ramatra, it feels like an outdated strategy. It doesn't feel to get value, and we've seen a lot of people try that on Gardens of this Oasis to little avail. But now we have to go to Hollywood. This is a map that heavily leans into playing that Winston dive style because of all the high grounds, but I wouldn't say that's the Los Angeles Valiant's strength, and I'd like to see them stray away from that.
All right, well, let's see what they got on the defense then. We can imagine Seeker's probably playing some sort of hit scan, over the Ash right now. Little Crowley Winston. All right, so I like this. On defense especially, you have one DPS and the tank they can kind of engage, like pseudo-engage, take high ground, then you have Seeker kind of chilling with the homies in the backline with the Brig and the Ana.
I was actually having a heated discussion. Well, I wasn't heated. Jake was heated. Discussion
Right,
in the green room before these matches started of he doesn't like the D.Va on defensive setups when you're going to play dive. I like them a little bit more. I think there's value there, especially if your player is a lot more comfortable on that hero. So Croy is going to lean to the Winston, something that he's not known as much for. So I'm excited to see if he's going to be able to give us something that we'll be pleasantly surprised by, or if he'll switch later on if he's not finding that value.
All right, mirror comps for both New York and Valiant. All right, taking the high ground's imperative here for New York, but Crowley and Nos are going to do their darndest to try and stop that from happening. Taking this cross is also pretty key. Nice anti-nade. Damn, CJ's nades today have been pretty fire. Speaking of fire shots, Fitz almost managed to take down the Tracer. But no, with this high ground now, he can pressure Seeker out, free dynamite damage. There's so many small corners that your Ana, your Brig, all your supports want to hide in. Well, they're not hiding in any corners right now. They're actually back onto second point almost.
Yeah, and you can see the Valiant have just lost all the positioning. Great dive by the Excelsior, but now they're forced into a corner. They look like they're trying to re-aggress this one, but Lep's just holding the door.
Yeah, really nice move there onto Crowley, stopping him from going onto the point, and then a nade to follow that up. What an attack from Excelsior. That was perfectly executed.
And this goes back to what I was saying before. With how Croy is playing that Winston, he's counter-diving as Winston. Wouldn't you just be better off playing the D.Va in that setup? He's not playing aggressive, but still opting to stick onto that Winston. Seeker on that Ashe is something that I really like. He is the hit scan specialist for these guys. They look the best when you're playing that Ashe, but right now he hasn't had any space to shoot so far.
Yeah, it's been swiftly taken away from him. All right, time to go high ground again. The battle for high ground. It do be Hollywood second. Lep is in a mighty world of trouble. All good though, he did manage to bash out of that bubble. Nade again from CJ. Good engage, now Fitz dead. Nano boost onto Kellen, however, as they try and at least come up even. They managed to do it, but it's actually a cross-map kill. Lep bashing Nos senseless and takes them out. So it's a DPS for a DPS, an Ashe, sorry, for a Tracer.
Yeah, and Kellen is just a thorn in the side of the Valiant right now. They're going to go aggressive themselves as we saw Croy dodges the sleep from Creative and takes him down with the nano boost.
Nice attempt to disengage. You saw Fitz kind of coach gun Crowley away, but the lightning a little bit too much to handle. And now the high ground is there. So now the Seeker's in a position, right, where he wants to just sit on high ground, shoot, and then his Brig and stop these dives coming in with a whip shot.
And I think Florida Mayhem are the team that has accentuated this advantage better than any other team so far. When you have this high ground, you get to dictate the flow of the game. You can go aggressive whenever you want. See if the Valiant can emulate that type of play.
Decent amount of payload push already for New York, mind you. Nos is currently guarding it. Pulse bomb on the floor. Yeah, pancakes that one. Doesn't get anybody. And a three-man elevator onto high ground.
Stuck.
Big stick onto Laya. Pop that rally, instantly taken out. No overhealth, no stunts from the shield. And no more LA Valiant. I mean, that is Crowley also taking a rather long nap on Winston.
Potentially the worst feeling ever when you pop that rally and then instantly get stuck by a Tracer player. Great heads-up play by Psycho, a player who's starting to impress a lot of people on this Tracer, making his mark in this map so far, and this is going to be difficult for the Valiant to re-engage. They might think better of it.
Well, they do have a Bob. Fitz does not have his, unfortunately. Slept, anti-naded. He does end up getting woken up, so Bob is kind of airing them out right now, or at least trying to. He's currently just shooting a bubble. Psycho willing to take a fisticuffs brawl there with Crowy, just right up in his face. But with Crowy dead, who touches? I mean, good luck touching against this. Nano Brick. And that'll be it. That's second point already unlocked. 4 minutes and 15 seconds. This is, it's not the speediest of speed runs, but this is a quick pace.
And this is how we expected the series to go. If New York Excelsior can put Kellen on that Winston, Creative on that Ana, this is really their wheelhouse and what I think one of their best metas will be throughout the season. So really showing that they are better than Valiant, as Valiant just feel a little bit flat-footed, haven't been able to find their opportunities to engage. As you can see them taking this high ground, wanting to get onto the backline. It's going to be difficult though with very little ultimates. The nano boost has to go.
Oh, I hate that so much. Just throwing that Ana nade into the shield. Feels so bad. All good though. Would have been a good engage if that nade did end up hitting and Krabi goes a little bit more crazy in the front line. Counter dive for Krabi in fact. Kellen's anti. Oh, getting chased. He's 1 HP. Hit the right click. Oh,
there it is.
Main tank came. There we go.
We're going to keep yelling it every time a Winston player hits that shot. Yeah, main tank aim.
They still got it. Oh, good. I mean, it's such a pivotal part of the kit, too. It was crazy when that first got added. We saw it in Overwatch 2. It was like, wow, right click now on Winston. It doesn't do that much damage, but in reality, you charge that up, you're consistently hitting those. It's a lot of chunk.
Especially when you combo it with the dive. You jump, you hit the right click, and you land on them, but Liar's going aggressive with the rally.
Psycho has the pulse bomb, though. Oh, straight on the shield. Nos finds one in return, killing Creative. Excelsior down a support, but they don't look too phased by it right now, especially with Bob on the point. All good.
Yeah, not willing to go aggressive for the Valiant, but now that Bob's gone, they're trying to clean up the backline. They've been struggling to get and sort of punish Lep and Creative for playing aggressive. It feels like they're just holding on because Lep and Creative and Fitz are just playing so far away.
Yeah, you can't make that dive, really. You're expecting
you can't.
Good boop onto Krawi again. Look, and then he slept. A boop asleep who woke him. Report, please. All good, though. Primal Rage in the back. And now he knows no supports have any cooldowns left. And he's just juggling Fitz into his own backline, but Fitz manages to coach gun away. All the meanwhile, Kellen's Primal Rage got way more value and killing CJ. Rally going off for Lep. He's now in the front line. They've got a nano boost for this final push, Scott. And with Seeker's Bob, the only thing available for the Valiant... Oh, wait, I take it back. He died. So they've got nothing for this final defense.
And they got to stop the staggering because the card is getting so close. They're going to have to take a fight at a disadvantage. Just try and hold on.
They need to wait for Seeker to get back. Just stall out for as long as you possibly can. Creative's got nano, so he can just leap into the back line. A pulse bomb onto Liar is good. Nice sleep, but he's still pumping out damage. Seeker managed to get back. He called in reinforcements in Bob, but that's just about it, really. I mean, you can't do much more than that. Bob eventually dies. New York Excelsior with 1.5 minutes on the board for their next attack, if they get one.
Yeah, as much as they slowed down the New York Excelsior a little bit towards the end, the Valiant were only able to find 7 final blows throughout that entire half. They're just struggling, even if they are finding picks, to just clean everything up. And that sort of has a cascading effect because you're not getting as many ultimates, you're not finding those team fight wins and getting those big advantages. So the New York Excelsior firmly in control on this Hollywood so far. CJ you could have touched. Lep, calling out CJ, potentially, pumping those stats. Didn't want to add another death to the numbers.
Kellen is being the moderator of this chat. Please stop.
Please no bully.
Please. Just play the game. I want to eat lunch. Please just play.
I feel like that's rich coming from Kellen because Kellen's the one getting bullied the most. So I feel like he's not allowed to be the one coming in.
No pause, though.
Maybe Kellen's going to ask the refs to turn off chat.
Could you please just mute chat? Please. These guys, they're kind of annoying. All good, though. We're just jumping into a brief pause. It looks like New York Excelsior. Want to go for a quick pause? I want to mention, by the way, oh, okay. Okay. So we just got word from production that Fitz accidentally spilled some water on his keyboard, which probably means it doesn't work. Although I say that
sometimes.
I had an old keyboard, don't anymore, for obvious reasons, but I managed to spill 2 coffees on it, and it still worked.
That's impressive, honestly.
The keys were sticky at one point, because it was like a milky coffee too, so gross. Gross stuff.
I would make fun of you, but when I stream, I actually have a sippy cup because I've knocked too many things onto my keyboard.
Little bro has a sippy cup while he's streaming. Honestly, mad respect.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you need to accept that you're stupid and you will do it again.
That's why I got a 60%. Like no F keys and no pad, so like smaller space for me to miss my drink. All good. Oh, there was the initial pulse that kind of started this whole thing off. Nice stuff.
Good thing Laya didn't swing into CJ though. We've seen that a lot. Well, I think it was Lep yesterday who bashed into his Ana when he got stuck. So you know, at least
rest in peace.
At least Laya really accepting his fate and not taking others down with him, as we're gonna see a different look from the Valiant on offense.
Yeah, Nos going on the Reaper, so really just want to land a hack from Seeker, Nos, Crowy, jump in, and boom, 1 kill.
We're actually going to see them route all the way around to the right side. They're going to take this sort of cafe away from them where a lot of the defensive side usually likes to sit. You can see Creative and Lep rotating to the opposite high ground. The Valiant are going to have, big nade.
Big Suzu though, instantly cleansed away. Suzu moment. Now you can time that as the Ana, your nade will come off cooldown like a second or two before the Suzu does, so you can time it, but it's quite unlikely that you're going to be able to land a nade like directly after the cooldown comes up. Nice hack onto Fitz. Look at the peel though, the amount of healing coming out on him is ridiculous right now, and no one is looking at Psycho right now. Just lands a little easy 3k, make that a 4k.
Valiant just feel like they're under constant harassment. They're waiting for that opportunity to dive, but they get hit with a biotic grenade, then they get hit by an Ash Dynamite, and it feels like there's just so many things slowing them down, and Fitz is at 90% to a Bob. That's how much damage he's pumping out right now on the Ash.
Yeah, that is crazy. Because this comp wants to play together, the Valiants, right? I mean, you want to be in that ball, just jumping one person. The easy Dynamite, easy nades, like you were saying. All right, Psycho, got a 4k last fight. What you got for assist time? You got a pulse bomb. Dodging Liar just got clotheslined by that bomb. My God. All right, both supports dead for the Valiant, so that will be a reset.
Yeah, Lia's actually going to switch over to the Brig, just unable to do anything right now on the Lucio, as CJ's going to switch over to the Ana as well. They were trying to play that death ball dive, as you were saying, Jack, but just felt like every time they tried to dive, they were just taking too much damage from all the AoE effects. But Valiant, the silver lining is they have the EMP coming up, but you can already see the New York Excelsior and Creative specifically spreading out, not giving them a big opportunity for an EMP.
Oh, he wants it. Yeah, has to drop. You got a Brig next to CJ, so he's not going to go down to the triple hit from the Ana. Nice hack, goes straight up with a lift. He's actually just trolling them. That's so frustrating to play against. All right, here comes the dive. Psycho, pulse bomb in hand. Laser on the floor next to the bubble, so if anybody exits, they'll die. But no damage, though. There will be an EMP for Seeker available, too, so another quick reset here. Crowy jumping into a better position. Seeker now with the EMP. He's got left in his sights, and instant EMP hits Fitz and left. Creative nowhere to be found. Actually nanos Fitz to keep him alive in this fight, so Fitz is going to do some major damage in the front line if he can get an angle on either Seeker or Crowy. He might not need to be fair, and in fact, Crowy pulls the Primal Rage to try and stop Fitz doing any more damage.
Yeah, but the New York Excelsior, they're happy. That's a great look for them. Croy pops the Primal Rage to try and get more. They're just going to disengage and then re-engage because Lep has the rally. That's going to give them so much health on this re-engage.
Oh, spot on to Lep, and he ends up going down. No rally available for New York right now, as this might just be the point going over unless they can come up with something large. Once again, Fitz just finding mad value on this Ash. He has landed a headshot, which means a free bomb, an easy bomb. Even Lai using the rally. He's trying to get to his team. Okay, he's finally made it. When I say team, I just mean Karawi. Nice little nade from Creative, and with 20 seconds to go, Valiant just used every ult.
Laya says rally to me, really not because he wants everyone to be around him, he just needs help. And no one was able to help him. They used everything to try and close that out. And the unfortunate thing is, yeah, you killed Lep before he could use the rally, but now he still has that rally. It's going to be so difficult. And Bob, and Pulse Bomb.
Rally Bob, Pulse Bomb. Well, that was nice try, Seeker. He did get the touch, though. All good. See, how does Psycho use this Pulse Bomb? Might not even need it. And there's the summon. Bob comes out. It's 6v5. Bob does end up getting stuck, but now it is Laya that's going to suffer the full wrath of the New York Excelsior as CJ is chased into security. There's 2 ticks on the board for the Valiant, but it's only CJ and Seeker left. And there it is. Map number 2, a full hold for Excelsior.
Some C9s in chat from New York Excelsior giving back a taste of their own medicine. You can see the Valiant guys on the screen having some fun with it, but that might be the story of this series, Jack. New York Excelsior having the lead in these Winston compositions, looking dramatically better than the Valiant. So if you're the Valiant, do you have to reevaluate the way that you're approaching this series? Because right now, feels like the New York Excelsior just ran rings around them.
Yeah, it really did. I wonder if they do end up going over to the D.Va, like you were mentioning. Might make Jake mad, but that's kind of funny. So maybe you play D.Va into the Winston, especially when you can take high ground so quickly. Your thrusters are off cooldown a little bit quicker than a Winston link. See what ends up happening. Of course, we're going to another map just after this.
It also might give Seeker more space, because you could see how much space that Fitz had throughout this entire map. He's just shooting for free, and if you leave Fitz open, he's going to take names. And maybe if you play the D.Va yourself, that will enable Seeker to feel more comfortable and give them that win condition.
Where you can eat dynamite, you can eat nades, like a lot of utility on D.Va. You have a lot of front-loaded damage too if you just kind of use thrusters into somebody, use micro missiles, and then also just cleanse, like bathe them in the Matrix to stop them getting healing, etc.
Bathe them in the Matrix.
Bathe them in the Matrix.
I like it.
Should be a line from The Matrix. Maybe I'm about to weave one in there one day. All good. Rialto is going to be our next map. We'll see what happens on the other side of this, because Excelsior, it didn't really look that close. That was kind of a stomp on Hollywood. We'll see if Valiant can make any change-ups to make this a 5-mapper. We'll be right back after this. There's 2 wars going on right now. One on the battlefield and then one in match chat. Honestly, the match chat one has been pretty funny too. A lot of spam. And then Kellen trying to be the moderator. Please stop. Let me play. And then LA Valiant just kind of clowning on him a little bit. It's kind of funny.
Hey, LA Valiant, they need psychological warfare. It's the thing they got going best for them right now.
I love match chat, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's honestly one of the funniest things. I remember a long time ago, didn't they mute match chat or like hide it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, fun fact.
It's because of Jake.
It's because of Jake. Jake was the sole reason that match chat was removed because, surprise, Jake was incredibly toxic because he fought with psychological warfare. He knows how to get in people's heads.
It works. It does.
You saw him do it just against Johnny in the pre-show as well with those
psychological warfare.
Yeah.
God damn. I love match chat, man. It's so good. See how many C9s they can type in chat and repeat in repetition. It's great. It's good stuff all around. Rialto, we are 1-1 in the series. Can change it up, but I think Valiant at this point have realized, yeah, we can't really match this Winston comp. Maybe play something a little bit their own style. Would you look at that? Maybe a little Crowy on the D.Va. We'll see. Obviously, they're still in spawn, so we're chilling right now. But I am happy to see one of these picks, and that is Fitz on the Widow.
Ooh, yeah, Fitz Widowmaker. It feels like a while since we've really seen this one. It was such a staple for the Seoul Dynasty for such a long time. As much as Matt Chat's saying that they want to bring out the ball or the ball-wee, I don't expect to see it because this is a strong D.Va map. To the point that you're even going to see Kellen go and play this because there's not long dives that need to be made, but it is controlling the high grounds. D.Va just gets more value on Rialto.
Yeah, double D.Va. Looks like it. I'm so happy we've seen a little bit of Widowmaker, I'm going to be honest.
That's because you're a Widow one-trick on DPS.
2-trick, actually. I play Torb.
Oh, sorry, forgot about the Torb.
Widow Torb.
Should have known.
It's pretty legendary, I will say. See if Fizz can line up any of these shots. Pretty hard targets to take down, though, if you are the Widow. Hanzo hitbox, head hitbox, notoriously hard to shoot as Widow, and like Genji flipping around, and then Crowy just kind of eating all of those shots. But we'll see what Fitz can line up.
They're going to need to be careful because Los Angeles Valiant don't have a lot of ways to deal with this Widowmaker. They're not holding one of their own. They have a Hanzo, which is a threat, but you'd much prefer the Widow matchup with these long sightlines. And Nos is on the Genji, which can be good against the Genji, but it's so hard to close this distance from where Nos is right now to how far back Fitz is playing.
Slow methodical for the Valiant right now. They just want to take high ground away from Kellen, who can quickly retake it. It's not too much of an issue. It's also hard to kind of capitalize on these nades too, Scott. You've only got one extra dive with you within that Tracer. He's trying to be oh my word. Seeker just saw his brother fall down in front of him there. That was painful.
Oh, wow.
Almost got him too on the exit.
Getting away with that one. And I think the Valiant are going to need to play faster. They cannot just allow Fitz to keep taking shots like that because he is going to hit one eventually.
Yeah, I mean, look at his HP bar right now. Like, he's very willing to peak at like 100 HP-ish because only one person can get him, and that was the Hanzo. And it looks like they are going with something a little bit more quickly now. So Sombra going in, hacking the D.Va, hacking literally anybody, and then a dive target. They want to go fast, and they're going to be able to do it now.
The Sombra is why we haven't seen as much Widowmaker lately because she can literally invisibly show up behind you, hack you, and then shoot you. And as a Widowmaker, you don't have a lot of responses. So this should make it easier for the Valiant and give them more go buttons, potentially, and should just push Fitz off of this angle.
Yeah, look, they're rotating all the way around to the Mega Health Pack. Nice anti-nade from Creative. Hit
Corey
3. Actually,
loses
Corey
mech.
loses mech too. That is disastrous for their dive. And now Fitz on a free angle. Another nice nade from Creative. Hits the backline. And then Saigo's like, okay, well, I might as well pad my stats too. Pick up a couple of kills.
This is really the major difference you see from the bottom end teams, kind of like the Valiant on this dive, to the top end teams. We watched Atlanta Reign yesterday. They're just executing so flawlessly. The DPS players are getting into position. The tanks are then synchronizing dives. And it's not just that their dives are synchronized, they're doing them quickly. That enables them to do it without being countered, getting hit by so many nades, getting hit by shots like the Widowmaker.
He's been revealed, and he's getting packed. Yeah, all good. That was almost comedic level timing there for Fitz. Oh! Managed to tag Nos in the leg. Oh, I mean, you're still visible.
I don't think he realized he still was.
Sights up, yeah, exactly. Wow, CJ just getting pushed. I mean, this is right now it's a flattening of epic proportions.
I don't want to put this into the ether again. I don't want to do it. We saw it yesterday on Kings Row where there was a no-kill half. And unfortunately, the Valiant just are in the same position. They haven't been able to get anything going. They do have the ultimates now. Seeker has the EMP. They have Lyre and CJ to be able to make them a little bit more durable. So if there was ever going to be a moment that Valiant were going to turn these fights, it would be this one right here.
EMP on the front line, maybe get the Diva, or even just kill Psycho like that without even needing an ult. And now it is do not get headshot challenge. Please.
Almost impossible.
Almost impossible. There's a Venom Mine as well in front of Seeker. He can't run over that. Spot Psycho. Gets the ping. Hello. A solo
Smart,
EMP.
honestly.
Pretty nice. Removes one ultimate away from Excelsior. And now the Valiant can get this payload going. They're not going to C9. All good. And a manual hack onto Kellen. Okay, this is what we were after. Just the solo EMP is all good. Everybody behind the payload crouching, so Fitz doesn't kill him.
And they only had to use the EMP here, so for this consequential fight, for the next one, they will have the ultimate still remaining. They have that sustainability. Lyre's popping the rally.
Yeah, so is Lep. Okay, so Psycho and Lep now receiving that overhealth, so it's going to be pretty hard to take down anybody on this point right now. Both teams just kind of soaking damage. But if Fitz picks one person here, all good. So self-destruct's going up in the sky. Who finds kills? It's going to be Kellen with one onto Nos, and no one touches from Valiant either. Oh, boy. Salt into the wounds there. The Valiant... They lost one, they lost the Tracer, but it was still winnable. You still had a chance.
Yeah.
But valid C9s in the chat there.
Yeah. Lep.
Okay, Lep calling people out.
Individually, he's calling people out, saying, you know, there was things to be done. Croy making his excuses in chat. I was diva bombing. Everyone's throwing the blame onwards. So you're blaming your team.
Wait a second. I'm telling you, there's two wars happening right now.
Absolutely.
On two fronts. The match chat and then in-game.
Hey, you know, it happens. Everyone C9s every now and then. I don't know how Nos did fall to that diva bomb, but a comedy of errors from the Valiant and just unable to find any traction on that offense. Just the EMP was good, but other than that, it didn't really feel like the New York Excelsior were under any threat. And Fitz on the Widowmaker played the freest game he's ever played.
Oh yeah, super free. Okay, let's have a look look at Nos. And goodbye. Oh, that's so rough. If you were on the front of the payload, maybe, and then, yeah. They're kind of expecting Nos, because Nos went for the retouch.
Yeah.
So he's like, okay, I've got OT again. Even if I die, like, oh man, like it sucks, I got OT. You need your team to then obviously hop back on, but they were just like inches too far away. Seeker, I got 3 kills. I'm chilling. I've got my 3.
I got my 3.
I got my 3, team. The 3 kills on the team that they got.
Well, no, he didn't even get a final play. He got 3 eliminations. So Seeker's just spreading misinformation on the internet now. Is that allowed?
He's fighting the war on misinformation, on the side of misinformation.
Fitz is going to come out in the Widow, take a shot, but actually going to switch over to the Hanzo. And interestingly, Kellen comes out on the Sigma. So they're going to play a more slower, decisive style where they're just going to look for picks with the Hanzo, with the Tracer, and just slowly move up. For the Valiant, that's not too bad with the Diva setup, but Seeker is going to be the player who's going to need to find these picks once again for the Valiant.
Nice rock, Kellen. A little bit of AoE damage there. Like
CJ.
Oh man, yeah, that's not a good pick if you are Valiant. Losing your main source of healing to an arrow. Not great. Krawi also demeched. Oh dear. This might be over. They are going to be able to get another retouch here, but you're against a Sig and you're getting a fair amount of staggers. Like Nos goes down last here. That's a lot of free payload progress. Seeker actually switching over to Widow.
I like
You
this.
need this clutch factor right now, and it's a decent spot for the Widow to be.
The only issue is, on the other hand, when we were talking about how free Fitz was, he didn't have to go against the shield of Sigma, and you can see Kellen is just going to anchor at the front here, dropping the shield. And that should make it a lot easier for the Excelsior to stay alive, but this has to be done for the Valiant. Lyre does have the rally and pop it, but Croy's already dead.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the window on the corner. Psycho's already killed 2. Seeker needs an MVP level performance right now to try and carry this. Even a Dragon's on the bridge, repositioning CJ, and that'll be it. New York Excelsior with a 2-1 lead in the series. Rialto, again, not quite looking as close as that first map we had. It was 2-1. Thinking Valiant maybe punching back here just a little bit. They ended up changing their comp. They went to Diva. But still not quite finding the success that they want.
I will say, though, I've really liked the flexibility we've seen from this New York Excelsior squad. They've played some close matches against some better teams, and as much as they haven't been getting their wins, they're really starting to make a name for themselves of how high is the ceiling of this team. You know, especially when you have Fitz doing stuff like this and he's just finding important picks. He can play that Sombra, he can play the Widow, he can play the Hanzo. This New York Excelsior squad is just sneaky good as we start to move further through this season.
I mean, kind of the definition of a dark horse team, really. I mean, we'll see how well they do against other teams later on in the season, of course. It has to be a consistent thing to be a dark horse. You can't have a couple of good games and then kind of fail a little bit later on. Here's Skeleton self-destruct. Boom. And that'll be the little C9 there. We are going to Colosseo as our next map push. Game mode, we'll see how they want to tackle this one. Tough game mode push, especially this map, can be very much dominated after the first and second fight if you manage to take that high ground near the checkpoint. We'll have to wait and see how they end up going down, though. Valiant still have a chance to make this a map number 5, but Excelsior want to round this one out quick and clean. We'll see you after this.
down in the car. One time, give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you try. Get down in the car. One time, give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you try. Hustle, yeah, we hustle. What the, oh my.
There we go, Colosseo our next and maybe final map for New York if they round this one out 3-1. Valiant didn't have too much success over the last 2 maps, not a point capped, in fact. Felix goes on control, but yeah, New York have just been a bit of a shutout team right now. They are just kind of rolling over Valiant. We're hoping, of course, Valiant can come back in this one. They found their first map win of the season, right? I mean, that's something to be happy about if you're a Valiant fan.
Also, if you look at the map set just here, Excelsior is up, but if they do manage to take this one, they go to Nepal, which is a map that you could say potentially favors the Los Angeles Valiant. They could play that Ramatra Rush, and the New York Excelsior might have to mirror in that circumstance. So if the Valiant can close out a win here on Excelsior, it could be a big thing for them to close out the entire series. But Excelsior is such an interesting map, right? Hit scans seem to be very prominent. We actually haven't seen this map so much since the season's begun.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like I've seen this at all. I have to check.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of Esperanza, but not a lot of Excelsior.
Yeah, I feel like we've not casted Excelsior yet. But yeah. I don't know. Anyway, back to the game at hand. You can still play the Brawl, to be fair.
You can.
On this map, so I saw what kind of Valiant are posturing at right now. Don't think CJ's going to play Mercy, but this combo wouldn't be too bad.
One of the things that makes Excelsior unique compared to all the other push maps is how defensible the bridge is to control your own checkpoint. So if you can get that first checkpoint on Excelsior, you're at a massive advantage. So for me, if the Valiant can get off to an early lead and if they can get this first checkpoint, it could be enormous for them. We actually are going to see similar things to what we saw in the first map. Both teams are playing the Ramatra Brawl, which we have said potentially favors the Valiant as Nos is back. Unfortunately, so we're gonna. Wait, it looks like we're coming back. There.
Oh no, we're all good. I was gonna cast just using audio.
It would have been. That would have been epic.
Dude, well, if you pretend, you can tell. Like, there's a lot of abilities. There's most abilities now, which I think I could be able to name if I heard the sound.
Yeah, and fortunately it was Excelsior, which is a map that has a very long first drawn-out fight. As you can see, Seeker and Fitz just sort of shooting back and forth, trying to find purchase, because you don't want to be the first team to aggress. The wall does go down, and Croy's popped that Nemesis form, but no value found.
Yeah, nothing just yet. Is Seeker or Fitz finding a railgun headshot or just a regular, like a log from Hanzo? Imagine that would be the first kill. Oh, Crowy ends up going down. So creative, and there goes Seeker. Okay, so no logs from Fitz, but he was definitely a part of those kills, that's for sure, with the damage from Hanzo.
Up. The Nano Boost is so effective onto the Ramatra because when you pop that Nemesis form, you can do so much damage, but Nos going down is going to cause an even bigger snowball, and I talked about how important it was to be able to hold this bridge. The Valiant need to be careful and need to hold on because they have to dislodge the New York Excelsior sort of high ground that's being taken. It's Creative's dropping the amplification matrix.
This is nice. It gives them so much space, although with this Nano Boost, yeah, walks straight through the window. Oh yeah. There's no stopping that. No stopping that. That was nice play. I like that from Creative. You jump into high ground, you buy so much space, and that was almost a free checkpoint. Crowy, though, holding it down for the team.
Just great presence of mind, recognizing if they just let the New York Excelsior sit there, shooting through that matrix, anything could happen. All it takes is a stray arrow through that one to hit anybody, and it will take them down. So the Valiant are starting to get some percentage points up as they're getting close to those ultimates, but New York Excelsior is already there. Psycho with this Blizzard can get a wall and drop that Blizzard on top of the Ramatra, but does miss the wall.
Decent Dragon splits Seeker off from the rest of the team. And there goes Psycho, going a bit sicko mode on him now with a May. Nice stuff. I mean, the Dragons, as much of it, it's not like a meme ability, but sometimes rather cosmetic. In choke points like this, it goes kind of hard. Like, you are splitting off key members and a lot of damage from people like Seeker, people like Nos, from really doing anything. So, I mean, you just saw there. Excelsior taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, when teams want to stay together, if you can split them, that's good. But look, Psycho was thinking about going early, decides against it, and now they're on the low ground, which could be difficult. And this is important. Croy can just stand up there holding this bot, but they've actually walled him off, and now it's moving.
Seeing with the Dragons, Psycho has to be careful. And it's going down to the blade of Nos, though. Finds one. He's just swinging away at the Ramatra. Okay, there's going to be a change. Look at Nos going so fast in the player cam too. Damn, he's...
I can't even see him moving. That's how fast he's
He really
going.
did hit the nitrous oxide. Majax.
Oh, I didn't see that one not go down.
Majax.
It would make sense. I did hear it go off. I just assume it didn't find a lot of value because of how quickly Nos took out the opposition team. But that can be an important deal. We see both teams having the sound barrier, having the annihilation. It's going to come down to which well, I guess Valiant don't have a wall. If Psycho can get value with the wall and isolate Croy.
Well, Nemesis form and the Annihilation available for both tanks. There's one. There's going to be the next one. Nice sound barrier to keep Kellen up. Actually just takes down Seeker.
Smart
the quick as you like. I mean, there was no healing there for Seeker at all. And now Kellen just holds his hands up. And with Crowley trying to run to the backline, had to get back to the rest of the team because Kellen put a shield in between him, meaning he couldn't get healed. Nice turnaround there for the Excelsior. Only using 3 ults, but you get beat out from Liar. Pretty massive, and also Crowley not having an ult either.
Yeah, that's just a great play by Kellen, recognizing I don't need to pop the Annihilation at this point. So then when he pops it later, he has that advantage. As we see the New York Excelsior once again trying to push this bot under the bridge, but you can see Croy just contesting it from that high ground.
Oh,
CJ!
What a shot.
I don't like that off angle. You're just walking into the open and no one else can really support him. But you can see New York Excelsior don't really know where to go from here.
Okay. You can contest the bot by standing on the ledge. Okay, they're like, okay, we're going to Dragons it because it's kind of silly. Yeah, Crowley does end up falling over. That's a really nice play, actually. Recognizing that you can contest from the ledge, stopping the Romantra from getting away with murder there. And the checkpoint will get unlocked. 66 meters in the bank for Excelsior. They got a Blizzard coming up. No more Majaxes. Psycho. No more.
And important to note that Nos has switched over to the May. He did that last team fight, but we didn't bring it up. And that should make it easier for the Valiant to brawl head-on-head. We have complete mirror compositions at this point, which favors New York Excelsior because they're already at the advantage.
Here comes Psycho.
Oh,
there's the May. There's the Blizzard. Yeah, nothing Crowy can receive there. We'll keep him alive. I mean, CJ's in the back, but even if he uses control his crouch to get up over the wall, you're going to die really fast. And now they're on the home stretch, Scott.
Yeah, and Valiant still don't have any ultimates. Nos is coming up to his Blizzard, but Creative with this amplification matrix is so deadly. As soon as Corey tries to step up, he's going to drop that one, and that's just going to put out so much damage.
Shield already used from Crowy too. I mean, they just have to run into them, and run into them they do. As soon as that window comes up, well, Valiant know the game plan. They just speed boost forward with the Nemesis form, and they're all good. Well, there you go. Psycho dead. But 150 meters though, mate. Like, that is an unbelievable mountain to climb if you're the Valiant. You've got 3.5 minutes, sure, but still, that's many fights in a row.
And the difficulty with push is that now that the New York Excelsior have forward spawns, they're going to be able to take this fight in the arches before they lose that forward spawn again. So if they win that team fight, they're going to be able to have forward spawns again. So it's a snowball effect for the New York Excelsior. That's the advantage of getting that first checkpoint.
Seeker, what can you find with these headshots? I mean, New York as well, they don't really need to move too much either. Nice Dragons, just forcing them all in that corner. Lamb forced to come out as once again a perfectly placed wall from Psycho. Kellen in the back line currently did receive the beat, but he split off the rest of his team by the Blizzard. Not as them going down as the window is placed in front of the rest of the Valiant to try and get damage in, but another nice place walks from Psycho to stop that damage coming out. This guy's walls have been kind of spectacular, and yep, that is Crowley and Kellen just folding their arms, looking at each other, trying to settle the debate of who is the better Romantra right now.
Great Dragon.
Dragon Strike forcing the rest of Excelsior out of cover, but here comes a Blizzard, and it's Psychos, and that is one dead Romantra with Crowley dead. Forward spawn in the sights for Excelsior.
Yeah, the New York Excelsior just playing incredibly slowly and no one able to find any picks. And then New York Excelsior just utilizing their ultimates better. That Blizzard catching Croy just put him in such an awkward position. Seeker's going to switch off of the Hanzo to the Sojin, a character he gets a lot of value from, but he has to go on a miracle run if they're going to turn this map around.
Winner from Creative. Third time's a charm.
Don't get run at.
Crowley doesn't run it. There he goes. Look at it. Boom, boom, boom. No, he had to back off this time. All right, now he's dead. Now you can use the window to his full effect. Those arrows are going to be doing a little bit too much damage. Seeker in the back line, gets headshot, pinned to the wall in fact. Becomes an artifact of Colosseo. This is the final push with 130 meters, with 2 minutes to go. Valiant's final stand.
Yeah, New York
Crowd is
Excelsior
almost
getting very close to closing this one out.
Dragon Strike on top of the team. There is a lamp to save them, but the Romantia are dead. Excelsior, they don't really need to do too much now, as this will be a 3-1. No way you get back in time. Nice little round out for this series. New York Excelsior find their first map win of the 2023 season.
Yeah, great match there from the New York Excelsior. Just honestly, the better team in this one. You can see they're a lot more comfortable playing different things, especially on that Winston composition as well. And the Valiant just not able to stand up to it.
Yeah, they did find one map though at the very start of the series. Control looked pretty decent. It was on the Ram and Maycom.
Yeah.
But I mean, the next two maps, they weren't close really. Rialto and Hollywood. Valiant weren't able to even cap the first point. Tough spot they put themselves in. They're down 0-4 now, going into the later half of the season. Hopefully they can end up finding a win. That is on the card still. There's a lot of potential on the team, but it's when they actually manage to find it that's going to be the big question. But it's looking out for New York now.
Yeah, and honestly, this player right here, Psycho, for the New York Excelsior, he made his debut in the league earlier in his career, but had to go back to Contenders. And when he got signed to this New York Excelsior roster, not many people knew what to expect from him, but his Tracer has been mightily impressive so far, Jack.
Yeah, it's been really good. He's been picking up a lot of team kills, a lot of nice sticks. His May play in that very last map, that kind of saved them a lot of the time. They're walling off the heels. They're either walling off the heels, walling off windows. Like, it's quite extraordinary what he's able to do with just that single ability. And with Psycho being able to flex over to things like May and Tracer, it kind of reminds me of Backbone in a way. And it did a fair amount of match. This is just the stats for Tracer, but very low deaths, over 22 minutes too. You're looking at 8.8 final blows per 10, a lot of eliminations, big damage numbers. Psycho looking rather clean.
Yeah, and that's going to be important. This entire New York Excelsior squad really just sort of stepping up where they need to. The big thing for them moving forward is we expected them to win this match, and they still dropped a map to the Valiant. So it wasn't flawless, it wasn't clean, and if they want to start moving up the table and people's expectations of them, they need to start beating some of these middle-of-the-pack teams and being competitive with the top.
Yeah, one step at a time. That's all you really need. They got their first win of the 2023 season. There you go. It's all up from here, surely. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The Desk are going to break down the series just after this.
Oh, welcome back. That one took a turn.
I didn't expect that. That was great. I applaud you guys for making that. That was great.
We did not make Overwatch pay to win. It doesn't give you wall climb on Zarya.
It does not, but you do look good once you fall down the cliff.
Right.
So you remember, they gave Torbjorn wall climb in 2018, right?
Sure.
Why can't we give Zarya wall climb?
Guys,
Why-
Overwatch is
why
not a pay to
indeed?
win game, please.
Well, we'll figure that out. But you can look good even without a wall climb. For just 300 league tokens, you can grab your own Zarya climbing skin, coming, of course, with the voice line and many other lovely things. It's a great look.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic look. Love the gun.
I like seeing it in game. I feel like I got like a better idea of what the skin is. Like,
Yeah.
I just love the
Every angle.
details. The what do you call it? The powder on the hand.
yeah, she got chalk.
Yeah, the chalk, yeah.
The
She's
powder.
chalked up. She's even got, I think she's got the tape, you know, like the kinesthetic tape.
Oh,
with the
yeah,
foot,
yeah,
like
yeah.
the injury stuff.
Yeah.
Honestly, more Overwatch heroes should just have chalk. You just like
Chalk.
chalk up Reinhardt for his hammer, you know, like just, I'm in.
Yeah, chalk up, and then they rizz around on the server.
No, Zoe, no, come on.
Okay, that's not right. That's
I'm
right.
so sorry.
I'm still learning.
got no
We're
riz.
still learning. No riz on the desk.
Yeah, no riz.
Sorry.
Please move on.
Speak for yourself, guys.
Okay, well,
Zeke though.
I really want to chat about this match.
Okay. All right.
So,
Yeah.
let's discuss.
Yeah, New York
how New
Excelsior
York
versus
got it done.
Yeah, versus LA Valiant. New York had a lot of riz. I mean, starting off the match, I mean, Valiant came out strong. I think they had signs of life. Honestly, I was watching. I was like secretly sort of hoping that Valiant might take the win, but then it really wasn't the case, right? It was after that match, it was just all New York Excelsior. They were looking good, whether it was Mastro Cup or even the Winston Dive. They just had cleaner fights. They were just the better team compared to LA Valiant.
I mean, I think Control's a map type where it's really more about individual play, more about that DM who can win the 1v1s. And then when we get into the other map types, it's just a lot harder for teams relying on that to still get the win. It's more tactical. You got to know sort of what position you're going to start in, where you're falling back to. Things have to be more coordinated and rehearsed. And it is typical, I think, for some of these newer teams to struggle in that environment with these Overwatch League veterans on the New York side.
Yeah, I mean, when we got to the very like long maps, so like Hollywood, for example, or Rialto, like you have a hit scan like far away, like Fitz, that's just pumping out the damage. You need some level of coordination if you are the Valiant to synchronize with your Sombra, your Tracer, your Winston to dive in properly. And the Valiant just didn't have the answer. I mean, Jake, you commented.
Dude,
on
I gotta
it
call
back
out
well.
that comp.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Why are
He
they
was
on
mad.
map against Genji with Genji Hanzo? Like, I don't get it, actually.
Do you think that was just a comfort pick for them?
Maybe,
Because,
but like, this is the Overwatch League. Like, you can't just play one comfort hero. Your comp has to like actually fit together and make sense if you want any hope of winning at a high level, you know?
Yeah, I think it's clear that Valiant are not comfortable diving, playing Winston.
Yeah.
And Brawi, notoriously an off-tank player, he'd rather be on the likes of Ramatra, for example. So Fitz just had a field day, really, in my mind, playing the Hanzo and Ashe and stuff like that.
And this is the comp that New York looked the best on yesterday in their match against Defiant. They won 2 maps against Defiant, who was another decent rush team. So I feel like going to the rush mirror, yes, it might be comfort for Valiant, but so is it for New York.
Yeah, now you just mentioned Fitz as he was going absolute bonkers on his Hansa on the map, and we do have an interview with him. So Danny, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And of course, we have Fitz on the line with me for the post-match interview. Hello, Fitz. Fitz 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right, I have to ask you about, first of all, congratulations on getting the win, and also congratulations on getting your first win of the season. So I just want to ask you, how'd you guys get it done? How were you guys able to get your first win of the season? 자, 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 오늘 승리에 좀 더 뜻깊지 않나 싶습니다. 아무래도 처음 승리를 거두신 거기 때문에 오늘 승리 좀 어떻게 이루시게 되셨나요?
이때까지 저희가 아쉽게 진 판도 많았고 이때까지 준비가 아쉬웠던 거를 다 최대한 고친 다음에 해서 잘 이뤄낸 것 같습니다.
I think we were able to get this win against LA Valiant mainly because, up until now we had a couple of close fights, couple of close matches, and definitely there were some mistakes to be fixed. So we really focused on fixing those mistakes in our previous matches, and I think that really showed up in our victory against LA Valiant. I also want to follow up on that Fitz, on you as a personal player. Like, I feel like you were with the Seoul Dynasty for a very long time throughout the Overwatch League. Many of the seasons, and now you found a new home. You're with the New York Excelsior. So how does it feel to be on a new team? 자, 다음 질문은 좀 더 개인적인 질문인 것 같아요. 피치 선수가 이제 오버워치 리그에 합류를 하신 후부터 계속 쭉 서울 다이너스티 팀에 계시다가 이제 처음으로 이적을 하시게 되셨는데요. 어떻게 보면 새로운 팀원들과 좀 이제 새로운 환경에서 이제 경기를 치르시는 거에 대해서 좀 어떠신가요?
이때까지 서울에만 있다가 이제 다른 팀에도 이제 처음으로 이제 해외 팀에 와봤는데 이제 한국말만 쓰다가 이제 영어도 같이 쓰게 되고 정말 색다른 경험으로 나쁘지 않게 즐기고 있습니다.
I'm actually having a lot of fun, because like you said, I was on the Seoul Dynasty for a very long time, ever since I joined the Overwatch League. It's my first time being outside Korea in a foreign country. Now, when I was with Seoul, I was mainly always just using Korean, but now I'm using sort of English and Korean as well. So I'm actually having a lot of fun. I also want to quickly I want to quickly ask you more on that, because now you have to ask or talk in both English and Korean. Do you feel like it's a little bit more difficult for you? 자, 방금 얘기한 거에 조금 더 제가 더 보태자면은 방금 말씀하셨다시피 이제 한국말만 쓰는 게 아니라 지금 이제 영어, 한국어를 둘 다 쓰셔야 되기 때문에 그거에 대한 좀 이제 힘든 점이나 좀 그런 건 없으신가요?
아무래도 한국어로 말하면은 디테일한 면까지 다 말할 수 있지만 영어로는 아직까지는 힘들어가지고 디테일한 면을 말할 수 있는 능력까지만 키울 수 있다면은 영어도 그렇게 어렵지 않을 것 같습니다.
It's definitely a little bit more difficult because if I was just mainly speaking in Korean, I could talk a lot in more detail in game aspects. But because my English isn't at that level, sure, there is a little bit more difficult. It is more difficult, but once I get more practice, I think I would become better. All right, Fitz, thank you so much for your time and thank you so much for the interview and good luck in your next matches. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 피치 선수, 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, Danny, that's not intrusive whatsoever. Like, well, that made everyone uncomfortable. We absolutely love that. Yeah, thank you so much, Fitz. Always great to hear from an absolute OG. As he said, he's been with the league ever since the inaugural season, but always on the Seoul Dynasty. And if we're looking at the New York squad, I mean, they are as international as he got. We have an Austrian, not Australian. We have a Dane. We got 3 from America and 3 Koreans. Is that correct?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds about right. So that is a very much mixed roster, which of course can lead to comms issue for some teams. But so far, they've been looking nice and they've been looking good and finally get their first W on the board. So more of that. We can't wait to see that. And I do want to have everyone's attention now. That's right. Because I want to make you all aware of.
Oh, nice!
Look at this Zeke on that guy. Did I use that right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, the Zeke.
The Zeke.
The Zeke game is strong. Guys,
yep.
I'm not teaching you any more Zoomer words.
Okay, listen, I'm just trying to communicate with you on your level. I'm making an effort, so a little respect for your elder here. Thank you.
Jake, we're gonna hit shoulders today. So Jake and I promised to go to the gym today, and after looking at Doomfist Zeke.
If that's not motivational, then I don't know what is.
It is true. It is goals. It is goals. Although I don't expect to get to that level, but you know what?
Maybe not here. Yeah, maybe not in real life, but in game, you too.
My Doomfist goes hard. I'm pretty sick on the Doom, I will say.
There you heard it.
Pretty elite.
And for just 350 league tokens, you too can have one of those lovely team bundles. Now let's take a look at the schedule because we got an absolute banger coming our way, or so we hope. Washington Justice and the Boston Uprising.
Oh, you jinxed it.
You jinxed it? I jinxed it? Well, we've already jinxed it during the pre-show then, because we did talk about this match already a little bit. So let's run it back and take one more look at the rosters coming into this one. Of course, Alpha Yi has been an absolute standout. We also, of course, talked about Ben Best and Mirror sharing the tank duties and the different looks that the Washington Justice were able to bring us based on that. Now, if we're looking at the other side, of course, all-star roster, big names across the board, but can they match? Is it too many chefs in the kitchen? Are we having too many leaders, not enough followers? We'll find out very soon. Of course, we do want to highlight a few individuals here, and one of those things have to be the Tracer players for both of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be probably the standout matchup between both of these teams. On the one hand, you have Alpha Yi, who so far this season has been sort of crowned as like the star player of the Washington Justice that can like really turn the tide with huge Tracer plays, getting 3Ks, 4Ks. But the K, he's had some performances himself. Now, if you take a look at the stats, Alpha E is looking pretty crisp. You can see in the hero damage and the final blows for 10 minutes, Alpha E has the lead. But Decay, he prefers to stay back. He prefers to be a bit more on the safer side. You can see that he has slower deaths, 2.5 per 10 minutes. And that's sort of like the style we've seen from Decay so far. He likes playing it safely, harass the enemy tank, play for space, rather than Alpha E's playstyle of going towards the back line and finding picks with pulse bomb, stuff like that, right? So it's going to be a Tracer clash, but it's going to be a bit of a clash of two different Tracer styles. So it's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, guys, when I play Tracer, I like to mix and match both styles. So I do less damage like Decay, and I die more like Alpha E. That's kind of...
Love that.
That's my style.
Nice.
There's just so much to look forward to in this particular match. Now, I have to say, doing predictions for this one, this was hard, all right? Because if you're looking at the star caliber players of the Boston Uprising, you feel like a fool to bet against them because we know that they can pop off. DK can have those DK moments, right? But you can say the same about Birdring and literally every other player on that roster. But then on the other side, Washington, they've looked good. But is that just because they had weaker opponents thus far? Maybe, probably. So if we're looking at the predictions, I got baited, I feel, because I went with the Washington Justice.
What?
Recency bias. I don't know. Like, something was in the water this morning, and I initially wanted to go for Boston Uprising, but then I thought, like, you know what? Washington Justice. I think they're riding a higher. They're coming up with a really good mentor, and they've been showing us a lot of different looks, which I think is just so important in the current meta because everything is just so map dependent. So depending on a map pool, which I of course didn't check before my prediction, they could have the upper hand. In hindsight, should have done that.
I mean, I respect that. I mean, I had a tough time deciding who to pick as well, but I actually went with the other route. I went with Boston Uprising. Sure, like, you know, they seem to be struggling even with like 2 wins, but I've just not only star players, but also I think the meta favors Boston Uprising players a little bit more. So I went with Boston Uprising.
I had a bit of a tough time here, and maybe I'll regret it, but like Zoe, I chose to follow my heart and not my brain, and so I went with the Washington Justice. I will say
that's good news. Good news. As long as I'm not with Jake.
Yeah, well, we'll see because I think the Justice, they've been looking drilled. They've been looking very clean. I think the strongest players on this team probably are the DPS, but that's a good place to have your strength in this meta. Ben Best coming back into the league looks pretty respectable on the Winston, certainly able to hang in there. The support line, I kind of was questioning them, uncertain how well they do, but so far against relatively weaker opponents, they've been all right. You know, I could see this going either way, frankly. Like, I'm not shocked to see Boston take it. They might be the favorites on paper, but I choose to believe.
Well, I chose my smarts over my heart, Jake here. So I went with the Boston Uprising. I do think it's a case of Boston Uprising should be the better team until proven otherwise. Now, it deserves to be mentioned, of course, that Isayaki won't be in the starting lineup, of course, after his collapsed lung incident earlier in the week. We wish him well. We wish Isayaki the best and a speedy recovery. But Twilight is subbing in for him. One of the best Ana players of all time, if not the best Ana player of all time.
Yeah.
So it's not like Boston Uprising are, you know, They will be playing a different style with more Twilight Ana, perhaps, but I don't think they'll underperform because of that reason.
It speaks to the strength of this roster that your second Ana player is Twilight. I mean, that's like, all right. Like, I think a lot of teams would love having Twilight start full time. So, yeah, to be honest, I see you guys' points. It's totally reasonable, but it's my heart.
Hey, good luck, Jake. Good luck.
Hearts, not smarts. That's what we went with. Speaking of, I guess, both these things, we do have to introduce us, or you, rather, to those two guys.
Oh my goodness.
They're back today.
Oh my
Ready
goodness.
Red Tunes did it again. This is very accurate. This is actually exactly
The
how they
height
look
difference
like.
it's
The height difference is severe. And here's the original. Guys, it's so great to see you.
Well,
yeah, great to see you guys too.
Yeah, how do you feel about that, Matt?
Look, I mean, I bet you I'm the same height as the person that drew that. I want to see how tall they're at. Everybody out here pretends like they're, you know, like reinforced. You know, reinforced is like the size of the screen in the studio. He's like enormous. I'm normal. I'm normal height.
I love they gave you the basement lighting as well. That's
Yeah.
like, you're like very shadowed. You know what I mean? Not only do you not even come up to my armpit, but it looks like you know, it's like one light source. It's very, very distant.
I wore my best button down today. It's only got 2 buttons. It looked like I'm off a golf course. Maybe hit a casino on the way here.
Is that for me? Is that for my benefit?
Yeah.
I can't think of any other reason you would wear that.
Yeah, no, I wore it for you. I wanted to dress up for your appearance today.
Great. Yeah, thank you for giving me your Sunday best. And yeah, I think, look, big shout out to the artist. That is very flattering physique-wise. I've got to say, I'm probably not quite there yet. It's looking a little bit more like Danny, but yeah, big shout out to them. You guys look great, by the way, in the studio. I have to come and hang out with you sometime. You guys do an awesome job. But let's dive headfirst into this matchup. Matthew, it is, of course, a pleasure to be back. The Washington Justice and the Boston Uprising going head-to-head here. We've already highlighted one of my most anticipated head-to-heads. It's Alpha Yi and it's Decay. A story that goes all the way back to 2018. Kongdu Panthera, GC Busan Wave. But these teams played far more recently than that in the Pro-Am groups, Matt. A 2-0 for the Boston Uprising.
Yeah, but that was, it seems like ages ago at this point, right? Where... No, Decay
was
obviously...
in fact not ages ago.
which it was not ages ago. Decay obviously going up against the Justice. We were kind of talking before, like, oh, it's a Decay revenge game. You kind of look through the league. He has a lot of revenge games at this point, playing on a bunch of different teams. Where the Justice, I don't know. I kind of like the Justice prediction. I believe it was Jake and Zoe who ended up making that. I have a feeling that this team could be like sneaky competitive, like one of the, you look at like London Spitfire from last year as like an example, right, of a team that people maybe didn't expect to be super competitive at the highest level. It ended up being. I think this Justice team has that same type of vibe to me this year, where this is a match that they could definitely win if that's the case.
Well, once more, Pre has been given the keys to the kingdom over in the Boston Uprising and has put together what we had determined to be a bit of a super team. Boston now face their first real challenge, I want to say, of the season. Of course, their opponents New York and London prior, maybe not putting them to the same test as the Justice may be able to. It'll be a Winston versus Diva setup, and already Birdring strikes Empty God out of the picture. What a way to start it.
Yeah, and I know Empty God playing the Brig, right? You'd love to see him on Lucio, but this composition, you're not really going to need that at the moment, where you're going to have Echo on both sides and Flora actually going for a Tracer instead of an Echo of his own, instead of a Ashe of his own.
There's a pressure on Decay here. Those sticky bombs are going to claim him. Alpha Yi finding the perfect moment to strike there. No one capturing the point right now, as Smurf has been pretty darn hard to shift, and now a fair bit of pressure going Lee J. Gon's way, and Alpha Yi catches him on the way through. Focusing being deals with the Mercy, and it has to be Washington's time to shine now.
Yeah, you could be just way more aggressive if you're the Justice, right? With that Winston in play, the Tracer as well. Decay actually swaps over to the Tracer, give them a little bit more pressure onto the back line, not really... They're just all on Birdring to be able to do it. That'll be the Justice in control of the point first here, Mitch, which is huge. You're going to have a nano boost coming up here shortly for Teru as Alpha Yi takes a few shots, gets quite low. You could nano the Winston, you could even nano the Echo here. It looks like it's going to be BenBest getting the benefits of it.
He's going hunting here. Birdring able to keep him at arm's length for the time being, but BenBest wants to cut any points of ingress off for the Boston Uprising. Gets a sniff of Lee Jake on there, but decides maybe to circle back towards the point, but the work's being done for him here. Flora picks off Birdring. FD got again a casualty early on in this fight, but it didn't bother the Justice so much last time. Flora continuing to harry here, and Lee Jake cannot stand up. Smurf is at least able to respond here, but the Justice have Flora on the point, some healing from that high ground. I mean, Flora's in a weird spot, has to maintain line of sight to Teru here and may have to step away for a moment.
Yeah, he's just trying to contest, just keep this percentage as high as possible, keep it going, but gonna end up falling. I actually really like what BenBest did there, gets the nano and kind of dives in, and you saw a little bit from his screen for like a quick second. He's actually able to kind of force Lee Jae-gon and Twilight like all the way out, which didn't give them line of sight to the players on the point. Obviously, Lee Jae-gon can't really do much healing on the Brig from there, really just kind of protecting the Ana, and they were able to get some kills, but the Justice not able to get enough, and Boston was able to flip the point.
Alpha Yi getting a lot done with that Mercy pocket, crucially here, Matthew, as well. Birdring now, trying to pressure BenBest away, but he's dancing the shield pretty effectively. Bionic Grenade on Birdring, and Alpha Yi's able to burn him down as well. BenBest getting a ton of value yet again, and that Primal is definitely going to yield results. Lee Jae-gon goes careening off the edge down into the picturesque ocean. Nice sleep there from Twilight. Don't know how he found that. BenBest doesn't know either.
Oh, I mean, the Biotic Grenade, though, from Teru was massive up on the high ground, right? Birdring's got the benefits of that nano boost. You have two other players there trying to support him, and I believe all of them get hit with that Biotic Grenade, and BenBest is able to finish him off. And just like that, the Justice flip it back, Mitch, where Boston, they get up to 41%, but it didn't really seem like they had a great hold at all. It seemed like as soon as the Justice wanted to take it back, they did.
Alpha Yi maybe considering his duplication target here. Some pressure from the Smurf, but he can't afford to continue to harass down this Echo, and in it goes. Alpha Yi's going to copy. What the heck? Throws in the dynamite there very quickly. It's a brief Ash copy. Obviously, no chance to build up that Bob. Rally for Lee Jae going over on the point now, and Bob is in residence. This will force the Justice to play off it for the time being.
Another big bio.
Hold the point. Smurfs found Florido. That's a Tracer out of the mix here, and it's 2 now for the All-Star main tank. Ben Best falls. Decay now going to head to clean up. But the Uprising take their sweet time in flipping, and they're well behind.
Well, it got really dangerous there towards the end as well. I don't know if you caught it, but Birdring and Smurf, both really weak, and both got hit with a biotic grenade, but nobody there from the Justice was able to help finish them off. As you know, just like this, it seemed like the Justice kind of coming right back in. It's a sleep dart here up on the high ground. Flora kind of battling both DPS here.
Doing pretty well. Translocator getting burnt. He knows where Birdring went. So does Alpha Yi. He actually catches him there with the sticky bombs. Great little turnaround with Smurf out of the picture. It's time for the Justice to strike. A lot of pressure now on towards this Diva, and that's Flora getting through. Both supports down. First Twilight to the Pulse, and a nice little cleanup on Lee Jae gone. The stage is set now for the Justice to quickly move back into residence.
Yeah, it'll be Boston taking the lead here, right, in terms of percentage, but they're going to get wiped off the point, and it'll be the Justice getting it back. You're probably going to have a one-fight scenario here, really to determine this whole first point, as when Boston comes back in, it's going to be Smurf going over the Doomfist. You're going to have a Nano and probably going to get a duplicate here for Alpha Yi.
Terra wants to try and connect us with Ben Best, most likely. In a pretty safe position, to be fair. Birdring can't really commit too heavily to this spot, and it's going to be Decay taken down already. Smurf doesn't last very long either. This Echo has been such a problem for the Uprising. Alpha Yi coming with the key kills at the start of these fights, make it 3, and he's looked like he's barely broken a sweat here on this first round. Boston tried to mirror this. In fact, Matt, they tried to play Echo with a Mercy pocket against Alpha Yi and still lost out. They still switched off, and they get rolled by this comp.
And you would say that Boston's strength is the team here, coming into this match, and probably going into a lot of matches, right? It's just the individual skill of like all their players across the board, but doesn't actually even kind of pay off in this. It's actually, you know, Alfie and Flora are playing phenomenal. Here's going to be that you know, Pulse Bomb, and then just finishing off Lee Jae there at the end. But Washington, actually, the DPS, you know, matching kind of the DPS of the Boston Uprising, and in terms of coordination and timing, they just look on a different level in the Uprising right now.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch, I think, between Flora and Alpha Yi has been really impressive, right? I want to think back to Birdring translocating straight away from Flora into Alpha Yi's line of sight. Very impressive little turnaround there for the Justice, rather. And it's starting with a distinct advantage. Now we have Junker Queen mirror here. It's going to be a Soldier 76 of Flora versus Birdring on the Ashe.
And something to watch here is both Lucio players, right? FD God and Lee Jae Gon, two of the more aggressive Lucio players, I would say, that we have in the league, probably just that are even playing Overwatch in general right now, where you see Lee Jae Gon there falls early, and that's kind of what you take when you have such an aggressive Lucio player like a Lee Jae God or an FD God. Is, you know, sometimes they're going to end up being that, you know, first pick, but a lot of the times they're going to end up setting up these fights in great shape for your team. But right there, with Lee Jae Gon going down first, you have the Justice taking the point.
FD getting a ton of value in that first fight already, well and truly halfway towards that first sound barrier. Let's see how this played out here. Terra really leading the charge. Love that whip shot back there on the Genji.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
Wrong.
Look, it happens. He's back. They got the point. It's all good. Now FD God
gets already dead. FD God gets in his face again.
Well, I mean, it's this like, when you have a Lucio player that's this aggressive, like I was just talking about, like, it's so feast or famine, it feels like at times. Like, they're either the first one dead and it's painfully obvious that, like, it's an issue, or they're doing things like that, being able to just go to the high ground, challenge an Ashe, and get a first pick. It seems like there's no middle ground when you kind of have somebody, you know, as aggressive as FD God or even Lee Jae God.
FD God definitely keeping track of the Uprising here. They thought about going that left-hand side. Now they want to play out by the coast. This could be dangerous. FD God with a bird's eye view of the situation, enough to see Ben Best tear Twilight a new one. And that sound barrier won't even be required here. It's Terror, of course, with the rally hells propel them forward. He again serves himself up as a tasty appetizer, but still the Justice lead comfortably.
And what do you do if you're the Boston Uprising? I mean, you really have, like, and not only have you obviously not gotten the point or even contested it, but you really haven't gotten close. Like, they're kind of like forming and trying to get these pushes and, you know, maybe getting on the same page and deciding what to do, but they're not even really in a great position to do so. They send the Bob to the point here, and this will just kind of flip the point for them as the Justice seem okay with that, and they'll back up.
at least for the Uprising, they don't have to commit a sound barrier in order to take the point. In a, a battle of those match Lucio ultimates, it would be disastrous if they had to use that even to just play the game. So that's a bonus for them here. Alpha is close to a blade, and it looks like, yes, the Justice want to come forward, but Birdering finds a key headshot. It's going to be 4 out of the mix here, and Decay pulls that blade. The rest of the Justice now believing discretion, probably the better part of Valor, are going to keep those key ultimates stowed away till a more opportune occasion.
So I don't love that for the Justice. You end up using your sound barrier there, where you're going to have the Rampage Jungle Queen, the Jungle Queen ultimate coming on in here in just a little bit here for Smurf, and you don't have a sound barrier on the other side of it. The bleed plus the anti is going to be, really impossible to heal through. So how do you handle this here if you're the Justice? I really don't know.
Early Rampage here for Smurf would be huge. There's not going to be a sound barrier to counteract the effects of that. A tactical visor here from Flora's got to get the biting grenade. Tries to throw down the healing, but it's no good. Twilight takes his head off with the kunai. Benbest able to respond though, and Alpha now goes for the blade later in the fight. This is going to be the cleanup right here. Look at it, Decay heading for the hills. He wants none of this smoke, but it's going to come to him anyway. Twilight getting picked off there is big, and the Justice somehow move back in a fight with their opponents have that sound barrier and the Rampage. They have neither.
Yeah, and the Uprising had like the sound barrier. They were in such a better position in terms of like ultimates going into that fight, and somehow they just kind of throw it. Now you have a rally coming in here for the Justice at the end. This is not looking good at all for Boston.
Terry with the rally here. Some of that over health being distributed. Alpha U just wants to pressure Smurf down as much as possible. He's starting to find himself more and more isolated from the rest of his team. Lijo gone again, the first casualty in this fight, happening all too often so far in this round, but Flora takes himself down, presumably via the splashback of a Helix rocket. Smurf gets the knife in, but Alpha U's there. Birdering is off the table, and now a lot of pressure coming Twilight's way. He'll need to try and get out of dodge quickly, and Decay comes to the rescue.
And he will have Benbest falling here on the point, so it will get flipped. 70% now and counting here for the Boston Uprising. Pulse Bomb here coming up. Potentially could be big. I wonder if you're the Justice, if you consider, you're probably going to end up in a scenario where this is maybe like last fight or getting very close to it. Do you try and engage with your sound barrier? Try and run somebody down. You know that there's not going to be a support ultimate, a sustain one on the other side.
It's a decent option. You probably want to save it to counter, though, this ultimate from Smurf. That anti-heal could be devastating, but might be forced to go for it now with Decay finding the Pulse Bomb. Now he's starting to fire up. Teru falling not long after, and the Boston Uprising have put themselves back in the lead, and they take this round away. Very, very interesting how that transpired. They were well and truly behind, but a couple of awkward fights here. Despite the best efforts of Alpha Yi, the Justice are not able to prevail here.
Yeah, even though Boston wins that one, it's still not entirely clean. It's still a scenario where you felt like the Justice were in a perfect position to be able to take that. It's just they don't end up coming out on top in the end. This is where I think, though, the Boston Uprising can take advantage of, Mitch. I think Smurf on Winston, when you're looking at Benbest, I think the Des put it perfectly. Like his Winston has been good, it has been serviceable, but we consider Smurf, in like all-time rankings, in terms of Winston play in Overwatch's history, where a point like this, a map like this with map 1 really on the line here, you expect his Winston to show up big.
Okay, Alpha Yi on the Tracer, so we finally get this Tracer versus Tracer between he and Decay. Something highlighted at the top of the match. Let's see what he can get done with it here. Like the Genji looks in the previous map, in keeping with that composition. It's time to start to stretch his legs a little bit more now. You see Smurf just keeping tabs on him there as well. The long-range zaps across the map here. Bionic Grenade dousing Benbest, and he's hacked as well. There's no way he was going to get away with this. The Justice start on the back foot, to be sure. Recall there from Alpha Yi. He needs to get out. He'll pressure from the periphery, but that's it for now.
And it looked like the Justice, with the way they were kind of like positioning, and Benbest just okay with being hacked there, that they wanted to play a little bit more defensive, right? Allow the Uprising to kind of come to them. But with that hack also came a massive Bionic Grenade from Twilight, and there's nothing they could do to keep the tank alive.
Twilight very good at circumventing Winston bubbles without a sleep saw. Bionic Grenades, as it turns out. Benbest again the first casualty here, so the Justice really lacked the ability to make a secondary engage.
He does get
Terry finding Lee J gone. There's definitely, there's something here for sure. Alpha is definitely a problem right now for Smurf. He needs to leave the point. So 30% elapsing, the Justice back in the hot seat.
Yeah, although you lose your Winston, right? the other team losing their Ana right at the start, the Lucio's not going to be able to provide enough healing, especially with the space of the point, right? To keep players alive. So you saw there Smurf just on the high ground get pestered, down with bullets from Alfie on Tracer, but was able to stay alive. They have to back out, and now the Justice take the point.
Okay, Decay going down here. Flora able to find that elimination. The pulse bomb from Decay not amounting to too much. Terry's going to be traded out here, and that EMP's effective. Smurf has to back away. Birdering gets picked off there by Benbest. He doggedly pursues his foe there, and Alpha getting a stick on Twilight. That is big. 35% and counting here. A little bit of pressure now again on Flora, who can translocate away, and Smurf is clinging to life, but it's enough to give him the point.
Yeah, the kill on the Benbest there towards the end is pretty massive, right? Because he could have actually jumped back in and kind of juggled that point there with Flora. So without that other player there with Flora to be able to contest, you see he's still here on Sombra. There's nothing you could really do if the Justice were. They may have been able to get some more percentage out of that.
EMP on who is the question? It's unclear, really, who Birdering managed to connect with there, and that ultimate did not pan out the way the Uprising would have liked. And here comes Benbest once more. See Smurf coming in with that Primal Rage, and Benbest would love to get to the soft underbelly of the Uprising, but so far, he's been prevented from doing so. DJ Gon's sound barrier, well employed. Smurf got to be hacked here, bubble thrown up, but he's going to be playing from behind it now. Boston Uprising remain in control. Smurf gets topped back up, and we're far from done here. Flora emerges from Benbest's bubble there, and Ben specifically looking for his next target. He'll play conservatively for the high ground for now, and Decay gets run down.
Yeah, Decay trying to make a play to try and help Alfie, take out Alfie, the backline, but wasn't able to make it back there safely. And you were mentioning they still have some time. With the way this point is contested, I mean, you're going to get the 86% here. I was going to say, that could have potentially been like last fight, right? You don't get that pick early. There's just so much dancing and back and forth that goes down here on Well that could have been it. But now with the Justice, they set themselves up, Mitch. You're going to get above 50%. Talk about how easy this point is to kind of stall out and rotate. And you have this EMP. Birdring's EMP didn't seem like it was that effective. We'll see if Flora can land a good one.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Just get through Twilight.
He and Benbest just mulching Twilight there at the start of the fight. And Boston identifying that signal as a no-go for the time.
Yeah. Is it clear who the Justice want to get rid of on the Uprising? It seems like Benbest just throws his body at Twilight whenever he sees him. Same with Alfie is. I'm gonna say they're setting up another play here. They kind of see Lee J gone up on the high ground. They know.
Not again.
Oh, Twilight's there as well. He gets hacked. Look at all the pressure they're putting on him.
Pressure down the All-Star. I can see why you want to go for that play, and now the Justice have pulled ahead in percentage. These hacks are being followed up expertly. Flora getting a ton of value here, and Alfie is never far behind him. Benbest now gets to do what he does best, and that's rule the jungle. Smurf's forced away once more at 97% and counting. The map hangs in the balance, and it's going to be Birdering to step up, try and make something happen. The overtime is all he can secure, and Smurfy is nanoed at the start of this. In fact, a few seconds before he touches, he's not in a position to make much use of it now, but at least he got to the point. Eyeing off Flora, a little bit of poke damage to start with here, and keep an eye on FD God's sound barrier. That may be a factor in this fight. EMP for Birdering. Does he let this one go? Flora's going to be forced away, and Birdering has the chance to decide how he uses this.
And the Justice have to have an idea that he has EMP. They saw it like ages ago. They know he's been there putting down some damage. They're just trying to contest. Maybe they're just trying to fade it out here. But the Justice, it's going to be Flora taking out Decay first. Sound barrier as well.
The sound barrier came in from FD God at just the right time. How do they find Decay at the start of the fight? Flora must have set it up with a hack. And there it is. Alpha chimes in for 2 more. Eventually brought down by Birdering, but that's got to hurt the Uprising. Benbest now just playing cautiously around that primal range. He's got eyes for other targets as Decay saunters back to the point, looking awful sheepish. Smurf is low, Hack but able to jump away, clinging on here. A big biotic grenade as they try and retreat. Teru really hits him where it hurts there. 99 and counting, of course, and it's going to be Decay stepping up again. But Benbest needs help though, in a big way. He jumps back to his own side. It's going to be Decay with a pulse bomb in his back pocket and looking for an ideal target. Sound barrier for the Uprising now. This is their chance to come forward. Decay still deliberating on this delivery target, and he fights the stick on another Tracer. Are you kidding me? What a huge turnaround. The Uprising have the point now, and they're far from done. They'll run Teru down, and they'll move into Resonance now in a crucial final fight.
Yeah, it looks like there's one player on the point there for the Justice. Is just trying to keep this in overtime. It looks like FD got up on the high ground as Decay finally figures it out, tracks him down. There's no way the Justice flipped this.
It's not over. FD God, though, is a long way away. He's very staggered on respawn from the rest of his team. Alpha is able to avoid getting hacked for the time being, but Benbest is going to be low. He needs to build up Primal. Clever to jump away when he did, but there needs to be a touch here. Benbest has Primal. He has the ability to buy some time, and here he goes. Lee J gone. Has to run away here from this Winston. Benbest taking a ton of damage right now, consistently being booped back. It's an EMP up for Birdring, though. Keep an eye on that. The nano boost on towards Benbest, though, as FD God falls almost as soon as he returns to the fight. It's going to be a swift step away from Twilight, avoiding Benbest for the time being, and a pulse bomb will be just what the doctor ordered, but Decay gets it done the old-fashioned way. That was a knockdown, drag-out affair. And the Boston Uprising outlast the Justice.
Yeah, I feel like outlast is the perfect word to use there. That is one where the Justice, it looked like their focus, like, and target prioritization was so much better than the Justice there throughout that, right? They were able to just pick off Twilight time and time again. But it's an individual skill from the Boston Uprising that comes through there at the end. So, man, Decay goes huge. You have a bunch of other players coming up with some clutch moments, as that is as close of a map 1 as you're going to get.
Yeah, this is the big step up that a lot of people are hoping to see from the Boston Uprising. The most quality of opposition they've faced so far is the Washington Justice, and we saw a real tug of war over this first map, displaying a lot of those individual moments here from players like Alpha Yi, Birdering, Decay, Smurf's been in there. Benbest has looked excellent as well. I love just him backing away, making sure he can build the Primal towards the end of that first map and come back in. It's unfortunate the Justice lose FD God so early. Thanks, guys, for helping me ease into casting. Really appreciate that. You're a nice and slow and steady way to build us in. We'll be back with more after the break of the Blizzard World here as the Uprising head into the break with a lead.
I'm fly and I'm flashy. It's the reason why the people always ask me, where you get that? Where you cop those? I've been fresh to death since a snot nose kid on the block with the illest sneakers. The girls all flock like they missile seekers. The party don't stop, got different features, exclusives, different colors, you can't get them either. I came here to stunt, that's what I go for. I don't buy a pair, I buy the whole store. A price tag's just a number to me, so I never miss a shot that I want and I see. Swish.
vibes at an absolute premium out there in Washington, D.C. at, of course, the Justice's watch party. Now,
I loved going to DC. Do you remember when we went to DC?
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Lit.
We were by the water.
It was great. Crowd was awesome as well. Fantastic.
Yeah,
city.
that was awesome.
Now, Matt, calling that last map scrappy would be underselling it. If
yeah.
Pitch battle fought with nothing but the most improvised of tools, 2x4s and the sharpest of wits. That was absolutely a mess. And we have a Boston Uprising win the map with more deaths than their opponents and less kills as a result there. So very, very close. A lot of deaths on the support lines, though. Yeah. Both teams very effectively focusing the enemy healers down. We'll see if that carries through now to Blizzard World for
It's like a fight where both fighters they're going off the crowd and just a slugfest, and after the round their coaches are just yelling at them about the game plan. They just threw it all out the window. Just an absolute just slugfest in map number 1. Just people throwing bodies at the point. We do have some subs here for map number 2. We got Kalios coming in here for the Boston Uprising. And Mir coming in here for the Justice. So you look at Blizzard World, right? Like, high ground, like, yeah, you're probably going to want to see, like, some D.Va in play, which the Uprising will be on defense. First, you see Kalios on that trusted D.Va pick.
Yeah, see a lot of teams, obviously, opt towards D.Va here on Blizzard World. Again, you kind of mentioned that verticality, but it's actually similar to the argument of sort of Tracer over Genji, right? With D.Va, you never have to full commit. You can use that mobility to get towards the enemy, but then you can always backtrack, you can get away. Winston, obviously, and Genji, similarly, have that real all-in commitment factor. So this gives both teams a little bit of flexibility here, presuming, of course, we see Mira make the switch off of the Wrecking Ball. And curious to see what he comes out with here. Reinhardt would definitely be a curious one indeed.
The Mira Reinhardt with Ben Best on the roster would, raise a lot of questions for me.
Sure.
Sure. Alfie Sonic's arrow, make sure there's nobody kind of like sit outside the door, maybe a Sombra or something. You see why Mir's spinning, 360 shooting as well. They don't know that there's not a Sombra on the other side. So
FD God, not again! It happened again. What a nasty combo. Bionade and Dynamite. There's actually nothing you can do.
I feel like it's the same exact way that Ilios started. FD God dying on Brig to Birdring on the Ash. So nothing going on here.
I believe it's more like the cock crowing at sunrise for this Justice team. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily an ill omen. It's just something that happens.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, all 6 people out there got that one.
You miss me, buddy?
I mean, do you want an answer to that? I mean, somewhat. I've heard you had a long off season of Coco Melon and Cars, so I think at this point you actually probably miss me a little bit more.
I know all the backup characters from Cars, man. Yeah, you want to talk about Cal Weathers? Yeah, take a seat.
Is that the pickup truck?
No. He's the son of Strip Weathers, who's the king, right? He appears in Cars 3, I think, is the next generation. But we'll get back to that one. Fantastic franchise.
What films? Yeah, I mean, oh, there goes Alfie.
Decay, by the way, I mean, we were talking about this before the game, right? 4th Overwatch League team for this guy. Really has spent a long time searching for the place that he can really call home.
I mean, this is the best talent he's been around, you'd say, right? I mean, I think that's probably fair to say.
I mean, you've had this guy on pretty insane teams. Like some of the talent around him, like Pre got to build a pretty sick roster on the Justice as well.
That's true.
Yeah, we're talking about Mag. We had some very good teammates, but this seems to be where he's most comfortable, Matt, and it shows.
He's got a Pulse Bomb. You have Twilight with a Nano. But we're going to pause here for a quick second. This is actually the Justice. Something on their side of things. Mir's got his headset off, so potentially just trying to talk to teammates here, figure out what's going on. Maybe it's like somebody spilled water on their keyboard. It is a keyboard issue. We don't know whether it's liquid, whether it's cabling,
solid, whether it's of a crumb variety that can really get in the way of
the what would a player be doing during the game that would have like crumbs inside of the keyboard? Yeah.
I mean, maybe they were just there and got knocked into place, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
You act like the play in Owl is so casual that they can just have a bag of chips to the side, like in between desks. Like.
I'm sorry, but I saw XQC in the Dallas Fuel back in 2018, and all bets were off, mate. You can tell whatever you want about it.
And times were different, I would say. Alvia gets a Nano up to the high ground. So that's actually just like trying to buy some space here, I think, for the Justice. Like you see, you can control this a little bit more. Maybe now you can actually get a dive going.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on here for Alpha. He has the dash to the high ground and is actually going to be pursued. Back to Snacks Ramus with you while Decay tears your team to shreds. So far, the Uprising looking awful comfortable here to get those darn crumbs. You know what I mean?
This has been very not good for the Justice so far.
I mean, there's obviously some issues, and it's definitely affecting their ability to pressure the point. Now, I mean...
Okay, so I would say it's Alpha Yi. Since he's removing his entire keyboard here, I would say it's him. Yeah, getting a little swap. It's like NASCAR, right? You know, you get like a little swap of the tires, right? Hit a little pit stop here in Blizzard World.
Too many crumbs in the backseat of that NASCAR can get in the way. Don't want to deal with that. Alpha obviously making the switch here. And listen, the Washington Justice are a professional organization. They probably have a veritable tower of keyboards just waiting to be caressed by Alpha Yi's dexterous touch.
You could tell it was Alpha Yi as well, because when we were on board with him on Genji, he just stopped moving in the room with everybody else.
It was like, you know, he was throwing a couple of shurikens, but it reminded me more of Brenji circa 2019.
Yeah.
The Alpha Yi I'm used to, so...
I don't know if we need a illustration of, you know, standing motionless inside of Nax Ramus on Genji with the opposing team. There's probably not the best route to go, but yeah.
With 60 HP, which is 60 more than he needs, so...
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's a way to put it.
It was a weird sequence to play because, you know, Alpha Yi did get nanoed without Blade, to be true, but really didn't do too much but pop up and down and throw some shurikens here, so...
So this is
the game with 90 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, this has been pretty chalked here for the Justices. Okay, well, Mirror comes back from the pauses. You know, Baby Diva not allowed to go reset. So, like, what is the Justice like path of victory here, right? Is it a EMP, see Flora lurking on the backside there, an EMP up to the high ground that they can maybe dive on the Twilight, capitalize? You do have Rally in play here, you know, for the Uprising, so maybe you could actually live through that. You see Legion Gun just swinging right around Twilight, right? Just trying to see if there's, you know, a Sombra anywhere in sight. They're kind of prepared for this, but if this is really kind of probably the Justice's best chance to make something happen. EMP to the high ground, full dive, get a support and, you know, maybe two, or you get a support or bird ring, and then you can kind of make something out of it.
Oh my!
Support and bird ring, just like I talked about. Yep.
That is brutal. Nicely done there. Good way to start that one off, and the Justice get what they came for now. Apparently, having 5 sets of functioning peripherals gives you the edge you need to keep this map going.
And honestly, you lose that fight for Boston, right? That is really difficult to defend, just flat out. Now the EMP is fantastic from Flora, hits like just almost everybody. And then you have Alpha Yi right there and the Diva. There's not really anything that Boston can do where, like, even though you lose point A and now the payload will start to get moving, I still feel like that's a fantastic first point defense there from Boston considering the circumstances.
Alpha Yi with the Blade starts this one off quickly, and the timing on the deflex is just perfect. Twilight not getting away with it this time. Decay trying to retreat, but whips around and takes care of Alpha Yi. Still, the Justice now starting to pave the way forward here. They were down to about 90 seconds on the clock. They've been able to make much of that time up. Still only 2 minutes left to work their way through this treacherous part of the map. There's a lot of work to be done, and they're walking into a rally in self-destruct.
Yeah, do you get aggressive with this rally? Are you trying to play a little bit more defensive here? If you're the Uprising, is see on the high ground going for some guys. Again, they have to use their own biotic grenade here. They've got to provide some extra healing to Bird Ring Crow stay alive. That'll be the rally here, so it's going to be Legion Gun using it up on the high ground here. Alpha just going all over the place trying to make a play.
Classy though from Bird Ring there. Big difference maker as Terror is going to get picked off by Caligos. Bird Ring, not far that he can really go here, but plenty of healing available from that low ground. Having a coach gun his assailant away, and FD God is picked up here. So chance for Boston to solidify. Very quickly, I want to talk about the lack of Sombra here for the Uprising. It feels like there's less pressure on Mirror then, because we constantly see Caligos getting hacked time and time again by Flora.
Yeah, I think it's just, if you're the Boston Uprising, you're obviously having the supports kind of play around Bird Ring up on the high ground. You need a little bit more kill pressure than like just the Sombra, I think. You know, Sombra's obviously very good at setting up plays for the team, right? But if you're going to be long range, you don't really need that kind of setup where Decay can go into the backline, make plays like that, really win an entire fight on his own.
So there's the question now, is it you know, is that EMP again going to be the magical fix-all for the Washington Justice to allow them to keep moving through this map? Because again, the Uprising have been able to stave them off multiple times now. On this last phase of the map, we're down within 35 seconds in the round.
So yes, and I think the way that Boss can kind of play against it is like, do you want to play this close, right? And not allow them to set up for the perfect kind of, you know, EMP type of play. Looks like they back up. They'll have Lee Jake on there up on that high ground. Flora has the EMP. He's going to get just 2.
Can't quite pressure down as much as we would have liked. The coach gun comes online just in time for Birdring. So this time, the EMP doesn't get the justice what they were looking for at all. Kalios is being pressured though, but Bob's deployed. He's headed over to the cart and he's eating up a lot of that defense matrix that Mira would rather use elsewhere. Rally from FD God. We're going to the IMAX theater, ladies and gentlemen, but Birdring has a nasty little off angle to work with here. Decay's getting close to a pulse bomb too. Kalios able to remech. These are all strong signs for the Uprising, but a nano boost is online. It's being deployed and Alpha Yi's going for it. Again, Matt, without a blade, he needs to make something happen here, but he gets taken down by Lee Jake on the rally. Gonna inoculate the Uprising from that Dragon Blade pressure, and now Decay's being undetected here, just pressuring FD God down. It's Lee Jake on yet again, and the Uprising, a stalwart on defense.
Lee Jake God becomes a raid boss. He actually has the rally going with the effects of a nano there, so just able to take out Alfie and then just everybody else on the payload. Makes Brig almost impossible to take down. So really good holds there from the Boston Uprising. They give up point A, but no, it's against a play that is like almost impossible to defend in the scenario that they're in, right? So you give up point A, you pretty much are just, you know, clean and dominant there once they kind of get the payload moving. Clear path to victory here for the Uprising. I do wonder, do you play a Sombra of your own on offense for Boston? I think that's probably something you consider here.
I mean, it was two very different EMPs from Flora. One was proximate enough to mirror and the rest of the dive core for the Justice. They just smashed the Uprising. That second time though, it felt like Flora lets off the EMP and then it's just him trying to work down like an Ash and a Brig.
I don't hate it though.
Underway.
I really don't. This is Decay's the 2K with a pulse bomb. Ooh, that kind of sucks. But there's really honestly, like, for Flora there, right? You have to, you know, looking at the clock, right, and kind of where you are, you need to start to get the payload moving. The EMP didn't result in kills, right? But it forced Birdring and Twilight to fall back. And that allowed his teammates to like go up and try and take advantage of, you know, maybe getting at, because right after he got the EMP, he actually hacked Kalios and then was trying to like pressure Kalios down because he was just in the cart. But then the Bob came in and on an off angle and became very difficult to deal with.
So now we're starting to see a preference emerge for the Uprising. They still don't go for the Sombra, even though Birdring has been known to pilot that particular hero. So a lot really depends on Birdring getting this kind of vantage point to get the most out of this Ashe. Nice little dynamite over the top there. Some heal pressure on the back line. Never goes astray, but this is always the issue. The dive pressure from Alpha Yi and Mira, forcing Birdring away. He'll just rotate around.
And I don't hate this from the Uprising. We know how good Decay is on Tracer. He can, you know, put so much pressure on the opposing team. And those dynamites are fantastic to just put up to the high ground and just put consistent damage, force players back. And it's going to be Birdring taking out Alfie really early on, where we'll see if they even get a contest here.
Okay, forced a recall there. The Justice getting forced right on back here. The Uprising don't need the Sombra to make it work. And this is bad for the Justice now. They're going to get staggered up and give the Boston Uprising a little bit of that early lead heading into the second phase of the map. And Decay in a position where he doesn't have to be the carry. Birdring really being facilitated here to play slow, set up with the Ashe and find a key first pick on Alpha Yi of all people. That's when the floodgates open.
And once you get that first pick off and then Birdring has just clear like line of sight of the point, it becomes very costly in terms of just HP to make your way back on to contest, right? You have Decay pressuring you from one side as you're going to lose Flora here. Decay pressuring you, pestering damage from one side. Birdring just, you know, free firing on the Ashe from range. Dynamite there as well. They don't even need any ultimates to make it happen. And look at this. Box of victory in sight. And you're going to have 5 ultimates here for the Uprising. They're looking fantastic here on Blizzard World.
Need a big moment here from Alpha Yi. Maybe a nano boost in the right spot. Flora with an EMP. That's a good one, and Alpha Yi is there to follow up. That's 2 for him now. Birdring and Twilight both down. This one might be tough for the Uprising to make something happen with here. That pulse bomb will stay stashed in the pockets.
You're just going to need something to go incredibly kind of like wrong for the Uprising and the Justice to capitalize, because The Justice where the payload is, you're forced to kind of throw ultimates at this to stop it, where the Uprising, I mean, look at that. They just end up using their Bob. They come back, you know, double support ultimate, self-destruct to clear it out, right? Somebody's going to have to contest.
There has to be like a systematic issue for the Justice.
Yes. Yeah, there has to be some type of, you know, issue here for the Uprising in terms of, you know, the way they play this, and the Justice have to be, they have to recognize that and obviously take advantage of it.
Kalios briefly heads to the high ground or applies some pressure here. Mira playing from the low. It's going to be the rallying in play. Teru, Sleek Dart not connecting. No, he saves it. Kalios here gets afflicted by it. He'll be up on his feet in no time, but the Uprising now need to make it happen with the rest of their team. It's Lee J gone again, being promoted to raid boss. Mira going to be knocked back with that flail, hit with a bionic grenade, but is none too bothered for the time being. It's the loss of FT God, though, that might really hurt the Justice. Now that healing starting to lack. Mira going to be removed for the picture, and this will be the Boston Uprising getting over the line pretty darn comfortably. No Sombra required. Birdring looking imperious on that Ashe, and Decay, as per usual, putting in a huge effort.
No, I think you really start to see the individual skill of the players on the Boston Uprising come through in moments like that. And I really like the brief moments where they've actually, you know, kind of comboed the rally with that nano as it becomes Lee J God, like he's impossible to kind of get off the point in those type of scenarios. He becomes so strong. So we take a look at the highlights. I thought this dive was fantastic from the Justice and really so well executed that there's really almost no defense here from the Uprising. I think if you're looking at an example of how to attack that high ground, that first, you know, dive there from, well, the first dive that worked there from the Justice is the one to look at.
You have these peaks, right, where with an EMP, it's basically deterministic whether or not you win the fight. It's, you know, it's set in stone. But the Ashe really gives you that consistency over the course of the map, and that's what I feel like we were getting from Birdring. And that second EMP Flora went for, the one that sort of came towards the end of that attacking side, it didn't really get followed up on. He was knocked away, and the Justice weren't able to capitalize here. So the Uprising looking down the barrel of a 3-0 potentially against the plucky Justice. Stick around, because Junkertown is where that may well be decided. Two different tanks, two distinctly different approaches from the Washington Justice. The bad news is, for those keeping track at home, neither have been remotely effective here against the Boston Uprising, especially the latter. Boston really dig their heels in on Blizzard World map, delivering a very solid map win to put themselves on match point.
Is it odd to say, like, in a series where, you know, Boston could potentially sweep here, that I think, like, there's positives for both teams? Like, I think you kind of come out of this, like, feeling really great, like, if you're Boston, right? But I think the Justice also come out of it, like, hey, you know, map 1 went down to the wire. Map 2, we, you know, Alphys, you know, swapping out keyboards left and right, and all this other stuff happens, right? Like, I still think you'd feel pretty decent if you're the Justice. Like, I think you've actually put up a really good showing thus far, and you're competitive.
Tell me Alphys going to get swept, man? By Boston again? In the year of our Lord, 2023?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Because Junkertown is up next. And I know you've been gone for a bit, Mitch, but if Boston were to win Junkertown, they take this series in a sweep.
There you go. Yeah, they will have won 3 maps.
Yeah, I know you forgot how it works. You've been gone a bit.
Yeah, I'm thinking more about how many laps are in a race, mate. It's just the way it goes. Junkertown's where it's going to go down, and again, opportunity for both teams again to show probably, you know, bits and pieces of what we've seen so far. We've seen a few different compositions worked out here. Winston has featured also, of course, a fair bit of Sigma. An opportunity again to see Birdering pick up some hit scan, continue to pressure down. His Ash was very, very solid. But I think the storyline that's developing here for the Boston Uprising is that Decay has not slowed down one bit, Matthew.
I mean, this has been kind of like Decay's career. Like, when he is on and playing well, he looks like he could be like a MVP of like the league, right? Like, that much individual talent. It's just, can you keep that going over an extended period of time? Remember, like, when he was on the Justice and like just tearing through the playoffs like for a little bit? It was so scary to see, I think, as the rest of the league. And like, he has these big like peak moments. It's just, can you kind of sustain that over the course of like a season? And what's crazy is like, you know, you need him to be good enough during the season to kind of get you to the playoffs. But like, really, like, you get to a playoff or a tournament format, and like Decay, all you need is like 4 good games from Decay. Like, you got a shot, right? I mean, you have a realistic scenario to win something like that. So Boston Uprising have a fantastic roster, like we thought on paper, showing up today, where now they keep Kalios in. He'll be playing the Sigma, and Birdring on the Widow here, which should be a fun sight to see.
Nice to see Birdring throw it back every now and then. Flora, again, very much the upstart in this particular comparison, but someone who was heralded to be a bit of a hit scan prodigy. Now, whether that is really eventuated or not is probably up to your interpretation, but Flora definitely needs to step up relative to the rest of this series to give the Justice a fighting chance. Some great damage on Kalio is already going to create a bit of space in and of itself.
Yeah, and Alpi was on the Sombra, and I was going to kind of ask, like, really the, you know, what your thought on the Sombra is. I actually like playing the Genji much better here. I think you can put some pressure on the Sigma. You can also put some pressure on the Widowmaker here. With the Genji, a little bit easier to access that high ground. And I think also you just need the kill potential, right? Like, how many times do we see games like this where, you know, it's Widow versus Widow, Sigma kind of stalls out into this like poke back and forth, and it just kind of drags on forever, where if you get somebody weak, you need to have that follow-up.
Empty hit there on Mirror. Birdring delivers some nice damage here. Keep an eye on how Alpha plays, because he can't really commit without a guaranteed dash reset. In many cases, so he's going to have to play a little bit more safe. You can see him actually playing with his front line more than anything else. Once there's been enough sort of damage over time being dealt, he can start the jump in. Flora, though, dives head first into what appeared to be a pond of piranha.
Not the recommended Widowmaker location there, as it ends up really they're close to the opposing team, as that'll be a team kill there. Boston Uprising could have wiped the floor with the Justice at the start. The Justice do get some payload progress, though, so they should be able to kind of get back towards this bridge area and then get another fight going, and also not like an incredible amount of time burned off the clock. So not in panic mode yet for the Justice.
I think the concern there for Flora was the pressure from Decay. I think that's why he sort of went forward into the regenerative burst radius, most likely. Unfortunately, his team wasn't nearly as safe a place to be as he maybe thought. Gravitic Flux here from Kalios, just Mirror affected right now. The accretion going to be blocked out. Kalios going to get himself a little bit from that kinetic grasp here. Mirror knocked to the ground as he drops to the lower level here. It's going to be an Ant Matrix in play, and Flora gets the better of Birdring. Good start here for the Justice. Flora going to be pressured in a matter of mere moments here, but the Infrasight gives him the edge, gives him that early information, and that's going to be enough.
Nice. I mean, he's able to get both DPS there, which is huge for the Justice. I actually really like the way that Kalios ended up using his Gravitic Flux. Mira ended up actually having to use his Kinetic Grass in the sky. That is not a great spot to be in when the other team has a blade rolling. As Alpha Yi gets 4 here. They're almost going to chase down Decay as... Yeah, that'll be the Justice taking that first point. But I don't know if you noticed, when like Kalios actually lifted up Mirror, just tried to actually move like the Gravitic Flux in line with Birdring's like line of sight on the Widow, that he would have been able to headshot him in the air and do enough damage for it to hit the ground, die. That's why the Kinetic Grass comes out for Mirror, like looking off to the side in the middle of the sky, which is a pretty nice play from both sides.
With their Matrix in play, though, that's still pretty tricky to make happen. And on that note, I think I just want to watch Alpha Yi pretty closely here, because the way he has to play against like Sigma Rock and of course an Immortality field, and you see all the stuff, like he can't be too aggressive. He has to get out of dodge there with that dash. Meanwhile, Decay can be more self-sufficient here.
That'll be a... Oh, that's going to be Mirror actually getting a Gravitic Flux and taking out Legic on there. Always like waiting to see what happens when players hit the ground on that. As you don't have an Immortality field, right? Like the Justice do, where they're running the Baptiste versus the Ana, so you don't have that Immortality field to just keep players alive when they hit the ground. So you end up losing Legion, you end up losing your Brig, you're going to end up giving some more payload progress here. So the Justice putting up a pretty good fight here at the start of Blizzard, at the start of Junkertown.
Birdring playing from the high ground here. Again, probably wanting to just put pressure on Teru. You can see shield bash there from Teru. He went down to about half, requiring FD God to give him a little bit of attention here. Gravitic Flux coming out. The hack on FD God. Okay, wouldn't be able to use the drone for that moment, but he's able to throw up a window for himself to start to pressure down. Birdring, that constant pressure on Teru actually ends up backfiring as he gets picked up by the Justice's Brig. Mirror's here with a Biotic Grenade here, but doesn't seem to be too bothered. And why would you be now? You're very close to the checkpoint. Kalios has to get Nano to try and keep him alive, but there is so much damage, plus the threat of the hack here. Mirror doing an admirable job here, trying to pressure Kalios down. Teru with the rally in play as well, and eventually the Titan in the front line for the Uprising must fall.
Yeah, I think Teru's Brig play right there was fantastic, right? You know, the rally at the end, obviously, to kind of support everybody towards the end of the line, but really being able to protect FD God. FD God that gets hacked there, he's right there to be able to give a repair pack over to FD God, keep him alive, and then also gets the kill on the Birdring. So fantastic support play from Teru.
That allows, of course, that Ant Matrix to come out here. Much more backup for Miro as they just collapse on Kalios outside that checkpoint. Is an EMP for Flora. Feast or famine as they often are. Flora may be looking for a mid-air one to try and lock as many people up in it as possible. He wants an insta-kill probably on the Brig, though. Alpha Yi dashing there, looking to chase Decay. That is a recall being used here, but Teru's already down. Flora may have missed his window.
I feel like now we're just like, you know, we're spectating a spectator. As okay, now we're gonna get a hack here on Kalios. As and not able to finish him off. I'm curious what your thoughts are, the Ana versus the Bap. I actually think the Baptiste is just like a way more impactful in compositions like this. I think Boston, you run it because you need a little bit more kind of like, you know, range healing. The Biotic Grenade also really effective, especially when you're kind of playing like those, you know, two flankers like going in. But you know, the Justice kind of playing the same, just playing a little bit slower, being able to use that Immortality field and really kind of just bunkering down around the Sigma, the Baptiste, and the Brig.
Meticulous as he is, Flora never has an opportunity in that fight to actually use the EMP. We saw him trying to set up. Birdring strikes first, and he's happy enough with the 1 kill as a result of it. Kalios hacked here. Gonna take a ton of damage from the Gravitic Flux, but Mirror can't quite connect the accretion now. 2 feet on the ground, but for how long is the question as a counter ult comes his way, care of Kalios. He'll command the high ground for now, and Alpha Yi's very low. If it wasn't Lee Jagon's whip shot, it would have been the Biotic Grenade that claimed Genji's life.
That's the EMP from Flora there, towards the end. You had already lost Alpha Yi at that point, or maybe kind of like, you know, in the process of that happening, which... no, you'd love to have that EMP back, as maybe it's going to be a change here for Flora, as now it's selecting Hanzo, where now Hanzo gives you a little bit more, obviously, kill pressure, shield pressure, but see if he actually stays on it.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably afford to play a little slower. I mean, I use a 4 with air quotes because there's a minute left in the round, so the Justice definitely need to make some forward motion at some point here. They know where Decay is by the looks of things, as those hyperspheres went nipping at his heels, and he's given his location away to Alpha Gear there. Would love to attract some attention, I think, but all of the Justice crowding together in the corridor. This could be a little bit nasty. FD God's going to have that Immortality field ready to go if that Pulse Bomb comes in, and yep, it did. Decay gets rid of that deployable. Mirror hacked on the high ground here, and Flora making sure he can keep eyes on Decay.
Yeah, now Lee Jae-gon gets the benefits of the Nano again here. They can't really get him in position to make a play. Okay, now he's going to rally and maybe try and make a play for the high ground. Alfie uses the blade here. Yeah, you're not going to be able to push into that, right? Because the new Brig rally, right? You have the shield bash has that stun back again. It'll be and the Brig is so strong and sturdy where they're using the blade into that. Maybe you can get like a dash through there and make a big play, but highly unlikely. Birdring uses an EMP here towards the end while the clock just dwindling down, taking out Mirror, so doesn't want Mirror to come back, try and make a touch.
Yeah, again, the Justice never get a good EMP in this last phase of the map. It's a switch off to Hanzo that never really yields the results they were looking for. Decay continues to run roughshod over the Justice, who are eventually going to be brought to a screeching halt here on Junkertown. Another solid defensive effort from the Boston Uprising.
Not terrible, though.
That Alpha E moment was really interesting because he knew there'd be an accretion. Because he goes to blade down the stairs and then he wall climbs above the doorway. And he correctly predicts the accretion coming in. And then he goes out into a shield bash. So there's multiple forms of CC waiting for him there. It's just not where Alpha E wants to be. And it's a question of like whether you can get as much value as the Genji against Brig here.
You're like a coin flip at that scenario for your Alpha E, right? You're like, okay, everybody is like, we have what? At that point, like 25, 30 seconds left. I have the entire other team basically in this hallway in front of me. If they miss like the accretion or a bash and I go through, like, am I able to just kind of get a dash through, maybe swing one more time and you end up getting like 2 kills, right? You get 2 kills, maybe you get a reset there, kind of dash back up through the other side. So it's kind of like an all-in scenario there. And the Justice are kind of like in an all-in scenario there too. In terms of what they needed to do. So I don't really hate, you know, what are you going to do? Hold on to the blade, come back with 10 seconds left and get it off? I mean...
But I'd say the Justice didn't really look like at many points they had the opportunity to be proactive using some of those ultimates, right? Flora is like using a reactive EMP in a lost fight, doesn't get any value from it. Alfie with the blade there. Mirror a couple times is trying to line up Kalios, but the follow-up isn't really there. They can't pressure the Sigma down. He can't control the high ground. The Justice here, shake it off though now as they head on defense. And of course a little Lifeweaver platform to start us off here. Decay not the use of it though.
Yeah, I think they meant to put Decay up on it and somebody else. Yeah. Everybody's like, everybody in the chat who plays like, or has a Lifeweaver in ranked or plays it is screaming at that is the exact thing that they have. Yeah. See, Owl players are just like us.
Yep. Very attainable. Flora now playing from the water tower here. There's only the Sombra to bother him, so this is a pretty safe spot to be. Birdering, obviously, his damage fall-off has gotten much better for Sombra players, but still pretty hard to actually put pressure on Flora from that spot. He'll still have to translocate away.
What do you think about dropping the sniper here for Boston?
It really depends if Decay's able to follow up on these hack targets effectively here. I'd like to see like pressure on the Baptiste or Brig as much as possible, right? The former more likely, hack him, put him in a position where he can't make use of that immortality field. But Flora wants to find some value here as well, and he's sort of now in a position where he'll have to flank to get it.
Yeah, I also think this for Boston like increases the pace of play, I think, across the board, right? Where you see how difficult it is for Flores, right? He's got to relocate it, 100 times, it feels like. The supports on the Justice to have to, be conscious of obviously Flora getting pressured out, but then also pressure on the tank at the front. So I think it does create some issues for the Justice that maybe you feel like if you are the more mechanically skilled team, the team that can play at a little bit of a faster pace, this is the right move to do.
It's something that actually the Uprising showcased very effectively against their previous opponents so far in the season, Matt. This really fast pace of play, like really in your face, just sort of flatten you. Play faster than can be reacted to. The Justice here may be making some concessions to that style of play though, now switching over to a Sombra of their own, but Birdring has the first EMP. Gonna let it go. Teru and Mira both caught by it, and they're both dispatched. Decay gets his hands dirty.
Also not a terrible strategy here if you're Boston, where, hey, we probably need to win 3 fights, total, maybe 4 to take the map. You have EMP for 3 of those. You feel like you're in a pretty good spot, and you're able to farm it up pretty quick where Birdray gets that EMP off. And now look at this, fantastic time. I mean, above 4 minutes here for the Uprising to take that second checkpoint.
And the Justice, interestingly, they give up the high ground. They group up together somewhat here. Kalios was hoping to find some form of connection with that Gravitic Flux, but it's not going to happen. This time, he'll go with a kinetic grasp here. It's going to be 2 Matrices face to face by the looks of things. And the blade here from Decay, he just vaporized. Flora works him down through that amplifying window. Twilight now. We'll try and make sure Teru is no more either. Keeping Kalios up there going to be a key part of this fight. And the Uprising are going to prevail after a weird start as Decay gets blown to smithereens.
Yeah, at least it looks like it, because you have a bunch of players going down here for the Justice to try and fight this, but Twilight did a fantastic job with the Immortality field, keeping players up, and then also you don't exactly want to fight a Brig in that type of environment in close quarters where Twilight looked to maybe be hovering this in, but now going back and playing Ana here. So you'll also know in those close quarter scenarios, you're going to be able to get that big nano on the Brig that they've been doing a few times throughout the series where Justice, you have to come back here in EMP. I mean, this has to be a Flora EMP to kind of stop the bleeding.
There it is, Flora. This time, it's all about Kalios. Try and connect with him, but Twilight's going to keep him topped up from afar. Somehow, they've kept Kalios well and truly in this fight, and that Bionic Grenade could be pretty punishing. Eventually, the Justice are able to break down the wall. That was Kalios, but it's a trade at best. Teru falls, and that card's made some significant progress already through this phase of the map. Flora now can only harass from the sidelines as he hopes to build another EMP up. It's going to be a translocate out by Birdring, who's built his EMP himself. He's already from Lee J. Gone, but he's under serious pressure now from that frontline mirror. And Ko going to try and roll over the top of him, but Decay's going to be here. That's an EMP. Catching Alpha Yi, no recall available, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Decay himself must have recalled away from the fight. Now Alpha Yi has his chance to shine.
Yeah, and Teru uses the rally here towards the end because it did start to look a little bit scary. Because I really love the bait and switch that Decay and Birdring kind of do on the cart. You can kind of see it from the free cam here for a little bit, but Decay would get on in touch. If somebody comes down to kind of get there and contest, they have Birdring on the opposite side of that player to try and get a hack off. So you kind of have to choose, right? Do you just turn your back to Decay, or do you let the hack kind of go through? It becomes very difficult to deal with as Kalios trying to take some high ground presence here. The FD God using the Amp Matrix, but look at that, off to the side angle. No way to shoot through the Amp Matrix and focus down this Tracer, and Decay's able to take out 2.
Yeah, not only finding 2 kills, but also helping that cart move even further forward. That's 3 from Decay, and now back to the car we're headed. The Uprising had about 4 minutes headed into this part of the map here. So it does take them about 2.5, but it's by and large the most treacherous part of Junkertown to play through. They're still going to be happy with the time extension here after Alpha Yi is swatted aside.
Man, just watching what Decay does like on a normal basis on DPS heroes is crazy, man. Is Twilight will take out Flora here towards the end. They're going to go back to this on a Brig setup, but you have when you have players that are this good, where the Boston Uprising across the board, I think there's no question that they have one of the more talented teams. It's like whether they can kind of put it together or not, like over a long stretch of time. And I think today you're seeing them play fantastic against a Justice team that has been very good this season. I believe the Justice only had lost 1 map coming into this series. In Boston is really taking it to him.
Absolutely. Now the game plan is to ignore Kalios, but this man refuses to be overlooked. Catching Mirror inside that Gravitic Flux, and Twilight's more than happy to chime in with a little bit of damage now. No tank left for Washington and Flora. Again with that late EMP. It's just too long since they had an opportunity to really capitalize on it. Teru going to be forced back and away, and this will be the Washington Justice finally capitulating against an Uprising who just looked to be a little bit tighter. That's an EMP to end them all, so to speak, in a 3-0 clean for the Boston Uprising.
And I think the start of the series started off where the Justice actually looked really together. The coordination was great, and then I feel like as the series went on and Boston started to get rolling, they were the dominant team. They were the way more clean in terms of their dives and what they wanted to do. They really kind of asserted that dominance later in the series.
Yeah, like you said, we got a really exciting first map. But I think as we started to get into our payload-based game types, we started to see Sombra prevail a little bit more. Obviously, Junkertown is a bit of a unique map that allows for that Sigma, that longer-range hit-scan play. But we eventually started to see Boston finally go, let's now, instead of Birdring playing that hit-scan, let's fold back in that Sombra. Let's have some big EMPs, and they really did. You know, Flora, definitely question mark for me. How does he find value? Decay, though, found, wow, a ridiculous amount of it throughout the course of the series. Really consistently putting out this, I can't believe I'm still saying, it's 2023, still saying the same thing. This guy continues to improve.
I was singing that throughout the series, right? As obviously Decay, our player of the match today. But like, how many players we've seen have like a extremely good season on DPS, and then the next season, you know, not as good, and then, you know, even that they maybe not even get that third season in the league, right? Where Decay, you know, whether it's, you know, here on Boston, you know, his time on Dallas, Gladiators with Justice, like, he has just been so strong every step of the way, and every year just bringing it at a high level, which sometimes can be overlooked. No, it is not difficult to play in the Overwatch League, let alone be one of the better players in the league and do it over multiple seasons, which Decay has proven.
Yeah, the Tracer head-to-head coming into this game actually looked better for Alpha Year. It wasn't as flattering for Decay. But now we see after this match, he really had an incredible showing. Again, it's all good numbers, right? We're north of 10 final blows per 10, less than 2 deaths per 10. Very, very key values here. And Decay, a lot of the time, is just working from the periphery. He doesn't need to put himself in harm's way necessarily. And when he's playing alongside consistent damage output from Birdwing's Ash or Birdwing with that Sombra, he's then enabled to go in and actually really follow up on a lot of that pressure. Now we have our answer about the Boston Uprising, Matt. They're able to ease in. Now, their opponents are getting steadily tougher, but another clean 3-0 to send them forward for their 4th match. Stick around, everybody. We've got more Overwatch League coming back. After the break, we're going to hear from our desk. Well, how do they feel this one wound out?
Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, Danny, we did it! Let's go! Boston Uprising!
If you just always get it wrong, I guess that's the reaction if you once get it right. So congrats, really happy for you.
I think we're tied. I think we're tied, actually.
This guy got rolled twice.
I was using my brain for years. It's time to rely on my heart. No regrets.
Exactly. No regrets from my side either. Alpha Yi was trying his best.
Oh, yeah. Alpha Yi put on a show.
Flora also. You know, like
exactly.
Alpha Yi and Flora, I still have faith in that DPS line, but alas, it just wasn't their day today against the Boston Uprising.
The K was just better.
Also true.
We knew that. We knew that already.
Played incredibly well. I've got to give it to them. Those guys are monsters. Overall, the team looks solid. I think even having Twilight in, as I already mentioned, a very good Ana. Not something you're really that worried about for Boston. But I wanted to believe, honestly. I wanted to believe.
But now you know.
I do not forgive. I do not forget.
It's same here. Moving forward, I'm never going to forget what
you know what? I will forgive. I will forgive Alpha Yi and Flora. Those guys, that was a monster performance. Especially the Genji,
you might be
making it work.
So you might be picking them again.
I could be convinced. I'm ready to believe in a long season. I think they did show some good stuff. I felt like they should have won Ilios. It was right in their hands, and they just let it slip away. A couple unfortunate mistakes.
It's okay.
It's all right.
It's just a prejudice.
Yeah, you know what? All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm over it.
All right, we're over it.
It doesn't matter.
Well, not quite,
actually.
Good. Not quite. We're not quite over it because you just mentioned Ilios. It was on the fingertips. Like they were so close, but then it went into a actually never-ending OT fight. And somehow Boston edged it out. And Jonathan, you want to illustrate this for us?
Yeah, this was one of the sickest fights I think we've seen in Overwatch in quite some time because it almost you thought that Washington Justice would close things out here on Ilios, but then Boston came back and then Washington almost came back again. So where are we? We're about to hit overtime here on the very final round of Ilios. And Boston Uprising, they're coming in from their spawn and they're going to control this space with Smurf getting the Nano. So as we start playing this out, we can see ourselves approaching the very final fight here on Ilios. Smurf gets the Nano. Now important here, even though Smurf has the Nano, he doesn't commit. Instead, the Boston Uprising, they establish themselves on the point. This is the space they control now, and now they prepare for a secondary dive. So we're going to take a few pauses throughout this fight, but for now we're playing this one out, and we see this little micro duel happening between the two Sombras. Birdring with the EMP is going to be crucial when Boston Uprising are engaging here. This is what they waited for. Here comes the EMP engaged. Now, if we slow things down here, we actually think that he's going to pull the EMP onto the Sombra, onto Flora here, but Washington Justice do a great job escaping it. Now, crucially, he runs out of ammo. He just runs out of ammo. I mean, it's a feels bad, okay? It's a feels bad. So if only Birdring have saved some ammo, we can keep playing this clip. They would have closed out the tier with Benbest. Instead, FD God drops the sound barrier. Now they use Tiro, utilizes the Nano boost onto Benbest. But pause right here. This is a crucial moment here as well. Huge play right here from Twilight. Not only does he hit the sleep dart onto Benbest, he hits the biotic grenade onto Alpha Yi. So Birdring is gonna come in here as we place things out. Just sneeze on him, and Alpha Yi is gone. That is crucial because there is no one now to clean up for Washington Justice on this point. Smurf is going to pop the Primal Rage, disturb, buy time for the rest of his team, and he's going to drop real low. Another Bionade coming in from Tiro here is about to hit Smurf, and he has 1 HP, but he survives because pause. There's no tracer here because Alpha Yi got bionaded by Twilight. And so now you're seeing the likes of Benbest trying to close this one out. He uses his leap right here to deal damage onto Decay on this tracer who is going to stall out the rest of the point. But because Benbest misses this jump right here, Decay is going to recall back over here, and Benbest doesn't have a movement tool anymore. And so it just all collapses for the Boston Uprising. We can keep playing here. Decay is going to do a fantastic job stalling out the point here. Benbest can't do anything. He's forced to retreat back from the point. The Boston Uprising are back, and now they had bought enough time with Smurf, with Decay, and they can turn this one around. Decay comes in with the pulse bomb after Legion sound barrier, and it's just a horrible moment for the Washington Justice. So huge individual plays coming in from the Boston Uprising. Not only Twilight hitting the Bionade and the Sleep Dart to really set the Washington Justice back, but killing Alpha Yi twice actually here with Decay's pulse bomb. That just made all the difference as well. So a huge turnaround from the Boston Uprising there, and one of the closest fights we've seen so far in the Overwatch League.
Bravo. Running out of ammo feels bad.
Yeah, that was tough.
We were going crazy when we were watching it.
No.
It was like, we're like, he's gonna die. It was like, oh no, he ran out of ammo.
It was Twilight, though I have to say, I'm sorry, Ben Best, but if you just jumped up in the air and right-clicked, you would have killed Smurf in 1 minute.
Oh, if you just would have done that. Why didn't you just do that?
Well, how does this team, he's 1 HP with nade, that's called out, you know? I think that is like kind of an error. You know, I gotta call it out where I see it.
That's good, that's why we have you here. That's the takes we need.
It's those micro details, right? I mean, yeah, there are obviously lots of big plays on both sides, but slip-ups as well. That's why it's possible to come back. I mean, there's a moment there where Boston have like 2 players alive versus 4. I mean, I just don't think you should be coming back, but it did.
Did indeed. Well, we do have now the beautiful opportunity to, of course, chat to the winners.
Yes.
So, Danny, please take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. And for the post-match today, we have an interview with Birdring. Birdring, hello. Birdring 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Right, I mean, congratulations on getting the win. You guys are now up 3-0. Great start for the season. You know, the past 2 games, you guys were up against London and New York, teams that are currently really not considered as a top team. So would you say that this matchup against the Washington Justice was sort of a good test of strength for Boston? 자, 첫 번째 질문을 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 전에 2 경기, 런던과 뉴욕과의 경기에서 승리를 하시면서 솔직히 말해서 그 2 팀이 좀 이제 상위권의 팀이라고 보긴 좀 어려운 것 같아요. 지금 현 상황에서는. 버드린 선수가 보셨을 때 오늘 워싱턴과의 경기가 좀 보스턴의 실력을 좀 제대로 보여주는 경기였다고 좀 생각을 하시나요?
사실 워싱턴도 아직 강팀이라고 생각하지 않기 때문에 사실 그것까지는 잘 모르겠고 1세트 때 제가 좀 많이 말려가지고 팀원들이 고생 좀 많이 해줬는데 그거 아니었으면 좀 엄청 쉽게 빠르게 이겼을 것 같은데 아쉽네요.
I mean, to be honest, I personally don't really think the Washington Justice isn't a top-tier team as well. They're not that strong. I do feel like, you know, in map 1, I was struggling a bit, and because of that, our teammates were struggling as well. You know, if I played a lot cleaner, I think we would have had a more decisive win against the Washington Justice today. Now, I mean, you said that Washington Justice then isn't a strong team. Then who would you consider a team that's very strong and a team that Boston sort of really has to be to sort of prove yourself? 자, 두 번째 질문은 방금 워싱턴 팀이 별로 그렇게 센 팀이 아니다라고 말씀하셨는데 그러면은 좀 지금 오버워치 리그 서부 팀 중에서 이 팀을 이기면 정말 우리의 실력을 제대로 보여줄 수 있다라는 좀 팀이 있을까요?
일단 개인적으로 지금 잘한다고 생각하는 팀은 애틀란타랑 메이엠 이 2 팀이 좀 잘한다고 생각해서 이 뒷등가의 경기 저희가 어떻게 풀어가냐에 따라서 좀 저희의 그게 보이지 않을까.
I do think that, you know, there's 2 teams that I want to point out. Of course, it is going to be the Atlanta Reign and the Florida Mayhem. I think, you know, by beating either of those 2 teams will definitely prove how strong we are. And it really depends on how we play against them, how we strategize against these 2 strong teams to get the win against them. All right, Birdwing, thank you so much for your time again. Big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 다시 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
바이바이.
Bye-bye, Birdring. Always great to hear from the man himself. Danny, thank you so much for getting us all the insight. There you have it. Washington, not that strong a team. The real test will be the Florida Mayhem or the Atlanta Reign. How do you think the Boston Uprising, in their current shape, would fare against either of those 2 teams?
To be honest, that game was pretty convincing. You know, I think I was blinded for my love for the Justice DPS players who looked insanely good. But the overall strength of roster, Twilight coming in as an unexpected sub, still looked incredibly strong. So it's just showing how valuable that depth of roster is. Smurf able to play the Winston for most of the series. I think that's a huge point of strength for Boston in this meta. So, you know, I think they did. This was a litmus test for them. One I thought maybe they wouldn't be able to pass, but they did, and they did it with flying colors.
Absolutely. They looked good. And speaking of things that do look good, I do want to once again shout out Calling All Heroes. Our phenomenal program is making a return, and you can get all the information on that program, the Challenger Series, the Speaker Series. You just visit our website, callingallheroes.gg. There you can find out how to register for the upcoming tournament, the Challenger 1, that will be running from May 20th to May 21st. The registration is actually open right now, so just head on over there and find out how you too can participate. So I hope to see some of our viewers in the mix there as well. Now, we do have another banger coming our way. I hope this one goes to distance. We do want to talk about it a little bit more in depth.
I told you jinxed it earlier.
It's a certified banger.
You jinxed the earlier matchup. I told you.
Did I just jinx it again?
No, I'm telling you, don't jinx this one.
Okay, no, I'm going to be very low-key about it.
It's going to be one-sided.
Here is a...
It's going to be... Okay, which side?
It's a very mid-game coming your way now. I can't wait to see them doing absolute standard things.
Yeah, look at these guys.
With those standard rosters, you know, like no one really standing out there. It's gonna be...
That someone
stands out.
Right.
Someone does stand out. Yeah, I think if we're looking at the Mayhem and the Gladiators, I definitely going to have my eyes on the tank and the flexibility of those tanks, because that's really going to be the interesting point here.
Well, Zoe, I'm so glad you mentioned the tanks. This was not set up. We don't plan anything, but by chance, we accidentally have the stats up here on the screen. And I wanted to look at the Winston stats between these two players in wins. I didn't want to look at Dante's stats overall because I like to compare apples to apples. And in winning games, these players, Dante, I think, would be a player people wouldn't think is going to compete with someone on Winston. I think most people would consider someone the stronger player. But Dante, he is putting out damage, putting out elims and final blows for his squad. I think the big difference between these players right now is the deaths. Dante does die more to do the same amount that someone has. I will say someone's had weaker opponents, not quite the same test. But when we get into the series, what I'm looking for is, are the Florida Mayhem going to be able to punish Dante's Winston? Is he going to be able to get out alive when he goes in for these dives? I think that's going to be crucial over the long series. He needs to stay alive, keep charging up his support ultimates, get his own primals online. I think that's going to be the litmus test for the Florida Mayhem. Can they punish Dante, or can Dante sort of dance away and pull the aggro? It could also be that Florida, overplays this and tries to focus him too much. And that's a dangerous thing to do when you're facing Yaki and Kevster in the DPS line.
Yeah, it's a really interesting Winston duel because, I mean, that is something that the Gladiators can play, and we've seen them, for example, really go all in by playing Yaki and Kevster as well, playing the Sombra Tracer. What I'm curious about in this matchup, specifically as it relates to the tanks, what is Dante actually going to play? We've seen a lot more Junker Queen, and if you're not comfortable in the Winston with head-to-head, maybe you could see Dante lean towards the Junker Queen pick instead and play that variation.
Yeah, I love that both teams, we know they have flexibility in their hero pools, looking at the tanks especially. So it's going to be super fun to see which way we're going. Of course, once again, very map dependent as well. And I mean, we're having our eyes on Dante and someone, and it looks like Mayhem also has their eyes set on Dante, as they called him out on socials already. That's a painful throwback. The ones who know, they know.
That hurts.
Balls in our court and they attack Dante. I don't know.
They're not talking about basketball, I'll tell you that much.
We're not talking about that.
As much as you would like that, Johnny.
They're talking about volleyball.
Yes. Other sports.
Yes, the other ball sports. No, but I love it. I love this.
Danny!
Oh, that's
painful, yeah.
That's messed up, man.
I mean, now they talk the talk, now they gotta walk the walk. If you call someone out like that, it's gonna feel good on the other side. If then, maybe they're edging out a victory there. So we'll see. Maybe that fuels the Gladiators.
Probably. Oh, yeah,
Probably.
I'll be.
I think with Sana in the lineup, I'm especially interested to see, is Florida Mayhem going to run out a Reaper heavy style? That's what we've seen a lot of him before. And the question is, for Dante, I think that's going to be a tough challenge, right? Maybe this is like the hardest thing to survive as a Winston, is these like Reaper heavy rush styles. So maybe we will see more of Dante Ramatra on this first map, or some sort of more balanced rushing tank battle. Because a Winston versus Reaper, it's a tough matchup. The best Winstons in the world, not going to have a problem with it. But I think for Dante, that's a test sort of the whole season long. How does he keep up on these Winston counter comps? However, I think Gladi, they showed a lot of strength in their last match. I don't see them as a weak Winston team anymore.
But honestly, if you guys missed it, Dante's Ramatra in the Pro-Am, that was something to look at. Like, he was fragging out and looked absolutely unstoppable, which really put the Gladiators on everyone's radar during that tournament. So let's see if we're going to see a repeat performance of that. But now, let's take a look at our predictions. I felt this is another tough one to call. I had to go with the Florida Mayhem personally, because someone is an incredible tank, and I would put every egg and everything else I possess into my someone basket. I just think he has the upper hand here, and he has so much flexibility as well. And the team really, really can play so well to his strength. The aggression he's popping off with, like, the team really supports that. And I love to see them playing that aggressive style. And so far, I don't feel like any team has been able to stop it. And I don't think the Gladiators will do. Alas, I was wrong before, so what am I even talking about? Danny.
Oh, the lack of confidence.
No,
Sorry, go on.
it was good. I honestly struggled with this one, and I really didn't want to go last in the Preds, so I had Jaws next to me. So to be really honest, I was like, yo, can you help me with this? And Jaws, he was like, yo, I got this. And he said, just go with Florida Mayhem. There's no way they're gonna lose to the Gladiators. Trust me.
Okay.
So Jaws, you better be right. You better be right. This one's on you.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is a tough one. I have to agree. Probably our match of the day, and two teams both want to sort of really mark their spot in the top echelon. Gladiators maybe arguably want to reclaim it, and Florida wants to secure it. But ultimately, I was burned once, choosing my heart over my mind. But you know what, guys? I'm no longer a competitive player. My heart is what will lead me, and so I will pick
Gladiators.
the LA Gladiators.
Oh.
My loves.
Okay.
Last row, Dante, please carry me.
Jake? I agree with you. LA Gladiators all the way. Let's go, buddy. I mean, I think Florida Mayhem probably are favored. I expected you all to go with Florida Mayhem, quite honestly, because they have been the better team recently in the last few weeks. I think LA Gladiators, though, I think they got what it takes. I really do think when they hit their stride, they are a fantastic team in the Overwatch League. So I want to say that the LA Gladiators, they come out and give us a pretty surprising good result here today.
Yeah, we're going to be split here on the desk in the battle of, what is that candy called?
What?
You see the colors?
Oh.
Isn't that the grape and strawberry one? You know, the
It doesn't sound good, Zoe.
nerds.
No, yeah, there you
Nerds. No, Battle of Nerds. There you have it. You're welcome.
Every day is the Battle of Nerds here on the
Technically, yeah, but today it really is.
The Battle of Bubblegum.
Nerds. I think you only went with the Gladiators because Dante called you out after the last interview.
Whoa.
I believe in them. I think here's what I think. I think Yaki Kevster, this is the look that the Gladiators were hoping for. No shade to Kai. I think he's a great player, but I think Kevster has the flexibility to bring out the Soldier and bring out hit scans when it's necessary, but they're focusing on the Sombra Tracer comp. Whereas I think the Florida Mayhem, they've had success playing to their strengths, putting Merit on the hit scan, one of the best hit scans in the league. I know from personal experience, the kid is very, very strong and very consistent, but I think ultimately, I think the meta is going to favor Sombra Tracer at the top level, and I wonder, can Mayhem maintain that level of strength on the Sombra Tracer comp?
Yeah, as well, I think that Florida Mayhem, they are pretty happy with where the meta was, just recently in the Pro-Am, but also to start the season. Putting Chorong on Brig, for example, especially with the rally getting some increases in strength. You know, you got the big rally shield now. Like, Chorong is very comfortable playing that Brigitte, and that is a style that favors the Florida Mayhem. So maybe they continue playing this Winston style. I also, with someone in the lineup, you praised someone already, so if someone can come out and literally play Junker Queen and Ramatra himself, right? And we wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. So the Florida Mayhem, they could really throw us any kind of curveball depending on what their read of the meta is. But I do think you bring up a good point when it comes to their damage flexibility.
Because I think the flexibility is also matched on the Gladiators, right? Dante is like perfectly happy to go off a Winston mirror. Arguably, he
Preferably,
that.
yeah.
He would rather take like a rush mirror. And I think overall on the roster, Kevster, you know, even though you have Yaki Kevster in, we've seen what Kevster can do on the hit scan. He's one of those few Tracer players who's still elite when you put him on other roles. I mean, I think that's going to be a big strength.
But we have to bring in someone to break the tie in our Battle of Nerds, and we got some more nerds.
More nerds.
Yeah, more nerds. Can always use more of those. So let's bring him back in, our beloved casters. Of course, I'm talking about Uber and Mr. X, which, by the way, Mr. X, looks like he made an effort today in his wardrobe. Not only did he unbutton his shirt, he's also having some patterns.
He's ready for the club. You got some cologne going?
I know.
Yeah.
New York changed you, man. What is this? Is this your New York energy?
I just need Johnny's hair patch that comes out of his shirt. Toss me one of those, and I'm good to go.
All right, my fiance loves it, Matt. Don't you worry about that. It's all good.
That will complete the look
I love it, Johnny.
for sure.
Yeah, I think that would definitely, that a few like gold chains, and I'm ready for the Jersey Shore for sure.
All right, see you in Atlantic City, Matthew.
Yeah.
See you rolling out of one of the establishments over there. We're supposed to break the tie here, but there's two of them.
Yeah.
So
I'll break the tie for both of us. I'll decide what you pick as well. You'll be rolling with me. I actually like the Florida Mayhem in this matchup. I also think the Gladiators don't really like. This is obviously a little bit of a work in progress, like with Dante like being the full-time tank for the team, where like they don't really need to like. It would be awesome to beat the Florida Mayhem right now, but like really like just make it to these tournaments and make it towards that end of the season and let Dante kind of like figure out his way of being a full-time tank and have it pay off towards the end, where I think Florida looks like one of the better teams in the league at the moment.
Yeah, but how much longer are we going to talk about Dante being in development when he did this all last year with that Houston Outlaws team that had some really, really good results? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm a little interested that people are still a little nervous to like go all in on the Dante tank.
The Dante?
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, he's really showed what he's capable of. I'm a little surprised. Well, look, I don't disagree with the desk's assessment here, and I think that the prospect of like Sauna playing a Reaper and having like an extra pressure anti-Winston comp is interesting, but Chorong is a player that I think really is able to define a team style on his own. He did it with the Toronto Defiant, Matt. On Dorado defense, they always played this high ground hold with Brig, and it was all because of Chorom is the player that he is that actually facilitated for Hisu to stay safe and get a lot of value here. So I think he's really interesting. Great player to watch here. The Florida Mayhem, they've had a pretty easy start to the Spring Qualifiers, Matt. It's been Vancouver, it's been Paris Eternal, or Vegas Eternal, excuse me. I'll never let that one go. But now they've got a real challenge ahead of them. The Gladiators go head-to-head with them here on Night Market.
Yes, it'll be the Mayhem coming out with a Reinhardt-based composition. So Reinhardt with May versus, you know, the Ramatra with the May. It's just kind of that like Ramatra versus Reinhardt battle where I think Reinhardt, you know, obviously could be, you know, pretty devastating up close, but the Ramatra, right, can brawl a little bit when that close quarters takes over, but then also just kind of put down some consistent damage at range.
Yaki copying a lot of incidental damage there, and he's just blown up. Someone able to find the charge. This is a scary thing for Dante to walk into. Ramatra, bit of a generalist, good all-rounder tank, but you're going up against Reinhardt, who is teched to the teeth for the brawl, and someone is just the kind of player to pilot him here. The Gladiators get staved off, in quite fashionable style.
Yeah, is now you know, somewhat building up towards that Earth Shatter rather quickly here. No, and RuPaul obviously, you know, towards the Amp Matrix. I think fantastic spot here for the Florida Mayhem to keep this one going for a bit as someone goes in, but it's RuPaul not able to make it over the wall just in time to save Sauna. So you're going to lose a few players here. This has been really brutal for the Florida Mayhem. Really nice May wall that comes in from Yaki that separates some of those healers. They're able to take advantage of it.
That amplification matrix with Kevster stood behind it was the key for the Gladiators to win that fight. I think we watched that from RuPaul's perspective, and he spent much of his time trying to get rid of an immortality field on the other side. His immortality field came late. It was just to really protect him and maybe someone at the time. So a good way for the Gladiators to break back into this fight here, and a good start with Dante getting that first pick.
And they use Shatter there as well, right?
Yeah.
You know, you use Shatter, use the Amp Matrix there, so some big ultimates used as the Gladiators getting very close to taking that lead.
Dante here. Annihilation is online. Ice Wall going to give the Gladiators a moment to prepare themselves here because the Mayhem are definitely going to be coming in. A sleeps there. Dante cannot prevent the damage that comes through if he is lights out. Lastro, though, is able to get rid of Sauna here rather crucially. Yaki also able to stand his ground. This is very good now for the Florida Mayhem. Or rather, the Gladiators, excuse me, as they're forced away.
He dropped, you know, we were watching Dante's POV, dropped the voice I'd suffer as I have, and then just was immediately killed.
How about you suffer more instead?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, the Florida Mayhem, we're like, well, you know, go back to enjoying more of that, suffer now. As he'll have Annihilation here, as the Gladiators even through that, right? Still end up holding on. Look at this. Oh, this is so good from Yaki.
TC as 1, 2, 3. Sound barrier going to be employed here, but Mera's going to get picked off very early on in the fight. Dante dropping down there as there's going to be both Mays going for their blizzards here. Someone in Sauna able to combine some positive results here. Kevster knows his goose is cooked. And the Mayhem are going to be back on the point here, despite having a great start with Yaki catching someone out.
Yeah, as it was actually a blizzard from Sauna as well. So as soon as he actually came out of his ice block, he got frozen. Dante was frozen. Someone frozen there. Everybody just not able to do much of anything at that moment. But Florida Mayhem take advantage of it. And they'll start, you know, getting above 50% here. This could actually creep up quite fast for them, right? You have this nano boost, so you nano someone, get him in the mix, Shatter, in a pretty fast fight.
And Matrix, that's scary, but Merritt is unperturbed. He's able to take Kevster down through it. The main user of that damage boost gets ripped to shreds at the start of the fight. And Merritt comes alive and is able to find the power play that stops the Gladiators before they can benefit. That's stunning.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the effects of that nano, and I mean, that is such a large belief in Merritt as a player, right? He pops the overclock, he then gets the nano, and if he doesn't hit those shots, both of those ultimates go for nothing, but he comes up huge, connects to 3.
Love that you're able to invest those ultimates into something speculative and have it turn results like that. Lovely little shatter from someone. Rips around the corner. Gonna have to be an immortality field in play here right now, and Dante's dealt with Sauna. This is bouncing back and forth here. The Gladiators in a position to retake before the round ends.
Yeah, and now you're just looking at like who's in a better position in terms of ultimates here, where the really big one is that the Gladiators have that sound barrier coming online. So someone gonna go over to the Doom. You're actually gonna have sound barrier plus your own overclock here. You could be in a really good spot for the Gladiators to take this first point.
Damn, the Mayhem are just fighting to even be able to touch the point at all here. Long-range Blizzard there from Sauna, not going to catch anyone. Can't even give him a radius of safety, but Kevster's working from outside of it there. His overclock is getting those results, Matt. You called it, and it's a big one. The Gladiators able to turn things around in a very back-and-forth round. Some vindication early. For those on the desk that made the prediction, the Gladiators look like they're up to the task.
Yeah, and honestly, like, if you're the Gladiators, right, like, what is worst case scenario in terms of, like, tank meta outcome, right? That, like, it's a Reinhardt versus Reinhardt type of thing, or a Winston, like, you know, Winston only type of meta, but, like, with the meta being, I know, a possibility to play some Ramatra, Winston Diva, Junker Queen we've seen, like, I think, like, players like Dante, players like someone who can play all these different types of tanks, I think can excel in a meta like this, where I think if you're the Gladiators, as long as you don't get into like one of those like, you know, Ryan v Ryan mirrors on every single map, and same with the Winston, you're in a very good spot because Dante has been proven to be able to play a lot of these you know, different tanks that have a little bit more flexibility in their kits.
And conversely, the Florida Mayhem again commit to the Reinhardt-based setup here. And I felt like every time someone tried to make a play in that previous round, he'd find something, some value, then his team would get absolutely crushed here. So, gonna be a little demoralizing for him here. Dante looks like he's ready to receive the charge of someone. That gets cancelled. Someone's able to take a bunch of space here, give Sauna some decent sight lines to send some of these icicles.
And I'm just trying to see where that the Gladiators are trying to position from as well. Look at this angle from Rupal up on the high ground here. It's just really uncontested, able to keep everybody alive. But Kevster playing the Hanzo gets a pick on the Merit.
Yeah, despite Rupal being, as you said, uncontested, he can't really keep his team alive against this level of scrutiny, right? Lastro able to pressure someone down as well. A lot of shield pressure available. And Kevster there, of course, is going to be punishing from an off angle of his own.
Yeah, and you're not going to be as impactful in terms of ultimate, right, with Kevster, like in terms of Drake Dragon versus the overclock, but Hanzo has that consistent shield pressure onto someone, right? You know, you get that shield down, you know, even Ramatra, right, with like Nemesis form can like kind of go, you know, pierce those shields, right? So he can kind of go through them as well with Dante, but you're able to get these just one-shot kills, right? Just a headshot onto Merit, like he just runs on the outside of a turret right there, connects to the headshot, gets someone quite weak. That's really what you're looking at. So that'll be actually Rupal using his Ant Matrix there. We got blocked there by that Maywall from Yaki, so you get nothing out of that. And then look at Lastro up in the high ground.
Got a good spot, and the wall is there to prevent someone from getting away, but the Ant Matrix placed on the other side of the wall means that someone can actually just anvil away from this so far. Still going to be suffering a lot of pressure here as Dante and Nemesis form is bearing down upon him, and Sauna looks like he got picked out of the mix here. Look how far they're going. Charge comes in here from someone to hope to try and dig something out of that fight, but it is done. The Gladiators extend their lead now to 63.
And what are you looking at here for the Florida Mayhem? You're going to have, a nano boost, shatter, sound barrier, shatter. You're going to have blizzard, overclock. How much do you want to invest into this fight? It's probably your last one potentially, or your last best chance, right? You're kind of trading ultimates back and forth. You probably come back, at about 92, 93%. You kind of have to go all in on this, where the Gladiators can also opt to just not invest that heavy into this if they would like.
A crucial immortality field there keeps Dante alive, and long enough for the sound barrier to come in. He's able to find Chorong, who has a beat of his own. That's huge. How does Chorong not have an opportunity to make use of that? It must have been the Blizzard to set that up, but either way, the Florida Mayhem get put in the trash compactor. And Dante, that man got that dog in him. He hung around so long in that last fight. And a shock, clean, one-sided first map here for the Glads.
I mean, you say, I think Dante played phenomenal, but also, Lastro and Funny Astro able to keep him up through a lot of that. Huge amounts of damage coming down onto Dante, and both supports of the Gladiators play that perfectly, able to keep him alive.
Insane stuff here. Again, Oh, very impressed to see Merit just sort of charge headlong into an amplification matrix that Kevster would otherwise have used and find those 3 kills here. Again, pretty back and forth first round. Make no mistake, it was that control center one that really started to get out of hand a little bit. That's the nature of this map type sometimes. All of a sudden you're blinking, you're too far behind to make a comeback. Love the Kevster Hanzo looks here. Definitely pretty crucial in setting up the Gladiators for a very strong start in this series. Haters be damned. Looks like the Glads are well on the way.
Yeah, and you think coming up to Kings Row, Mitch, you can play that Ramatra again. It'll be interesting if the Florida Mayhem try and play some Reinhardt, but also some high ground contests. Maybe we see the Winston come into play there.
All right, stick around, everybody. Kings Row is up next. The Gladiators start this one on the right foot, but you better believe there's more where that came from for the Florida Mayhem.
Cannot come through, but now fighting Astro. That is the delay tactics widely dealt in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Reign.
What? That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
Oh,
yeah, that was a good shot.
Oh, wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
It all comes up. Kevster in map number 1 as a young gladiator between Sojourn and Hanzo finds 14 final blows for just 2 deaths on Lijiang Tower. Quite an opener here for the Gladiators. Not only looking for the dub map, but for a little bit of respect, I dare say.
Yeah, as we got some subs coming in for this next map. Kings Row, checkmate in for the Mayhem, and then you have Kai coming in here for the Gladiators, where, yeah, it is, I think, like, the Gladiators, that's, like, an interesting point. Like, yeah, like, I guess, like, looking for, I mean, I don't know. I think everybody respects them, and I think everybody knows they're good. It's just maybe people feel that, like, they're a tier kind of, you know, like they're the outside looking in of that top tier. I think, though, making a case here against the Florida Mayhem that people should look at them as potentially up in that upper echelon of teams, you know, not kind of the top of the next, right?
Yeah, look, I think the game against the Houston Outlaws, not inspiring, but it was a very quality opposition. A tough day at the office for the Gladiators, and they definitely had hoped to build a bit more positivity on top of that. What better team to do that against, by the way, than the Florida Mayhem? We had obviously some different looking team compositions here. There was a lot more May involved in that Lijiang Tower map. So we had, of course, Sauna, we had Yaki involved. As Matt pointed out, we've had switches at those positions now. Kai coming in, Checkmate coming in, heading over to Kings Row for a second map.
I mean, it's also, like, not super, you know, embarrassing or terrible to lose to the Outlaws, because I expect the Outlaws to just, you know, beat down a lot of teams throughout the regular season. I think I don't think that's a bold prediction whatsoever.
Oh,
but, like, you know,
it's not
losing to the Outlaws. Yeah, I don't think that's like a horrible kind of thing, right? Where you look at like the Outlaws and Atlanta and kind of everybody else like working around that, and I know how they kind of work into that. Where your next tier teams, if you want to put them up in that upper echelon, you're looking at like Florida, you're looking at, you know, the Gladiators now, I think, and like Boston Uprising, right? As teams that we expect to like rise to the occasion to challenge some of those teams we believe to be at the top.
No doubt about it. Florida Mayhem here. We will actually, someone opting out of Ramatra Mirror for much of that first map, favoring Ryan, really just wanting to be very upfront about the way he was hoping to play in that brawl. Now we'll play into something with a little bit more flexibility, give himself some options. Baptiste Kiriko with a combo here, and Merritt, on the Ash. So it should be a lot of fun to see how they facilitate Merritt to do some of his best work here. See all the Gladiators come out of the gates on here. Kai, of course, signature look for him. It's cops a bit of a hit early here, though, as Merritt can pressure from a distance.
Yes, what do we see the Gladiators do in terms of DPS? Do you state?
They're waiting.
Yeah, I think we're getting a, you know, wait, see what comp they're running, and then swap. Yeah, okay. I think are we gonna get a Dante Ramatra swap here? Yeah, so we're gonna go Ramatra May with the Baptiste and the Lucio. This is like very brawly style, right? You know, you kind of, you know, use the Lucio's speed, you kind of wrap around, you have the May wall to section a player off or block the line of sight, where Kevster uses it up there on the high ground to block that. Look at this, I can actually wrap around and get this really nice high ground advantage. And look at that, someone's in a really difficult spot, I was gonna say.
Well, the Mayhem don't have a speed of their own to respond to this, right? They can't reposition on a dime like the Gladiators can. Kai, though, puts himself in a bit of a weird 1 versus 2 with a dynamite connection from Merritt was right there. Dante now wants to go upstairs, and I don't think Rupal's getting away from this one. This is scary indeed. They bring the Baptiste down. Merritt able to keep a respectable distance, though, and elsewhere, Chorong's able to find Lastro. The Gladiators here have to be careful.
Yeah, they got off the point to do this, so we'll see if they can actually make back to the point. Like, they do get checkmate as well, as it looks like, you know, gonna be able to camp this first point A, and a really nice push there by the Gladiators. It's really, they wrapped around through the hotel, right? They put that May wall up, you know, right to where the right of Dante is sitting there. If you're kind of looking at where the payload comes out of the left, that forces everybody to that further platform for the Florida Mayhem, which allows Kai to wrap around the back, go up into that top window, and get some really easy shots down on someone on the point.
Chorong repositioning here, hoping to help Checkmate control this high ground. They cannot allow Kai to sit and ease into playing from this vantage position. Chorong, as he's often known to do, into the back line here. A couple kunai.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that Kai really even kind of cares to play from the high ground. You know, just keep him in that medium range around the rest of your dive targets, right? And just let him just burst players down. Pulse bomb onto the ice block it doesn't pop in time, but annihilation use here by someone. He's going to clean up the final 2. So big fight that needed to go in Florida Mayhem's favor for them to prevent a snowball does.
Yeah, look, I think the heads will spend pretty big in that fight in the end, though. Have a look at those ultimate charges here for the Florida Mayhem, really being capped off there by someone reluctantly using that annihilation. The Gladiators now actually have a decent bit to work with coming back into this fight. And as you pointed out, Kai doesn't have to play from high ground on his own to get value. In fact, when he tried to do that in the previous fight on point A, he got punished for it. Merit switching over the Hanzo here now.
Any of this payload progress is also, Merit just rips Kai's head off. I was going to say is awesome, right? Because the first corner that the Florida Mayhem would try and play at, you just drop your amp matrix, right? And force them back. And there's nothing that, they can do on the other side of things. They're not running into May, right? To put that wall in front of it is Merit gets really low, probably playing way too close up. And that is actually the amp matrix from Lastro there. And, May wall locking players in plays in line of sight of it, where you're probably going to get that second checkpoint off of this. I was kind of trying to talk about was where they had to drop that amp matrix and kind of push up into it, and there was no counter for it. It kind of ends up happening there, where I think actually Florida's probably a little bit surprised they invested at that moment, right after losing Kai.
Yeah, I think Merit not ready for the speed boost. It's a key miscalculation that he makes there. He doesn't have a Lucio of his own, so I understand where that sort of originates from. But now the Mayhem have to step up and defend this point here. 2:35 on the clock for the Gladiators. Again, Merit finds the first pick of a fight onto an opposing DPS. So he's been very, very good at paving the way for the Mayhem. Now it's about the conversion. This time, Checkmate, he's going to make sure it's good.
It actually looks like you're not going to get this second checkpoint off of it. It's a really nice from Checkmate and crew. Checkmate there first to be able to kind of contest. Merit kicking off the fight yet again, right? The previous fight you end up losing, you get a headshot on the Kai, and this time, though, takes out Kevster off the rip. Which that's huge, because the Florida Mayhem, you give up that second checkpoint there, you have a tremendous time bank for the Gladiators heading into that last part of the map.
Yeah, it would have been pretty hard to bounce back from here. Now
Checkmate's
Florida,
lurking.
they can make use of these ultimates again. They can even just use them all at once if they'd like. It also gives them the fight win here and puts a bit of pressure down on the Gladiators. Checkmate. Look at it, Kai. Dragon Strike coming through the rest of the team, though. Kai's able to fold away from him, but Lastro is not nearly as lucky. The Immortality Field removed, and Dante, the second casualty here. Much better for the Mayhem. They don't spend nearly as much on a clean fight win.
Yeah, and you're going to come back. About a minute to go here. Florida Mayhem, they hold on to some of these ultimates as well, as it looked like that the Gladiators were going to be in prime position to take that second checkpoint. It's getting a little scary now. It's you're really looking at sound barrier, maybe when they use the annihilation here. And I think also just keeping an eye on Checkmate. Can he get value out of this pulse bomb? Drops it in there, doesn't hit anything.
Not what he's looking for, but now time pressure starting to affect the Gladiators here. They have to make it work. Lastro almost went down with his ultimate in hand. There's so much to work with here. Blizzard, Dragon Strike, Amp Matrix, it's all available here for the Gladiators. They've got to make use of it now. Kitsune comes out from Chorong to start the fight. The Blizzard thrown down somewhat defensively, I guess. Gladiators don't extend too far into the enemy backline, and they don't have to. The Mayhem serve themselves up on the fast lane from that Kitsune rush.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds, so they buy an extra 2 minutes of time here, essentially, Florida. Not ideal that you give up the second checkpoint, but not worst case scenario, right? It looked like that the Gladiators are going to actually storm through that. They get 2 really good holds and gives themselves a chance to stop the Gladiators from getting a map completion. Dante and someone, though, Mitch, with these annihilations coming into this next fight, we'll see what the best case is to use him. Is Kai takes out Rupal there, so you don't have big healing from your Baptiste. You don't have that Immortality Field. You decide to use it and just kind of combo, go right at someone here. Someone actually pops his annihilation, goes in deep. He just almost goes in and blocks and just takes up so much damage there. It was a while to get rid of him, as I believe Merit found 1 in that whole process.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was the window, the opening for the Florida Mayhem to really make something happen there. Unfortunately, after the fact for them, the Gladiators are able to find another pick here of Kevster from the low ground, which is pretty huge here. Checkmate somehow gets caught out going for the mega health pack there, but he's able to at least make it a trade. Dante falls to the pulse bomb, and the Gladiators will have to slow right on down here. Even with 4 players, they need Dante in the mix to really advance.
he used his Annihilation, so no ability to use that. Also, it's pretty tough to get value out of the Annihilation. I mean, look how many players from the Mayhem playing up here on this high ground. His Checkmate actually goes over and he'll play Genji here, so even more just emphasis on trying to control some of this high ground. Both platforms so impactful, especially for heroes like Baptiste, like your Hanzo, becomes so much stronger here on the high ground.
And Matrix there. There it is, Mero going to find that key first kill. The Gladiators need to try and maintain some momentum here. Will it be through the mechanism of that Amp Matrix Lastro, or will it be funny Astro's big to come in? It won't matter, there'll be no targets left for those support ultimates. Checkmate able to dive on in, deal with Lastro, waiting for Kai to submit. And the Florida Mayhem come alive here in this last phase of the map. It's going to be a hold inside the Foundry.
Is our Reinforced probably cheering in the studio. He never sold his Checkmate stocks. Even when we saw the Checkmate Reinhardt, he was always on board.
Hey, the Checkmate Reinhardt, he MTB'd Mag on Li Jiankao in a Ryan matchup. And then he went and played Orisa like an absolute champ.
Yeah, now you're showing your age.
What? It was like last year, wasn't it? 2 years ago. What's that long ago? Okay, come on, bro. It was in the 2020s at some point.
Yeah, it was. That's true. But no,
it's recent memory, you know.
Yeah, Checkmate looks much better on the DPS. Keep him there as he cleans up there at the end on Genji. But I really like the emphasis from the Florida Mayhem. They're kind of controlling those high grounds. You saw time and time again the Gladiators, whether it was like the Baptiste or their own Hanzo trying to access the one like to the right when they come around that corner, and just denied every single time. Just big chunks of damage every time they went up to the high ground, whether it was RuPaul sitting on the high ground with Merit. You also had Charong up there. Checkmate really the only one not playing on that high ground was someone at that moment. So really nice job controlling the high ground at the end, and really making it difficult to the Gladiators. And the Gladiators, look at this. Okay, so Junker Queen, Torb, Ashe. So some solid crossfire here. Torb turret plus the Ashe on the point. I wonder if they're expecting like Ramatra like brawl here from the Florida Mayhem, where if Florida Mayhem see this, and when they do, what do they decide to do? Like, do you continue? You don't exactly like want to play just on the point with some of these like the Torb turret. Yeah, the Torb turret's annoying on one side. The Ashe on the other is also quite annoying to contest with. So they don't know just yet. Now they'll have an idea of what they're going up against. I was wondering, like, do you consider trying to play a little bit more aggressive, like a dive against this, right? You know, deal with some of these damage dealers up on the high ground.
Look at this poke damage. Florida taking a licking here, just trying to approach the point. Someone seen some better days, to be sure. Ooh, Merit thinks twice about lingering within that doorway for sure, but the Kevster turret is down. If you ask Jack, it's the more fearsome part of Torbjorn's offering. Mero going to take his time.
Well, thank God it is Jack.
Pressure Dante down. I mean, that boy be catching strays. I mean, he deserves it. You know it.
Yeah, looks like Mero actually gets the high ground, just deals with the turret rather quickly. Kevster just kind of runs around. Interesting comp there. The start for the Gladiators does not end up working out, so they'll end up switching off this. You do not want that Torbjorn in the second part of the map. Really useless there, where you can make some arguments for the high ground use in this one, but not here as we move towards that streets phase, where now you bring in the May. I think the May just really effective with the ice wall, right? Separating different angles in the streets.
Ooh, okay. Talk about first picks. This matchup. This map especially has been absolutely full of them. Two incredibly effective DPS players playing at long range. Showing us what they're made of here. Chorong, yeah, Ling is a little bit too far there. Kai just rips his head off.
That pick on the Merit's pretty big, right? You get that Hanzo in that type of situation where he's at. Getting close to that dragon, right? You get a dragon through the streets, pushes players back. Now you're looking at it being around the first or second corner if he's alive, and Checkmate in a perfect position here for their pulse bomb. He actually almost
regenerative burst used there.
He actually almost pushes them out of the line of sight of the dragon there. So he takes a big chunk of damage, has to get out.
Okay, here's a sound barrier now for the Gladiators. They are ready to commit. RuPaul already used that Amp Matrix here. It's going to be thrown down by Lastro here, and it's a trade, but someone is down. That's a crucial first pick, and Checkmate needs to find purchase with his pulse bomb. Bingo, baby! That's two for Checkmate. Kai and Funny Astro blown smithereens, and the Florida Mayhem will continue their march.
Yeah, that is massive. The Gladiators actually got a really nice window there, though, Mitch. Like, they were able to use the sound barrier. It was, like, kind of go time. They waited out some of these Florida Mayhem ultimates that came through, like the Annihilation and even that Dragon Strike. But the Pulse Bomb from Checkmate, a clean up there at the end, just too good there from the Mayhem as they look fantastic on offense.
All right, here we go. 3:24 on the clock. Again, if the Mayhem want to start another quick fight, Kitsune Rush gets thrown down and they go for it. But outside of that, they're not working with a ton in the pantry, so to speak. Now, maybe a long winter, if Kevster has anything to say about it, here it is. Dante in a Nemesis form here, mostly using it for defensive purposes. Lastro's Immortality field is gone. But Dante's able to hold this corner. He's so frustrated to try and dig out of here. That's exactly what he wants. It slows the Mayhem right on down, and that Kitsune Rush now is gone.
Yes, but I mean, this is obviously not the best position. As he comes around the corner, Nemesis form takes a lot of damage. Got to get that block going. Dragon Strike also coming through here, but just listen long enough for Kevster to get his Blizzard down, but there's no way to follow this up.
No, I feel like he slowed someone down a little bit, but no one was really there with the rest of the damage. Dante, I mean, he pops Annihilation again for that extra durability. There's so much damage coming in from the Mayhem. Kester able to keep Checkmate in check, but it's going to take a lot more than that to slop a rather salty Florida Mayhem. And they'll get that second checkpoint now. Man, they got about 4 minutes to go. That is a big time bank.
Yeah, and we'll see what they try and do now, right? Do the Gladiators try and make their composition a little bit different here to try and contest some of that high ground? Do they want to kind of stay on that May? Because look at this. I mean, you have 4 players up here on this high ground for the Florida Mayhem. We talked about it, how good of a job they did. They're denying it from the Gladiators. Is Funny Asher trying to get a boot, knock some players down, not able to do so. He's got to be real careful, though, right? That type of range against the Hanzo, that's like a one-shot kill territory there.
You are the matador in this situation, Matthew.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You are asking for it. You're running with the balls in a red pepper.
Well, there it happened. We didn't get to see our finish there, but
F around and find out.
Yeah.
Not ideally for the Gladiators, and it's going from bad to worst. The Domino Taj Mahal starting to come clattering down here as Checkmate's Pulse Bomb takes Dante out of the picture. 2 minutes 50 on the clock. Chorong gonna have his key ultimate available. Rupal, of course, goes for that Air Matrix, and touching the card definitely considered optional by the Gladiators now in the face of this Annihilation, and of course the damage boost being given by Rupal. That'll be it. A very convincing second map here for the Florida Mayhem. Silencing the doubt is showing that they are still the real deal.
I also think it's kind of like expected, like after you see the Gladiators kind of comp on defense, like really crumble, and they have to make all these changes to kind of like battle back from it. Florida Mayhem's just so good of a team that they're going to take advantage of that, and just kind of the difficulties you put yourselves in terms of like ultimate economy, making some changes off of that. So once the Gladiators kind of give out that first point as fast as they did, they're in a really tough spot and able to hold. And they didn't get a map completion themselves, so in a really tough spot to win this map.
Really fun map, Matt. A lot of Kai versus Merit, first pick bonanzas. Yep. We have the Ramatra mirror that comes in, and both Baptiste trying to get a lot of value from those air matrices. This is nice from Kai.
Chorong looked like he borrowed Alfie's keyboard there.
Kai just sticking that dragon with their sun don't shine. I guess he can photosynthesize elsewhere. Very, very nice. From the Florida Mayhem here. And again, we get to see Checkmate again, comes back into the roster. Some really key pulse bombs, right? That double pulse bomb kill, around this part of the map was absolutely essential. Have a look at that. Centimeter perfect. Can't ask for much more than that from your Tracer players. So Rialto is on deck. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, the Gladiators look to fire back after a bit of a listless showing on Kings Row. scenes there from the Florida Mayhem's rather speedy advance through Kings Row. They head into that last phase of the map with, oh jeez, got to be at least 4 minutes on the clock, something close to that. We did see the Gladiators put up a decent defensive hold outside of that last phase of the map, but eventually it wasn't quite enough. And that one, it's got to knock the wind out of your sails here. The Florida Mayhem really play up-tempo, and it seemed very, very hard, even with the heroics of, Kai coming in for that map to slow down.
Well, we do have, looks like Yaki coming back in here, for the LA Gladiators. So we'll see kind of, what this switch means coming up next. So I thought Kai had a lot of good moments against Merit, right? Like you mentioned, like back and forth, trading first kills. So we'll see now with Yaki, and maybe the idea is to just put a little bit more pressure, be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, again, Yaki, the kind of player, opts for maybe a different kind of style, very different hero pool, to be sure.
Oh, yeah.
We want to play up in that face of Checkmate. Definitely a much more adequate sort of comparison to Checkmate stylistically. Might notice that you saw, obviously, some other substitutions there. For the side of the Gladiators, we'll talk about those a little bit more as we head into Rialto. Again, another map that you could, guess favors, playing that sort of longer range style here, but Kai has been rotated out for the Glad, so expect to see Yaki maybe play something a bit more up close and personal.
Yeah, it's Rialto. I think there's a lot of different variations in terms of comps you can play. Interested to see if we see Lucio here, not super required. Looks like Babel coming in here for the Gladiators. So with him coming in for Funny Astro, I would assume you're not going to run Lucio, right? If you're going to run Lucio, Funny Astro is going to be in the entire time. So they're going to play probably a little bit at a slower pace.
I think we might see a Sigma with a Brigitte Baptiste setup. So a few teams go for that one. Junkertown, bring that kind of map. Maybe Somra gets mixed in a little bit more here on this kind of map. And again, for the Gladiators, I think that the question really is, okay, do we have the answers to some of the high flyers on the Mayhem? The DPS are causing problems, and someone actually had a tougher last map. I think sort of having to play the Ramatra out in the open, especially defending point A against Kai's Hanzo. Definitely felt like he was probably put out in harm's way much of the time. Again, it's a very different situation here. Kind of map that lends itself to a bit more of those shield tanks. And a crucial map for momentum in this series, especially if the Glads want to regain any.
I never noticed how green the water is on Rialto.
Well,
yeah, clean that up.
I mean, were you not in Italy recently?
No wonder why you just dropped dead.
You were literally
in.
Mate, did you go to Venice?
Nah.
Or did you just raid in your hotel room?
Well, no, because we were on a break from raid. But
wait,
I woulda.
You didn't go to Venice? But you were in Italy though, right? Yeah.
No, we went to Rome.
All right, bro. All right, Anyway, yes. Don't worry. It's just algae. It's seasonal. No big deal. Wouldn't worry about it at all. Smell? Don't worry about it.
I don't know.
It's also very normal.
Not a scientist move. Water's blue technically, so once it starts to get green, I'm a little sus.
Chlorophyll, very good for you.
Yeah, for sure. I totally believe that. D.Va, the tank of choice for both teams here. At least here at the early moments, Gladiators on D.Va. Kevster playing the Widow. So Widow Tracer. I think Yaki being in and just insta-locking that Tracer, Kevster's hero pool is so massive that you can really play just about anything off of this, right? Which I think that's why having Kevster in all of the time is going to be probably the best look for the Gladiators. And like we talked about, don't really need the need for Lucio here, really for either team when you're playing the Widow and Tracer and playing a little bit at a slower pace.
Yeah, I mean, both teams do have the D.Va, so there's a lot of flexibility offered to you there. Also, Ana for Babel here, alongside Lastro. One major point of difference, again, maybe harder to find a good nano candidate outside of your, Brigitte, as it often seems to be the case. The Mayhem is slowly, starting to work their way around the left-hand side of the map, and Lastro's like, what's going on over there? Spots him on that low ground.
I think it just makes it really weird for Kevster. Yeah, look at this. They're trying to wrap around, right? He has no idea, if there's somebody coming all the way around, potentially, right? There's somebody on the card, he knows that, but then doesn't, those players push right through that high ground. I mean, he is in a very difficult spot. Doesn't have the best sight lines either there from the Widowmaker's point of view, too. So just kind of like putting pressure on both of those angles on the side definitely makes it a little bit harder on Kevster here.
Dante looking to contest the cart with, again, this mobility to transition between high and low to respond to the probing from the Mayhem. Checkmate doing exactly that right now. Oh my goodness, he walks straight into Chorong.
Look at this, you had like both like supports here for the Gladiators, right? Like watching that type of staircase. And you knew their players are contesting the cart. Like you don't really know like players coming underneath how close. I mean, that is fantastic from Checkmate. In Kevster, I mean, he just gets blown up. There's nothing he can do up there on the high ground. And it's not even like he can put down any damage. Like he just had no visibility on just about anybody.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal. Chorong, Checkmate, absolutely dirty stuff there. And eventually the Gladiators were boxed in, right? Because we're talking about both of these compositions being less mobile, right? Especially in terms of the back line and the ability to move fast on maps just isn't available to you here. So you slowly just sort of carve up the map, move in, scale up your control, and eventually your opponents don't really have anywhere to go. Now, Kevster, our first pick here is the very beginning of a key hold, but the Mayhem don't really seem inclined to present any targets to him. Checkmate looks like he's trying to wrap around a little bit and put a bit of pressure on the Tracer in that duel. Merit maybe just settling for a bit of damage on the enemy D.Va here. How do you advance?
Well, I think right now with both infra sites up, it's going to be like very difficult. As I feel like now in terms of like where the they have one player directly behind him. That's actually Chorong up there on the high ground. Oh, they have to be so careful for this. Oh, I was going to say it's going to get back capped, and it does. They step off for just a second, and the Florida Mayhem get it over the line. It was that close.
So a play pattern we often see from Chorong is go into the enemy backline, put pressure down, and actually throw the Kitsune Rush from the enemy backline into your front line, just to give them a bit more of a runway. This means that Chorong doesn't have to stand in his own front line or risk getting picked off by a Widow, but still gets the same effectiveness out of Kitsune Rush. Doesn't matter what direction the road is going.
It's pretty good offense, though, from the Florida Mayhem. I think the way they're attacking Kevster on the Widowmaker has been perfect, really, thus far. I mean, Kevster's a fantastic Widow player, but when he's got like a Kariko teleporting behind him, a Tracer coming from one angle, and then they're really not giving him much to shoot at. In the angles they are forcing him into, I mean, they're doing a great job of negating the hero without them just being forced into like a Widow 1v1 and just win it type of duel.
Checkmate knows the recall's been forced. He can play a bit more aggressively in Kevster's direction. Going to force another defensive cooldown, a grappling hook to get Kevster out of harm's way. But Merit is able to strike. He brings Lastro down, somehow not having the shield up as required. And now he's going to try and make use of that air matrix. I think Dante sniffed that out pretty early on here. Merit still wants to challenge to try and get some value from the damage boost, but it's going to be Yaki fighting both backliners, man. Perfect stuff. The Tracers again continuing to headline, even if it's a change of personnel for the Glads in that role.
I mean, they needed something to happen, the Gladiators, because they were going to get rolled through this. The Florida Mayhem had figured out a really good formula on offense to get the payload moving, and the Gladiators really had no answer for it until Yaki makes that play. Does end up dying here, though. Merit with a headshot. See, though, because someone's not back in the equation yet. We'll see if they can take advantage of this.
Yeah, Merit grappling forward here, knowing that someone is going to be accompanying him pretty quickly. And this is, dangerous! Kevster just waltzes straight into the crosshairs.
They both used Inversight at the same time in the first point, right? Kevster at like 80%, Merit obviously using his now like to be that far behind, right? Like you're just really not putting down that much damage at all, right? Kevster just doesn't really have anything to shoot at. I think Florida just doing a great job playing angles, pushing him into different situations. It's kind of like eliminating the benefits of the hero.
And look at the Mayhem, right? As soon as they find that first pick on Yaki, the tempo goes up to 11 straight away. There's no Lucia there. There doesn't have to be. Someone charges forward, and Merit is firing on, he's basically not stopping. He's firing on the move, and the Gladiators don't have the mechanism to get out of trouble there. Lastro has actually made the play over towards a Lucio here. What do you think that is?
Well, you're making the switch to bring the Ramatra back in. So you're not going to play the Ramatra without kind of like having that speed to get into play is. I mean,
This duo, man.
I feel
These
bad
guys are
for Kevster,
nasty.
man. It has been difficult. And what is the goal now, right? To just almost use Kevster as like bait and push on forward, as he's had enough. He's going to go over to Genji. So a masterclass really from Florida about how to get somebody to switch off Widowmaker, who's fantastic on the other side. And we'll see now, though, if Florida has to make some big adjustments. Like, do you think about changing some of the tanks here, right? Do you need the Kariko going into this Ramatra comp?
Okay. Someone here making that switch up. Rupal getting picked off at extreme range by the looks of things. A nice ball and lobotomy care of Yaki. Very, very important here. The Gladiators really trying to slow it down now. Our composition, we saw them use quite extensively on King's Row. Even a little bit on that first map in the series here. They want to play around this choke. They want to get as much value. And we're down to 1 minute and 14 seconds. So if there's any time to try and make use of a choke, it's probably going to be about here.
They give up the self-destruct, Florida, to swap onto the Ramatra. That's a Kasuni rush there on the high ground here. That is a lot of brawl and go down. Dante gets really low. The immortality field, they're able to save him. Can have a Blizzard here used too.
Yeah, okay, Blizzard comes out from Yaki.
Coach gun kill. Oh, this is not great.
Another double. Again, that's the risk of having that Lucio potentially carrying the virus that is the pulse bomb into the rest of your team. And there is a 0% survival rate in that fight. Gladiators now have to dust themselves back off. They come back in at least with the sound barrier, at least with that annihilation. And they got the Lucio to get the touch.
Yeah, annihilation in sound barrier is really strong here at the end. So Florida, they back up a little bit. So it looks like is Florida just kind of like playing for, building their own annihilation here and then also building your own Bob, right? And like those are kind of like the two big things you're going to have going into this last fight. That's going to be annihilation for someone because he gets walled off, and sound barrier and annihilation used here for the Glads.
Someone gets the kill on Yaki as well. That wasn't supposed to happen. He got walled off with the rest of his team, and the Gladiators look confident in trying to push in. I think Dante didn't want to have to use annihilation here. Or at least that part of the fight, maybe a little bit earlier on later. It's unclear. He saves it for the right time, though. I think there's no arguing with that. And it will be the Gladiators hold off the Mayhem. Very close towards the end of the map. Could have gone wrong there, using Yaki so quickly after that pick on someone, but quite often these Ramatra-based composition fights, they kind of start off your team at a player disadvantage and bounce back once you get your own annihilation online.
Yeah, the Gladiators able to prevent Florida from completing the map, but still a really good offense here from the Florida Mayhem. I also thought it was actually with Dante pops the annihilation, right? He's able to push all the way through the choke and then keep the annihilation running off of the ticks from Bob coming back through the choke. Like, just completely ignores Bob, but just the damage like from the annihilation, like the AoE, like there's a few players on the other side by the cart that he's able to kind of keep it rolling going into them with it there towards the end. I'm curious what we see from Florida Mayhem here on defense. Looks like they're going to have that diva look here at the start. Do the Gladiators, do you think they actually try and play the Widowmaker again? Do you think they totally ditch it? It looks like Florida's actually going to ditch the Widow here on defense and actually go with the Ashe, which doesn't obviously provide the same one-shot capabilities as like the Widowmaker, but probably a bit easier to keep alive. A little bit more, survivability in terms of trying to be able to fight for themselves up close with the Ashe versus like having a Widow.
I wonder if the Gladiators are leaving the possibility of a Sombra Tracer open to them here as well. If Kevster starts to find that those sight lines get choked up a little bit, then he can obviously make the switch. Yaki's also a scary prospect for Checkmate. If Yaki sort of lingers close to Kevster, is able to find the hack, then that would be dangerous, but he'll switch onto the Tracer himself. So it means that Kevster's role is still in question, sort of further than this Widow pick.
He's still going to have Checkmate and Shorong to deal with. He's going to have Venomine to the side just to see if they come around on that flank.
Nice little angle there. Not much to be seen, though. Again, yeah, those two are hitmen. They're after Kevster more often than not.
It's got to be so annoying because he has to know it's coming, right? But once the fight kind of kicks off, his team obviously needs his damage and needs the threat. Oh, wait, where was that? That's around the outside
flank. And I was wondering, like, it looked like Kevster wasn't going to get the sightline he was looking for, but Rupal, I guess, was just sort of sat there inside that archway, thinking he was fairly safe there. So credit to Kevster there for just taking a risk, taking a chance, going somewhere that Checkmate might have been waiting for him again. Very, very big pick off.
And he had to have an idea that he was like playing around that corner, right? Like he almost had to have that shot lined up, like jumping around the corner, had to have an idea that he's playing from there. This is still the Checkmate and Chorong show here behind enemy lines is there goes Chorong. Is Checkmate still there causing issues?
Okay, well, the problem is, though, is that they kind of stagger themselves out somewhat, and the card is pretty close to the checkpoint already. Checkmate finally falls now, so the Mayhem are a 3-player squad.
Oh, that is a
nice Suzu there on Dante.
Huge cleanse. I mean, he was bioed and basically dead, and the cleanse and then all that healing comes through and keeps him up. It's now kind of went back to a Ramatra v Ramatra matchup here, just on the point, just brawling it out in Nemesis form.
Now with the Widows chiming into the background.
Nano on the someone.
That was probably, to keep him alive more than anything here, because he doesn't have his Nemesis form up for a while, so he's not the best carrier of the Nano Boost right now. That's back online for him, though, and again, he can transition that potentially into an Annihilation if he has to. Dante goes for that first. Again, he says, all right, I need to get this out of the way now. Checkmate waits on the pulse. Big sleep on towards Dante, but he's going to be a very tough nut to crack. He'll be able to back away. That ultimate expires. Now the Kitsune Rush comes out from Chorong. Kevster, unaware, just sitting on the high ground, maybe trying to take the duel with Merit, and Checkmate pounces on him. Big kill. Now the Widow factor is missing for the Glads.
Yeah, Kevster at the infra side too, running. Obviously just doesn't know that. He has a player directly behind him, as this will be the Florida Mayhem getting hold of Mitch. There's been so much time burned in this position. You're now going to be probably below a minute when this next fight kicks off. It's Babel in a really tough spot, so you're going to lose him. You're going to have to wait a few more seconds. And yeah, you're going to have about a minute on the clock. And can you burn more time if you're Florida, because you have the infra sight, right? They kind of like come around this first corner, you pop infra sight.
Doesn't need it.
Yeah, it doesn't even need it. But still, you pop infra sight, makes them a little bit more passive. That buys you some more time. I mean, you're looking at like 30 seconds left here for the Gladiators trying to make something happen, and they're going to have another nano boost here for the Mayhem.
It feels very oppressive. Also, if you've tracked the enemy having an infrasight and you're walking into a fight where you just know they're going to be able to sit on that, you cannot take them by surprise. The information yielded is going to be immense. Kevster looking for a nice angle. There it is. Infrasight gets popped, so that'll last until about 20 seconds in the round. Babel going to be knocked back there. Dante going to need to be attended to for the moment here. Biotic Grenade on him in a pretty inopportune moment, and Merit is still looking for that head. Nano boost here for someone. So it's time to brawl out for the Florida Mayhem. That Immortality field is down. This is looking like a bad start for the Gladiators. Dante again here with that bio. How can he hang on here? Someone trying to pressure him down, but Dante's able to back away. Amp Matrix in play for Lastro. The healing being amplified as well. The Arctic Force to Chorong here. Not a good sign. Checkmate and Chorong. Brothers in Arms and Hitmen in this occasion fulfill the contract, and the Gladiators are felled.
Just a masterclass, I think, from the Florida Mayhem on how to deal with an opposing Widowmaker. I mean, Merit obviously coming up huge, with some wins in terms of the duel, but just the pestering from Checkmate in Chorong and making sure everybody else was kind of staying out of line of sight of Kevster. Who's a very high impact player typically on the Widowmaker, really just negated anything he could have done on that map.
Yeah, some concerning signs starting to emerge here for the Los Angeles Gladiators. This double flex support setup for the Mayhem looks really good. Rupal hard to shift, Merit looking incredible on this Widowmaker here, and this is where we really take the tempo up. Merit grappling forward, kill after kill. And that all comes off a pick on Yaki on Trace at the start of the fight. Not an easy target to find here. Checkmate gets another double pulse bomb. Of course, this is really where things start to fall apart for the Gladiators. Very impressive showing here. And again, I mean, Checkmate's 14-2 for this map. Merit is 10-5. I mean, the Mayhem engine, a well-oiled machine at this point, and it's firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do here? I mean, if you're the Gladiators, multiple, that's a crazy shot. New Queen Street, I think you're going to see probably some of that Ramatra v Ramatra come out yet again, where that's actually probably where the Gladiators have kind of put up their best fight. So potential for the Gladiators to force a game 5.
Yeah, it's all on the table here, Matt. The Gladiators are going to have to make an offer the Mayhem can't refuse if they want a seat at Illigos. Stick around, everybody. More to come from this banger of a series here to close out our day. The series starts off looking really strong for the Los Angeles Gladiators. They come out of the gate, it's Kevster on Hanzo, it's Lijiang Tower, it's all over in a blink. But that's about the extent of the successes for the Gladiators in this series, because from map 2, map number 3, it was the Florida Mayhem who took it up a gear. And so far have found a level that the Gladiators have not been able to respond to, Matt. We've got a substitution here as Funny Astro comes in for Babel.
Yeah, that is a direct sign that we're going to see some Lucio play here on New Queen Street. See, under in the background there.
What is that? What is
that haircut is... That
Christ
is
alive, mate.
Yeah, I know, like, rock that. That would be sick.
Some Australians feel like it is very important to like represent our national hairstyle as much as possible, but I mean, he's got an entire ecosystem in that thing. I'm telling you.
Well, you know, as one of the Australian talent on the show, I agree with you.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. Glad. Yep.
Our third Australian talent.
It's like them Legionnaires caps with like the flap at the back. That's what my boy Max be looking like.
Yeah.
Great, keep that sun off your neck, my guy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice cut there, I think. Andres got going, but Lucio here for New Queen Street makes a ton of sense. I think that probably aids a little bit more into like what I was talking about, where we see like Ramatra comps being played here. I know a little bit faster pace. How does that? Will that be something that kind of puts the Gladiators over the top, right? Because that's what ended up winning them in control in map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, what we saw even from the Mayhem, even without a Lucio, right, is that they really know how to go forward, they know how to go fast. I mean, it doesn't take long for that team to realize when they got an upper hand and sort of decide to exploit it. You know, in that first map, we did see like a lot of Lucio involved. Both teams are like trying these Ramatra, or rather this May composition where we saw like Reinhardt from Florida, from Ramatra from Dante. This is sort of how it all went down to start with, right? Both Mays trying to find ways to catch the enemy tank out of position and then punish them. But the story really ended up being about Kevster versus Merit and what they could do to start these fights off. You know, Merit getting a lot of value even without a Baptiste. Kevster set up with that damage amp a lot of the time. Hanzo play here in Control Center is what made it such a one-sided map, I think.
I think, though, you can see very similar comps coming in for New Queen Street. Didn't catch on the subs, but I don't think saw it in for the Florida Mayhem. Believe Checkmate's still in, so maybe you see like some Tracer, maybe who even say some May kind of coming out. But yeah, as we got into the second map, which was Kings Row, that's where Florida started to take control.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams, again, going to the Ramatra-based compositions here. We start to see Chorong and Checkmate work together across the map as this two-piece. Some beautiful pulse bomb moments here. You know, Kai getting brought in to play the hit scan and finding some moments here. But again, the story continued to develop as Merit leading the charge here on this hit scan. The Widowmaker setup was impeccable. I mean, we saw some shots that happened sort of off camera, saw him in the kill feed, like, oh, that's fair enough. Then we actually see he's like grappling, doing a 360, eating a bag of Doritos with one hand and still finding the shot. Like, that's what kind of blows my mind. And again, Checkmate and Chorong here, the Mayhem really leveraging the advantages they have at DPS, the consistency they're able to get out of Merit and Checkmate here. The Glads have to match that. Like, that is messed up, that shot.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
That is just a dirty shot. As we'll take a look. Some stats from Merit on Rialto, on Widow specifically, where the 9 final blows. You kind of look at that, low on the deaths. Really, with the Widowmaker, obviously final blows is huge. So the kind of scoped crit hits kind of go with that, right? In terms of like headshot equals kills typically. But just the way he was able to play and the way I think his teammates allowed him to play, right? It wasn't really that kind of slow, methodical Widow v Widow. Once one Widow kills the other, then things pop off. It was really like Chorong and Checkmate putting all of that pressure onto Kevster, and then Merit was able to do his thing.
The one key detail that graphic kind of neglects is the fact that Checkmate went 14-2 on that map as well. So, getting a lot of value.
He had an impact.
I mean, yeah, Yaki was 5-7 by comparison, right? So, whenever there's smoke, there's fire, and both these DPS are starting to make it sizzle for the Florida Mayhem here. Very, very impressive stuff. So New Queen Street, this is it. The Gladiators need to step it up. They need to find another level. Whatever they settle on in terms of their roster, this needs to be the one that sticks. Get that map 5 and show us what they can do on Control, which we know is probably where they'd like to take the series anyway.
Right, so you bring back in Funny Astro, so Lucio type of setup. You have Yaki in here too, so not going to have like some kind of like hit scan setup right with Kai, and then Kevster's kind of off playing something else. I think you see Ramatra here, and then for Florida Mayhem, I think there's just a lot more flexibility in what they do. They could play Junker Queen as well. Also an interesting pick we've seen from people, but Florida Mayhem right now in control. I think you're going to need to see big games out of Kevster and Yaki if the Gladiators are going to have a Game 5.
We get the Tracer Sombra composition from the Gladiators here. We'll get a chance to really put Yaki under the microscope in that role. Does appear to be the case here. So Junker Queen, Tracer Sombra setup here. Of course with the Lucio. The Mayhem, no, not playing the Lucio here. We've seen them opt for like a less mobile, Ashe-based composition in the past. It's paid off for them, in fairness.
And look, this is a composition here for the Gladiators, right? You want to play fast. The Junker Queen, like, you don't really, there's not really a ton of high ground here on New Queen Street, right? Very like level, even playing field, where you can get aggressive with the Junker Queen, right? I know the shout can get in the mix, speed boost. You have the Kariko obviously for the healing, and then Suzu. Yeah, this is just so annoying for Rubel. Yeah, that's where you can make the Junker Queen really effective, getting those big axe swings, right? Just kind of getting all those bleeds ticking and rolling, and then having those two flankers to finish people off.
Yeah, I'm curious how the Mayhem's composition plays up against this. They really have to give a lot of space over to the Mayhem to give themselves time to get value out of Merit and checkmate, as it were.
I think
kill there from checkmate.
I think for Florida, Mitch, you don't really need to play fast into this. You see, they kind of like get these kills off the start. I think you're just kind of like seeing where the Gladiators are coming and pushing from, and you get big value out of that dynamite, right? There's not tons of like, obviously the Lucio Kariko isn't like the biggest output in terms of like HPS, in terms of healing, right? Like,
sure.
You kind of get those dynamites rolling, just like, annoying kind of chip damage, right? Prevents them from coming in. That's when you can kind of capitalize. And right at the beginning of that last fight, Merit did end up getting a dynamite, and then you kind of have checkmate going in, finishing some players off.
They just need to give themselves enough space to do this, right? If they get run over by the Glad's composition, they're just going to get flattened before they have enough time to find an incremental value. Checkmate's doing a good job, though, of making it hard for the Gladiators to go together as a unit. They've got to deal with this pressure in their backline, but Kevster finds home with the pulse bomb on Merit. And this is it. Gladiators rush forward now, of course, with the Ramatra chain. Doesn't really alter their team fight winning objective very much.
They use their EMP there as well. Maybe you had a few ultimates using that fight. You didn't exactly need to use that EMP, but Kempster are actually going to switch off of Tracer, and he's going to go to Genji. So this is going to allow them to get right in Merit's face a little bit easier, I would say. You lack some of that consistent, like, in-your-face damage, though, right? That's kind of what Tracer's awesome at.
And also, she doesn't have to full commit in order to do that either.
Yeah, I mean, you just hit recall, right, and you're good to go.
There's a bit of safety in that regard, especially, I mean, you've got to be scared of like a Kiriko who can just smash you. I guess even if you're playing Tracer, you die to, her just like randomly headshotting you up close, so worth bearing in mind. Chorong not playing in his enemy backline this time. He realizes that someone requires his attention more than anything else. Yeah, very scary. As soon as Yaki sees Chorong turn towards him, he's got to get out. Here's that sound barrier coming in now. Kevster's going to find Merit first and foremost. No real sort of durability-based ultimates here for the backline of the Florida Mayhem, so it's hard to have an answer to sound barrier.
Yeah, and Merit ends up using his Bob there as well, so other than the bot being just ran the other way, I believe that's got to be like checkmate, right? The backline pushing the bot, a little bit, out of the way. You could actually saw, the Gladiators do take the lead, but you probably miss out on some pretty big progress there. As nice push here so far, though, by the Gladiators. Look to be in a position to maybe take that first checkpoint.
Back on someone here, so plenty of free damage. Yaki sets it up. He's close to another EMP. Maybe used superfluously in a previous fight, but he's got a chance to make it the centerpiece of the plan for the Glads this time around. Here's the Kitsune Rush, someone quickly battening the hatches here, but sees an opportunity to pick off Kempster, and he goes forward with this annihilation. Dante not able to do nearly the same kind of thing there. With that ultimate available here, the Mayhem able to push back on the Glads.
Yeah, I mean, Annihilation used you in the fight. I mean, That's great for Florida Mayhem. The Gladiators, so wisely, don't invest really anything into it. Like, we saw Yaki use his EMP at the end of, like, a previous fight. Didn't end up using it here. You actually have that EMP to use, maybe even in combination with a blade. There's no, like, high sustain, no sound barrier on the other side, right? Or, like, if you're playing Zen, like a Transcendence, it's really kind of keep you alive through this blade that Kevster's going to have. And that's going to be, Yaki ended up using his EMP. It looks like maybe he connects, like, one player. Now the blade comes out from Kevster.
Hard to see if it got really anyone outside of someone, if that. Doesn't matter though. Kevster's follow-up is good with the blade.
That blade actually cuts through. Someone actually had the benefits of the nano there. Just gets him right out of the equation fast. And he's actually going to play Winston. So a really interesting response to seeing this Genji.
Yeah, both teams have been shying away from playing the Winston over the course of this entire series, which is odd, I suppose, given that it's really one of someone's signature picks here. And again, yeah, very good at pressuring that Genji away. Might force Kevster to make a switch.
Oh, I think absolutely. I think the Winston switch is a direct response to Kevster on Genji. That someone can play the Winston, make it a very difficult for Kevster. If he's going to go into the back line and commit, and he doesn't get a kill, I mean, someone is going to make him pay for it.
The sushi was good, but Mera was never going to get out of that situation. Dante was stood right in front of him. Mera did not have the mobility to get back towards the rest of his team. Kevster's taken down though, so someone really making sure he's able to leverage the advantages naturally of Winston up against that Genji, but does wake up. Dante is able to make use of this this ultimate here. He's hit with a bio though. You have to wonder about this one. Florida obviously are behind the 8 ball a little bit here. Dante obviously hoping to create an opportunity alongside the Kitsune rush from Lastro, but unclear if that really is going to present itself at this point.
Yeah, and I wonder if you were the Gladiators, like trying to actually get that first checkpoint. So you can have a little bit of close response just so your players coming off of it and then just kind of keep that fight rolling. But now we have some more switches. So this is really interesting because the different kind of compositions teams are forcing each other into here. So someone goes Winston to kind of counter Kevster playing that Genji. Kevster now goes to Tracer, and you're going to go back to the original comp, bringing back in that Jungler Queen here for the Glads.
I guess they're now thinking about countering someone from the Winston here, so both teams already trying to jockey for an advantage in terms of those hero selections. Checkmate got nanoed here. Is there an opportunity to leverage the extra damage? Someone's got plenty of his own though, and Funny Astro's already been ripped limb from limb, but it's Primal. Someone more than happy just to try and give a wide berth to this Junker Queen if possible, and put pressure down on Chorong and the rest of his cohorts. And there it is, Kevster can't recall away from that.
I kind of like where the comp ended up for the Florida Mayhem in the end, though. Like, it's going to be really difficult.
The classic Tracer Sombra Winston?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really difficult, I think, to punish someone on Winston. Like, I don't think he's going to get caught out in a position where you're able to kind of get him with a Junker Queen axe, like a knife, get him back into position, make it difficult. That's going to be EMP from Yaki. It looks like it was just Chorong hit with that. So no follow-up going to be there either. So you're going to lose Yaki. Checkmate probably looking for a health pack here, anything to keep himself up, as that's going to be Chorong end up using the Kitsune rush here too. So Florida thinks they have an advantage here, Mitch, and I think they do. They're going to keep pushing this past that first checkpoint.
Okay, Checkmate maybe overextending. He was able to get the recall though just in time. Again, yeah, the hack duration, the lockout duration not lasting nearly as long as it used to.
Oh yeah, old hack, he'd be 3 or 4 seconds through his respawn timer at this point.
Absolutely brutal, that one. Yeah, but crucially he's able to get away. There's not quite enough damage there, I suppose, to punish. Checkmate definitely being pursued though. Having a break line of sight now and get back to the rest of his team. The Gladiators coming in with a burst of speed.
Yeah, but they're gonna walk right into an EMP. So okay, there you kill someone. I mean, that is like obviously almost essential for the Gladiators at this point, right? They have a lead for most of the game now, 2 minutes to go, and then the Florida Mayhem take the lead. They have EMP plus Nano coming back. See, because you're also going to have a brief moment in time, right, where you get this first checkpoint and then the bot will stop. So even more time is going to go off for the Gladiators here.
Unless he's reset it, Merit's translocator is a long way away. Getting back into the fight after the fact could be tough. Great Suzu comes in there from Lastro, meaning that Merit can't follow up and finish off the target he was looking for. Someone back to the high ground here. Still a lead for the Florida Mayhem, so time, of course, for someone to drop back down. Checkmate's Pulse Bomb needs to find purchase here in a big way. Biotic Grenade affecting Dante right now, and Funny Astro got caught in the firing line.
He got hacked.
Merit's able to plug him.
Yeah, he got hacked, and he was really low already, and he was trying to come over and like help Dante, but not able to make it through safely. But they do get that checkpoint, though. That is huge. So you're not going to have that big stop the next go-around. But pretty good trade there at the start there for the Florida Mayhem. They use their EMP, and that actually has both support ults being basically used at the same time for the Gladiators. So you trade that EMP, and they trade their own nano as well, as RuPaul ended up using it onto someone for both support ults on the other side. And that's Yaki actually hitting a pretty big EMP of his own.
But how can you account for this? Chorong just randomly headshotting Kevster midway through the fight. Now Dante's in deep trouble. Again, the hitman for the Florida Mayhem. Make good on the deed. And they still have this lead with 10 seconds left in the round. Chorong might have just halted the Gladiators' chances of a comeback. You know, you understand what Yaki was trying to do, right? Shut down someone, make it impossible for the Mayhem to have someone to be the tip of their spear. But it all went wrong in that fight. And now there's one more chance for the Gladiators.
Yes, Dante does have the Rampage. Are you even going to be able to get a chance to use it? As looks like Kevster was there contesting the bot. Just need to keep this one in overtime. They need to be perfect from here on out, do the Gladiators. This looks like Florida, they decided back on up here as someone went over to the Doomfist just to get back in the fight quickly. But look at that, like, you know, just golden line there at the top of the screen. There's not much further for the Gladiators to go. No resistance here just yet.
It's about the
nano onto the Doom.
Yeah, it has to be there. Like, that carnage connected on towards someone here. It might be falling apart for the Florida Mayhem. They've lost Checkmate and Merit both, and Merit almost had the EMP. Suzu is not going to be enough for Chorong to stop the advance of Dante and co. And the Junker Queen composition looks to be in a better spot here.
Yes, the Doom is a nice switch to get back, but it's obviously not as effective, right? You know, the Winston goes in, can kind of walk back a little bit. Yes, there's got to be somebody here to touch.
EMP pulse bomb on Dante, but it's going to be a sound barrier here for the Gladiators. An EMP now from Yaki, and it's good. Yaki's able to find 2 kills to follow it up. Here's the Rampage come through. And Dante may as well keep going because we're taking this one all the way to a map 5.
So that one goes absolutely down to the wire. I mean, they had to be perfect from there on out, the Gladiators, right? They get into overtime. Kevster and Yaki just kind of going back and forth on the bot, keeping it going. And Dante saving that Rampage towards the very end. I think, you know, Florida, like, you end up kind of like having that nano boost, right? Think about like the Winston, right? With the nano compared to like the Doom, you can be so much more impactful in that type of situation where the Doom is great to get back into the fight. They had a decent amount of time to work with there, Florida, though. They didn't need to kind of like just jump in and make a play right away. So I think maybe kind of, you know, staying on that Winston would have been beneficial towards the end.
Yeah, again, started on a Ramatra mirror match, didn't it? But we saw a lot of
like every tank, it felt like at one point.
Exactly, when it came to the tanks. And I'm not kidding when I talk about Yaki on this Sombra. And look at the response here in this situation to keep someone alive. A lot of the time, these EMPs, if they weren't finding a kill, inherited a fight loss for the Sombra that was actually trying to use that ability. Kevster with a nice little two-piece blade there was pretty crucial. But here it is, everybody. The Gladiators able to get back in the series and take it to control where they looked so dominant at the start of the series. This is anyone's game. And here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. One certified Gigabanger delivered straight to your door. Freshness guaranteed. The Florida Mayhem struggle in the final moments of New Queen Street. They let, to some degree at least, the Gladiators in. And you better believe Los Angeles, they take advantage. They force the map number 5. It's been an exciting series so far. And fans of the Gladiators should be especially excited because they looked very well drilled when it came to control.
Yes. But I would say that I see the Gladiators kind of like standing there all talking. Map number 1, Lijiang Tower, I think, especially with the points that they got, right? You can play a lot of the Ramatra type of stuff that you would want. Going into map 5 here, it is Ilios, where that is like, you like Winston on Ilios, right? There's maybe Lighthouse, you're like, hey, we don't have to play to Winston, but even still controlling high ground there. You look at Ruins, right? You kind of have to, like, well, we saw like Winston play in our last series from both teams. So game 5 may kind of come down to like a little bit of a Winston v Winston head to head. We'll see.
That'll be fun. We eventually saw someone make the switch back over towards the Winston. It was quite late in the map, and then inexplicably to the Doomfist in order to get back into play as quickly as possible.
I think they felt they had an opportunity to kind of put the game away at that moment, switch to the Doom to kind of get back. You're kind of like in a rough spot at that point, right? Once it keeps going, do you make a switch again? Do you just kind of stay on it? Maybe you get some Meteor Strike, right? It was really difficult to gauge there.
Fans of Chorong's Lucio rejoice as well. There's a good chance we see that make another appearance here on Control. It's mostly been Kiriko for much of this series, right? With Rupal mixing in the Baptiste, the Ana here and there. He's definitely had some effectiveness. Chorong has a really unique and interesting way of like making sure he constantly combines with Checkmate. By the way, two of those two players, not teammates before this year, but they've really gelled very quickly, hit the ground running with that little two-piece they've been able to put together, the Tracer Kiriko dive. Ilios, map number 5 in this series is all on the line. And again, like we talked about, for the Gladiators, yeah, they had a tough matchup against the Outlaws, but anybody would in that position. They're here for some respect. They're here to prove they belong in that top bracket of teams here in the West.
I think they have. And I really do think that, Florida Mayhem are right there as well. We'll see what both teams decide to bring in terms of composition. Ripple always covers the Life Weaver. Then his team talks him out of it. So we'll see. What Diva, obviously another option here, right? In terms of like that aggressive, highly mobile tank who can access that high ground. So either the Diva or the Winston here. I think Lighthouse, Winston not as required, maybe some like other points you would say, or preferred. So it'll be Diva from both sides. Diva also great here because you're going to see the Ashe from the other side being able to like eat those dynamites and whatnot, especially with biotic grenades in the mix too. Pretty huge.
Oh, these two teams both have the same take on this map.
I go with the Mercy Pocket, which we know how good Yaki is on this hero. This will be a really good head-to-head matchup.
Lastro putting some pressure across the map onto Checkmate there. Forcing Chorong to keep that Mouse 1 firmly held down. Good sleep on Yaki though. Can this be capitalized upon? Unlikely here. He'll pick himself back up and get back to work. Checkmate, those seem better days. Dante's able to bring him down. The sticky bombs are pretty darn good. And Rupal will be taken down by Yaki.
Yes, there was actually a res going down at the time, so didn't have the ability with the Mercy to kind of like fly back, even help Rupal. As there'll be some percentage gain here by the Florida Mayhem at the start, but it should be the Gladiators able to flip this here shortly.
Yeah, Dante starts the fight off really well. Great job there identifying a window, which the Mercy's going for a res. That's definitely her weakest period. And so the Glads now can start to get some percentage on the board here. The Mayhem at 21% on virtue of basically being first to the point and holding on to it for as long as they did.
You see right there, Kevster chucking his dynamite up there at the high ground. It's a nice eat with the defense matrix here from someone. It's Valkyrie in the mix here for Funny Astro. They could get quite aggressive if they wanted to. I think just kind of waiting to see, if Florida Mayhem tried to push in, barrel, and take this high ground that we're seeing them trying to do now.
And a boost deployed there. Checkmate, the one that gets the 5G. He's able to bring Kevster down. They lose Rupal here though. Yaki able to dive the back line at the same time here. Nastro is able to build up that first nano of his. Maybe used to keep Dante alive. Yes, he sends it straight over towards the D.Va. That allows Dante to prevail in the matchup against Merit and Checkmate. Really enabling him to carry the Mayhem through those last couple of moments here. Dante maybe hoping to collide with Bob there, or maybe redirect it in some way or another. Just gets in someone's way, and here comes the Bob now from the side of the Glads.
Yeah, but this is just great percentage here for Florida Mayhem. I mean, they were losing this fight. They actually end up getting someone on to stall it out for a little bit, and he's going to have a self-destruct here. You're going to have Jorong come back in. There's no way he's going to be able to get a res, right?
Get the Glock out!
But, dude, they get like 24, 25% off of that. And that is like where the Gladiators are looking like they're winning the fight at the start. Just someone being able to get out of the point. Merit actually chucks his Bob on it, right? So Bob kind of stalls for a little bit as well. That could be huge percentage. I mean, imagine if you're the Gladiators, right? You have an extra like 20, 25% at this moment in time, right?
Last fight territory.
Last fight territory, and they have nothing to work with. I mean, being able to flip it for that period of time is huge for Florida.
Someone so hard to shift on that point. This time's going to have to come back around though and remove Dante from the equation, who was obviously boosted by the nano in that previous fight. Someone already out of his mech though. The laser cutter jaws of life from Yaki, meaning that someone's going to be a non-factor in the next few moments. This will allow the Gladiators to get themselves, again, in that last fight territory they've been looking for.
Yes, Checkmate with a duplicate here, just trying to make a way for the mega health pack.
Okay.
Dante trying to back out. Double D.Va out there. That's actually going to probably get Funny Astro. Yeah, he's going to have to use his Valkyrie. Just wants to keep himself alive. And not going to be able to demech a D.Va on the other side of things. Is we got 99% here for the Glads. It's going to be Dante also getting the benefits of the Nano.
Gonna love that from Lastro though. From the tops of the rooftops, he's able to find Rupal. So taking the enemy armor out of the picture here means that Chorong has an incredible workload to try and keep up with. Somehow he stays alive there, but yeah, it's the end of the road. Dante's able to run him down. Pretty convincing first round for the Los Angeles Gladiators here. This is playing out similarly to the first map in a series. That's a good omen.
Oh man, what a steal of a series this would be for the Gladiators, right? I mean, everybody coming in like kind of discussing where this team could be, kind of they're really kind of just looking at like the negatives with them, right? You know, a team sitting at 1-1. You get a win here, right? You're tied with Florida. You kind of have a head-to-head advantage, right? Where you see like teams like end up on the bubble in terms of seeding and all that, right? Like this could be a huge match when you go back and look at things.
Momentum definitely favoring the Gladiators right now. Out of spawn they come with the wind at their back. Still quite the foe standing before them though. Merit back on the Widow. How will this play? Yaki on the Genji. That's a scary prospect.
And for Ruins, right? Like typically if Rush or Brawl is like the meta, that's kind of what you see here mostly. But even then, like there's like decent amount of Winston D.Va play. We see Junker Queen here, Ramatra with a Widow on one side, and then the Gladiators are going to run the Sojourn with the Genji here. So I mean, they could also get pretty aggressive on like Merit if they wanted to, right? But they have nothing in terms of like long range being able to really give him trouble. The Gladiators are going to take the point first.
I'm here.
Yeah. Without Merit being able to find anything really to be able to work off of, they're going to have to wait. Dante's able to find Merit somehow. Maybe plucked him off the high ground there. Enjoyed him as a small morsel. Checkmate now trying to make something happen here, but really gonna need a bit of backup. Rupal gonna deliver though. Is Baptiste able to find a kill across the map, but Yaki will have to lay low for the time being as he gets topped up here. Seems the Mayhem are far from done with this fight, but the Gladiators are still running with a full cohort of 5.
Still pretty good percentage here if you're getting it for the Gladiators, right? You basically got this for free. You stood on the point first. They were playing a little bit further back with the Widow. You really gave up nothing to get 40%. They had to end up using their Annihilation there. So you can't feel too bad here if you're the Gladiators. It's like a free 40% on the clock. Now I think the real difficulty comes. How do you push into this Widowmaker? How do you close the gap? Are you able to flip the point back?
I mean, you do this again, right? You go the right side of the map here. Merit trying to get a bit more advanced notice about the Gladiators' movements by laying down a poison mine, but still not able to find any, real damage. As I say it, though, he's able to find Dante. Couldn't ask for a better target than that. The Junker Queen is going to be brought down. She moves quickly. She's got a rather thin hitbox, but Merit still finds the target.
Yes, I think it's just going to be difficult to close that gap, right? I mean, you got to make it all the way across the point. You're taking damage, as you're trying to go across that bridge on that right-hand side. How do you put that pressure? Do you have Kevster switch to Widow? That also just becomes really odd, right?
That's wild.
Widow, Genji, Junker Queen. Like, it doesn't exactly all kind of fit and vibe with each other. I think kind of playing in this off angle.
What are we looking for? Finding Astro.
Looking for the supports.
He's pretty low. It's going to be a commanding shout here from Dante and the sound barrier, and they get to Rupal here. So the Gladiators, like you asked, they close the gap. They have to use their support ultimate to do so, but hey, it works.
I'd hope they're able to with sound barrier, Dragon Blade, and an overclock, right? But it gives Merit enough pause, so to speak, right, to now actually have to go over to the Ashe. I also think this is a good swap because pushing back in with this Widowmaker would have been really tough. You see Yaki controlling that high ground right away. It would have been very difficult to do so.
Playing from the right side high ground as well, is it to just sort of dare Merit to try and play Widow into that situation. Okay, Yaki finds Chorong early here. Again, the commanding shout allows the Gladiators to close the gap quicker than the Mayhem are able to anticipate, I suppose. Dante eventually falls though, but again, someone has this Annihilation in play, but it expires pretty quickly. Nobody around to really bask in those pink rays. Rupal is down here, so a longer fight. You have to feel like could be good for the Glads as Dante looks to return.
Absolutely. And Gladiators will end up taking the lead here. So taking the lead and also getting, we're getting really, really deep, into kind of last fight territory here, as it'll be the Florida Mayhem on the point. You just have someone there as well. It's going to be a continued rush for both teams. To use the Rampage here, if you're Dante, this could be huge.
The lineup looked pretty good, but only Merit getting scraped there. It's going to be a Suzu employed immediately to get rid of that anti-heal and ticking damage, but no one's ready for the carnage. Rupal had the Immortality field in play. Another knife attempt from Dante to the high ground, but Rupal's been felled by Yaki. Forced to back away, but there's a mega health pack available for Dante here, and Yaki trying to duel ninja style, but Kiriko comes out on top. Dante able to deal with the Ramacha, though that is big. Now to recap the point as the Gladiators look to try and end the round here. We are in overtime, and what do the Mayhem have left? Very little. It's going to be Checkmate dipping his toe in the kiddie pool right now, but even that is scalding Kim. The rest of the Mayhem forced back. Choron can't really advance now. Healing coming in from long range. The Immortality field expired. The Doomfist play for someone didn't work out. A new Queen streak here. Into the power block. The punch, though, is pretty good. It helps him lock up the funny Astro kill, but Choron going to be traded out instantly, and the Bob on the point is going to be big. It's the Mayhem fighting back in against the odds.
Oh, as Bob makes his way to the point, just such a distraction. Can you get back in touch here?
There's no way.
Dragon Blade, there's not a shot, right?
This can't be over. There's no way. Oh. You're kidding me! Florida Mayhem. That is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, settle down. I know, we're getting excited on the production side here tonight. It's a one-on-one, guys, but my goodness. Was not expecting that to play out in that way. The Doomfist from someone came in. I'm thinking, okay, this looks a little bit dodgy here. But Checkmate, who comes up clutch again, and the Bob from Merit couldn't have come at a better time.
Oh, man. This series going absolutely down to the wire. So Florida Mayhem, man, dude, it looked like right where, Checkmate just on the point, try and keep it going. The Bob from downtown, right? It didn't look great. Unlikely, but Florida, they flip it. They give themselves another opportunity, literally as far as the series can go here. It'll be Merit on the Ashe here right away. So Ashe obviously gets the benefit of the dynamites, where the Gladiators want to play pretty close together with the comp they're running. So Merit hits a few of these big dynamites. Could be big for the Mayhem.
Yeah, it means those Bobs come up pretty quickly as well. Merit wants to play the diagonal if he possibly can. Also, accessing the high ground means that only Yaki and Lastro can really get up there and harass him. Kevster perpetually at full charge here. Plenty of shields in his way. An Immortality field also plucked away. And that's Checkmate striking first. What a funny Astro. The Mayhem just allow the Gladiators to push into them. They form a concave and they pick them off one by one.
I was going to say, it's a pretty odd position that the Gladiators had put themselves in. As they're trying to get Yaki. I was like, how's both sports right there? How is he getting away? But it'll be Rupal ends up fighting him. Where do they go inside there by the windmill, right? And they come out from underneath the doors, and who's above them? Merit's got the dynamite right there. Just drop it right on their heads. It's okay. This is Dante on the Winston for the win. I actually think that the Winston is the right call here, and I'm happy they don't shy away from it, right? Like, even if Dante, you wouldn't say he's like a Winston specialist, Winston main. Still, you have to be able to play it if you think you're going to contend at the highest level. And look at that, right away he takes out Merit.
Now I return to the question I posed at the start of the show. I know Dante's, at what point does this guy get out of his perceived apprenticeship here? Comes on the Winston, has immediate impact here, and will continue to make his presence felt. The back line of the Mayhem starting to crumble here, but it's not a moment too soon for the Gladiators. Florida already have a pretty healthy lead here on Well.
Yeah, but you're able to build this up pretty quickly, though. It's quite rare to see this point get flipped, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's typically one where you can stall this out for a very long time, especially when you have these characters with high mobility and just kind of get out of jail free cards, so to speak. So Florida doesn't want to make a change in terms of tank match because they have this Annihilation coming up. So see how long this next fight goes for. Could get drawn out.
Yeah. Sees RuPaul there, he knows that he can just usually throw down an Immortality field and be fine. It's really probably. He actually might be looking for Chorong, but no, he's all he's found. RuPaul. He's going to have to try and make that happen. Elsewhere, though, thankfully, he's offside and Kevster's able to find checkmate at the start of the fight here. This is so crucial in the Gladiators evening the score. Eventually, that pulse bomb did get deployed. It was Merit falling foul of it. The Gladiators, oh my goodness, what a decision!
Yeah, they're going to actually end up using their Concealment Rush, using their Annihilation. If they're just trying to bait them in, it's going to be Dante ending up using the Primal Rage just to get out with his life.
I don't know if that worked though. You spend 2 ultimates, you get one, they go for the end matrix.
You are double, tripling down here at this point.
All right, someone's been doling out the silly sauce in buckets here to the Florida Mayhem mat. But they're going to try and make use of this now. They spend deep on these ultimates. Checkmate able to find 2. The flurry of fists from someone also helping to secure those kills. And by hook or by crook, the Florida Mayhem are looking to get back in control.
Do you feel you needed to do that, though, if you're the Gladiators? Lastro actually takes out... Lastro gets checkmate, gets Chorong, still here in the mix.
There's no
just TPing around. There might be a way to win this.
No way, look at how quickly the Gladiators got back. The flip was almost instant. The Mayhem now have no ultimates to retake the point.
Dude, Lastro just went massive, by the way. Just like a casual, 3 kills and then being able to just take the point back. Because look at this Yaki, he's right behind Merit, he's no clue.
He's in position, Merit. How do you get away from this? The Immortality field going to be deployed. We're at 92% and Yaki's Pulse Bomb comes up with the goods. Chorong is so low, he sent Kareen out over the edge to burial at sea for the Kiriko player. And the Los Angeles Gladiators take us now into overtime as Checkmate trying to keep the dream alive. But the Glads, they were patient. They bided their time through our escort maps. And they're going to be rewarded for it, surely. Someone comes in with the power bomb, but that's just not going to cut it. Funny Astro able to clamber back out of the well and celebrate with the rest of his team. Again, knocked back. Chorong trying to keep this one going. And now RuPaul's going to step up, try and keep the Lucio topped up here. There might be something here, but Chorong gets picked up by Yaki, and that'll do it, surely. Checkmate returns. He's going to be recalling away. It's going to be an overclock for Kevson now. No one dares face him down. The Gladiators do it. Patiently outlasting the Florida Mayhem. This is a win to celebrate. No doubt about it.
We got to see whether it's us on replay or the desk after. Lastro at the end there. The point flips to Florida. He's able to kill one and then kind of just juke around a pole, kill another one. TP back to the point and then all of a sudden you have the huge advantage there for the Gladiators. I also love how the Gladiators, everybody celebrates, and Kevster, you wouldn't know whether he won or lost. Just always same even keel. But man, what a game. What a play from Lastro there at the end. Just unbelievable. And they do it with Dante playing Winston there at the end.
And they looked pretty good at it, to be fair. We saw some really interesting decision-making, I think, from the Mayhem in those last couple of moments, right? There's one point where, Florida playing back off the point. They go for Kitsune Rush and Annihilation. They are able to turn the fight, to be fair. But then they win with only, that one player standing. It's Merit, I think, and then he just gets sort of dove instantly. And all of a sudden, they don't have the point. They don't have any ultimates anymore. And they're in deep trouble there. Yeah, very fancy footwork there from Lastro. I was unsure, whether he should really be lingering so close to Merit after the fight had been lost and the point had been flipped. but his mates were there already. The Squirtle squad turned up and absolutely hosed down the Mayhem. Here's your player of the match, though. It is going to be Yaki. Every time we got to see this guy in the server, he's making a big impact, right? It was May a lot earlier in the series. Later they get subbed out for Kai, but when he comes back, man, I mean, you can see the Gladiators definitely missed him over those escort maps. Yeah. What a playmaker.
And I think the thing with Yaki has been like, how do you, because he's such like a dynamic kind of like playmaker, right? I think you would kind of say where he's going to go off on his own. He's got to make some decisions. You're like, man, I don't know. I don't know if that would have been the right play, right? But he's so talented, and like, how do you get him to work inside of like a team fit? And I thought his tracer play at the end was like phenomenal. The way he was working with Dante, I think you get that type of play from Yaki. You have Kevster, right, who can just really kind of fill any type of hole in terms of DPS. I mean, that's as good as anybody in the league can provide. And then, like, I mean, they're just another really talented roster, which I think people are going to pay more attention to them now, or at least be a little bit more interested in like what their ceiling could possibly be, because everybody thought so highly of Florida.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm pretty sure a lot of the doubts, the questions about Dante's ability to fill any tank role, probably going to be dispelled by this point. Making that switch over towards the Winston towards the end, but we saw, you know, a really solid Romacha play, something we've come to expect from the guy, and it's really important to have that in your back pocket. But the Junker Queen also was really nice, right? Ilios Ruins was a very back and forth map, right? But the game plan, the strategy for the Gladiators is very clear to see, right? Close the gap and find those crucial targets. And Dante was able to lead the charge in a big way there. We even saw, you know, the Mayhem trying to leverage Merit's Widowmaker. It looked really good for them early on in the series. They try and bring it back in there, which is a big risk to take, but you can see the thinking behind it. And that guy is really scary. Both these teams jam-packed with superstars. We got the game that this matchup kind of deserved.
Yeah, I mean, just an absolutely tremendous match. I think the Gladiators, you got to go back and probably look at like, you know, Rialto, I think specifically, that was not a pretty map. I think Florida really had just an excellent game plan there and kind of how you adjust. But the Gladiators on control, Gladiators on push. I mean, they come up clutch at the end, really, on both of them. But still, to be able to pull it out against a team like Florida, a huge win today.
Maybe a long Frank look at the Diva comps and some of those, longer maps. That's something to take back to, I guess, the post-game breakdown. We're going to have one of those for ourselves right after the break. We're going to be seeing Watch Point after these messages.
Are we good to go?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Watchpoint Post Show. Zoe here, joined by Danny, by Johnny.
Yeah.
Okay, but calm down over there. Like, this one went down to the wire.
Clean as a whistle.
I don't know about that. That's a dirty whistle.
That was a very dirty whistle. I'm actually not that mad. That was a great match. Yeah.
It was a fantastic match, and Lastro just like single-handedly like pushed him over the finish line. Let's discuss this match at great length. So many things to highlight. I don't even know where to start.
Well, I'd have to start with the DPS. I mean, I highlighted them going into the match. I think Yaki and Kevster delivered throughout the series. We did see Kai come in and put up some big plays on King's Row. It wasn't quite enough, but overall, I think it was that flanking versatility from Yaki and Kevster that was so crucial in this match. And I got to give a shout out to Dante. He looked really solid in this series. Wasn't a weakness at all, even going up against someone, which I think that's a great thing for Dante, a little notch in his tank belt.
I think it was a really fun matchup because we saw so many different compositions, and it's actually turned into a bit of like a we'll counter you and then you counter us and we'll counter you back, kind of like back and forth in this matchup. Of course, at the start, it was Dante playing the Ramatra, but then as we headed over to maps like Rialto, for example, the LA Gladiators had a really hard time with Repulse Ana. Like, how do we reach Repulse Ana? Merit found tons of value on the Hanzo and Widowmaker, and it just kept going on New Queen Street, etc. So it was a really fun matchup because we saw two really good teams go head-to-head with lots of different compositions.
I'm just always like amazed by how the Gladiators, they'll be like losing a map, or it seems like they're gonna lose a match, but they somehow at the end just like they clutch up, and I think it's happening time and time again. That just goes to show how great this team is.
I love that we're currently in a meta which allows for such clutch performances by individuals. You can have those pop-up moments on not just the front line, also the back line, as Lastro very much showed us. So it's a lot of fun to watch those kind of high-impact moments.
I think that's a combination of having one less tank, so there's a lot more freedom to make plays rather than be sort of so focused on a static front line. And at the same time, I think especially the new heroes that have come out in Overwatch 2 are very playmaking heavy. There's so much flexibility. Kiriko, Junker Queen, Sojourn, three incredibly high-skilled playmaking heroes. Of the new heroes, there's been great additions in that playmaking.
Mercy?
Hold on.
Highlights?
Blaster out.
Wait a minute.
All right, I'm here for it.
Mercy on Mercy action, and then last throw. This is it. This is the play.
How many you get? 1 kill, okay?
Okay. Takes out the Tracer. Moves on, gets the Kiriko, and
another.
Survives.
Oh my god.
And then survives, springs over to,
I love the way he plays that between his cooldown cycle. He's gonna play a little bit slower, playing those angles, pulling the enemy into him. That's really great Kiriko play. Not over-forcing the play, letting it come to him. That's why he gets those 2 kills. That's why he lives. That's why the Gladiators win the series.
Wow, that was so smug.
We're not mad at it. If I get games like that, I'll happily be wrong. We actually have the man of the hour joining us now for a post-game interview. So Danny, take it away.
All right, I gotta ask this guy. I gotta ask. All right, guys, we have Lastro on the line for the post-match interview. Lastro, hello. 자, 라스로 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Right, I mean, this was a very close match, but I mean, at the end, Gladiators, of course, took the win. What gave you guys the edge against the Florida Mayhem today? 자, 오늘 굉장히 접전이었던 경기였던 것 같습니다. 오늘 경기, 하지만 끝에 가서는 글래디가 승리를 했죠. 오늘 좀 어떻게 이기시게 되신 것 같으신가요?
저희가 한 번도 안 만나본 조합을 만나서 처음 두 맵을 날렸었는데 저희 이제 게임하면서 선수들끼리 뭘 넣으면은 이제 쉬워질까 계속 얘기해가지고 마지막에 결국 윈선으로 이긴 것 같아요.
I mean, I think throughout the whole match, we ran into a lot of different comps, a lot of comps that we actually never seen before. So I think throughout the match, we really thought about how do we get this win against this comp? Like, how do we make this game easier? And I think the clutch comp for us in the Gladiators was the Winston comp at the end that really got us the win. Talking about the last match, or last map, I mean, I do have to ask you about your Kiriko play, because I believe that was sort of the clutch moment where Gladiators actually got the win. So what was going through your head? 자, 방금 이제 마지막 윈스턴 조합 이런 얘기를 하셨지만은 제가 봤을 때는 또 라스레 선수의 키리코 플레이가 좀 이제 클러치 마지막에 이제 이 승리를 위한 좀 이게 끝에 가서 딱 푸시를 해주지 않았나라는 생각을 좀 하고 있거든요. 그래서 딱 그 마지막에 좀 킬을 내고 이제 다시 이제 순간 이동을 해서 팀 쪽으로 돌아왔을 때 좀 어떤 그 마지막에 좀 어떤 좀 생각이 드셨나요?
솔직히 말해서 제가 2명 따고 TP를 샀을 때 저 살았잖아요. 그래서 그냥 저는 이 게임 이겼다라고 바로 생각을 했어요.
All right. I honestly, to be really honest, after I got the 2K and then I successfully got the teleport off and I lived, at that moment, I knew right away that we already got the win. And it really showed. I think that was a very clutch moment, a clutch play from you, Lastro. One final question for you. Tomorrow is a big day for you because you guys are going up against Atlanta Reign. How confident are you that you guys could beat the Atlanta Reign tomorrow? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 이제 내일 경기 아틀란타 레인 어떻게 보면 지금 최상위권에 있는 팀 중에 한 팀이죠. 내일 경기 좀 어떻게 흘러갈 것 같고 또 이기실 수 있다는 좀 이렇게 장담하실 수 있나요?
솔직히 저희가 프로한테 이겼을 때도 솔직히 진짜 운 좋아서 이겼다고 생각했거든요. 그래서 아마도 내일은 엄청 힘든 경기가 되지 않을까 싶네요.
처음에 어디서 이기셨다고 하셨죠?
프로함에서.
프로함에서. 알겠습니다. All right. I do believe it is going to be a very hard match because we did go against Atlanta Reign in the Pro-Am, but that was a very difficult match, and I do believe it was sort of a lucky win for us. So tomorrow, I think it is definitely going to be a good match, and it is going to be a difficult match for us. All right, Lastro, again, big congratulations on the win, and thank you so much for the interview. 자, 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 제이크 잘 가.
I love having the players right there. It's fun. You can interact.
It's actually so much easier for me to do the interview. It's like it feels like I'm actually talking to them.
Normal, like the way you FaceTime or whatever.
Exactly.
I forgot to touch his face. I'll do it next time.
God, Danny, please don't make that a normal thing.
Is that your thing?
That's gonna be my thing. Yeah. Danny strokes
Thank
the
you.
player's cheek.
Like, yeah, it's just a little caress on the monitor. That's normal. That's not weird at all. Right. Don't know how to transition out of that. But I do want to take a look at the scores again to rehash again what went down today. We had 3 matches, so let's look at our wall. The Valiant went up against the New York Excelsior and unfortunately could not get their first victory on the board. New York Excelsior took that one. The Washington Justice had to face off against the Boston Uprising. And at the end of the day, it was, of course, the match we just saw. Los Angeles Gladiators and the Florida Mayhem going all the way. That one was a close match, an exciting match, an explosive match. And he has to sneeze? No?
I fought it off.
Let it out, man.
I fought it off.
I heard that's very unhealthy to hold the sneeze.
Really? Is it?
That might be an urban
you
myth.
just made that up.
I don't think I made it. I'm almost certain that someone somewhere said that once. Might have been me.
I'm okay.
Just there. Anyway, best of the day. We have lots of great moments, of course, to look back on, but we have to pick favorites because that's what we're all about. Yep. We have to fill time. Johnny, what's yours?
My best of the day, really funny moment here, guys. Brigitte on Ilios. These are some of the best professional players in the world, but sometimes you get a bit overeager. Tiru, what's this blood doing?
Oh no!
He's discovering what's at the bottom of this grease.
Did Decay live?
Honestly, this is just a huge outplay from Decay as well, because if he didn't miss the bash, he would have stayed on the edge, so...
Yeah. What is they called? Metropolis? Acropolis? I don't know.
Ruins.
Ruins? No, I'm not the map. I mean, like those ancient temples. I don't.
I think it's the Acropolis. I think Acropolis.
Is it?
Yeah, Necropolis is like the Overwatch DM map version of the Acropolis.
Metropolis. Atlantis.
They're there.
Metropolis. They're gone. Take it away, Jake. Yay!
What got you excited today?
My best of the day, funnily enough, in the same stage of Ilios, was Alpha Yi on the Genji. Pulled out an absolutely ridiculous play here. Not only bringing out a beautiful Ajax here, realizing he can clutch the fight, beautiful blade, finds the next target, and it's just quick pickups here. But I mean, all series long, Alfie was giving Washington fans something to cheer for. I think this guy, someone you can stay excited about all season long.
He's so good.
Yeah.
Actually,
this guy popped off.
Yeah.
He's too good.
As a Lucio player, you're like, that's not what you want to see.
If he was like on like the Atlanta Reign or Shock next year, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I agree, Alfie. I agree. That's like
So
a top
good.
prospect for the future.
Yeah.
And looking so good, even when your team loses, that's what you would like. That's a position you want to put yourself in as a player. Danny.
Talking about a good player on a losing team. My best of the day is actually from Merit from Florida Mayhem. I love a good Widow play, and here is Merit on Widow.
Just didn't stop.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Clean gameplay. He got one. He gets and the last one's the best. Finishes off on the Odyssey. There you go.
Did you see his
Round
stat
of applause.
card?
And there's another one too. Huh?
He got 24% scope clear on this map.
Wow.
That is disgusting. If you guys don't follow Overwatch that well on the stats, that is an insane. So of every 4 shots he takes with the scope, 1 of them is a crit. That's very high. That is
Now,
scary.
okay, Jake, I think it's now time for you to praise Merit because you're friends.
Yeah.
I think I don't think Merit needs that much praise. This guy's a monster on the hit scan. I do think Florida Mayhem played heavily to that strength, trusting Merit, putting him on the hit scan time and time again, and it looked really good, clutched a lot of fights for them. However, it's kind of part of the reason I predicted against them is I think ultimately it's very hard to do that on hit scan consistently. You have to be at such a high peak, and I think those double flanker comps, the more dive-centric comps, are just a little bit stronger right now. So I think Florida, in a meta where everybody's playing hit scan and it's just going to be head-to-head, who's a better aimer, that's a time I'm really excited to see Merit sort of reach his true peak as a player and achieve his total potential.
And there were moments, such as on Ilios, where that kind of felt like that's where the game is going. It was just like a snipe fest, right? To see who's going to out-DPS the other team. Either way, though, even though, of course, Florida Mayhem didn't get the W here, they looked fun.
Yeah.
They looked fun. They looked like still as top a team as we can expect them or want them to be. So there's nothing to feel down and frowny about when you look back at this match. That's the saying, I'm sure. I don't know. I make it one. I don't care. However, I do want to touch on where they stand now. Washington Justice as well as the Florida Mayhem. They are taking the loss here today. So do we have to panic? Do the fans have to panic? How do we feel about this, Jake?
I do feel that not only that they lost to Boston Uprising, but the nature of the loss. The first map was very close. I think Justice probably should have taken that. But the rest of the maps started to look more and more dominant as Boston found their groove. So I think for Washington Justice, this is a major setback for them looking forward. They've got 2 very tough opponents coming up next in Shock,
wow.
but then the Outlaws. So it only gets worse now for Justice. So this can be, although they started the season with a ton of momentum, this is going to potentially take the wind out of their sails. Obviously, if they were able to get a win in one of these matches, next 2, I think that'd be huge for them, but I see that as difficult. Maybe the Shock is sort of more vulnerable than they've ever been before. It could be done. I mean, Alpha Yi, I wouldn't put it past him, but he's going up against Proper. He's going up against Proper. And as much as I love Alpha Yi, are you really going to take him over Proper? And then the overall team strength, it's a tough schedule looking forward for the Justice. So dreams dashed a little bit there.
A little bit. Just a slight dash to your dream.
I haven't given up hope. I'm still cheering for those DPS.
Yeah, so it's not quite a nightmare yet. Dream's still real. And for all the night owls and insomniacs out there, you can rejoice because we got more Overwatch League action for you tonight, starting at 1 a.m. Pacific with the Seoul Dynasty taking on the Shanghai Dragons, and followed by the Guangzhou Charge and the Hangzhou Spark. Some exciting things happening, of course, there in the APAC region. But I think a lot of people that might not be following both regions. Where do you rate or rank rather these teams I just mentioned?
Well, a month ago it was Dallas Fuel, like top 2, but now Dallas Fuel, like way down there with Shanghai Dragons. It's not looking good. What's it? Guangzhou Charge versus Hangzhou Charge. Guangzhou Charge versus Hangzhou Spark.
There we go.
Got it.
How could you possibly mess that up?
Those are like the number 1 and number 2
the electricity teams
right now. So that is going to be a battle of the 2 best teams in APAC, dare I say, overnight. So if you want to see the very best of the best in APAC, Guangzhou versus Hangzhou is going to be the match you want to watch.
Yeah, I think there's huge implications for Guangzhou to potentially make an upset or even just make that close. I think that's making their future look really bright in APAC.
Yeah, I still love Fleta.
Still in love. That's good. Never change, Danny.
Fleta might not be the meta anymore, but we love him.
Yeah, we love him regardless.
I mean, he's switching to tank. It's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to do. We gotta have some understanding for that. Maybe over the course of a long season, he's a smart player. Who knows? Could really improve.
Maybe.
Or maybe not. We'll see. We'll find out.
I'm desperate, guys. I'm desperate.
The desperation. Full on display. But of course, we're not only having APAC matches tonight, we're also going to have more matches in the West coming at you tomorrow. So let's take a look at the schedule. We're going to start things up with Toronto Defiant and the Florida Mayhem, followed by the Vancouver Titans going up against the Boston Uprising in the last match of the day. It's going to be a big one. LA Gladiators going up against the Juggernaut, Atlanta Reign. Yeah, we're going to have good matches tomorrow. And unfortunately, that's, of course, the one day in the year I'm going to not be here. I'm going to take a day off, guys. happening.
No.
First time in 17 years, I'm just not gonna show up for work.
No way.
Yeah.
Where do you deserve it?
I am going. Thanks for asking. I'm going to celebrate Alyssa, our makeup artist, tomorrow.
Congratulations!
I'm already getting teary-eyed thinking of just how beautiful that's going to be. So, but I will be watching on my phone, obviously. But we do have to fill in for me.
Who will it be?
Who could it be? Who should it be? Vote now.
Oh God!
No, I heard this guy.
Oh my!
Wait! Oh, he's everywhere! He's everywhere!
It's him.
It's me!
Oh,
Danny!
Wait.
I'll be taking over tomorrow in place of Zoe. For better or worse, probably very likely for the worse. But hey, it's just one day, guys. If you guys are in for like nervous energy and cringe moments, we're gonna have a lot of that tomorrow.
We've got the cringe content. We'll be serving it up hot and fresh here on the Overwatch League Watch Point.
But you don't want to miss it. I am certainly sad that I will be missing it, but I'm sure that people will tell me all about it. So once again, thank you guys so much. Have fun tomorrow. Sorry, I'm gonna lose you guys for a day, but we'll be back next week. Of course, tune in tomorrow and make sure to tune in for the APAC matches tonight. Thank you so much for watching, and those guys, see you tomorrow. All right, Danny, that's not intrusive whatsoever.
敵を食らう